If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 51, Chapter XXIV, Getting Away with Murder. I levitate down the tower and am greeted by the sight of Hjalmar yelling at the Nords that decided to help me, while a bunch of Dunmer servants or workers are standing in a corner looking kind of lost, some of them sporting completely blank looks. He turns toward me with an expression that tells me he might be a tad annoyed with me. Revine, what the fuck did you do? I raise my hands placatingly. Can we all calm down first? I have the perfect expla. I suddenly hear someone rushing behind me and see that same lawman jumping at me with a dagger. Almost instinctively I point my fist at him and summon my spear, making him impale himself on it. Surprisingly, I feel barely any strain holding him up one-handed with my new strength. I guess that being 5 over average is far more than a mere 50%. Remembering I am not quite alone, I stop my musing and turn to the other Dunmer. Anyone else feels like they want to get shish kebabbed? There are no takers. Good. I turn back to Hjalmar while unsummoning my spear, making the body hit the ground as I was saying before the rather uncouth interruption. He gives me a blank look. Cough. I have the perfect explanation for this, though it does concern the Jarl personally, so it might be better explained in the keep. Hjalmar stares at me for a bit, then nods. Very well, you didn't give me a reason to distrust you yet, but if I so much as see a hint of you trying to run off, we will be having words. I nod of course and look toward the Dunmer. Your master has been given his due punishment. Wait for me here until I am done and I will sort out your futures. Some of them fearfully nod, while others merely continue with their empty stares. The guard captain raises an eyebrow. You speak as if you think them your servants now. I shrug. Basic Telvanni customs, winner takes all. After I explain what Duran did, you will appreciate my actions in a new light, I assure you. He gives me a stern look. This is Skyrim, not Morrowind. Once again I shrug. Let's just go to the Jarl, please. Hjalmar grunts and as we are about to leave turns to the guards. You lot and I will be having words later, depending on what Revine has to say. Some of you are looking at latrine duty. Surprisingly they all laugh without a care, knowing that we were justified. We enter the Jarl's keep, and waiting there is the Jarl, his mother, and the court wizard. Just as I am about to start my spiel, Savos pops into existence next to them, making the boy jump in surprise with a girlish eek to which we all chuckle. The young Jarl's face turns red, but he calms himself down quickly, probably used to Savos' shenanigans. The regent mother speaks first. Revine Flametongue, you and a group of guardsmen have without authorization assaulted a respected resident of Winterhold. I hope that there is a very good reason for this, or no amount of college protection will help you. I smile, showing no signs of being worried. Of course, I am not foolish enough to ignore the laws of Skyrim on a whim. The reason I attacked High. She interrupts me. Assassinated. I smile. It was merely preemptive self-defense, I assure you. Savos snorts and I continue. You see, the respected Duran sent me a staff as a gift. Said staff was enchanted to enthrall me into his service so he could gain access to my knowledge about the animanculi I displayed recently. She nods and the steward who arrived while I was talking starts writing something down. So naturally, as is Morrowind custom, such things were to be paid in blood. Before I am interrupted I raise my hand. Please, let me finish. She seems annoyed but still lets me go on. I did consider informing you of this, but even if you deemed him guilty he would have just teleported outside of the city and continued his schemes. She shakes her head. This still just seems like a merely personal vendetta of yours. I fake a guilty smile. Indeed, it did start as one, I will admit. But once I was confronted with the Telvanni, still pretending to be under his control, he revealed some very interesting information to me. Namely, he admitted his offense at the departed Jarl Koror, insisting on him earning his place and using said reasoning to justify to me or himself, I am unsure, the assassination of your husband, and the attempted assassination of yourself and your child. She shakes as if struck. Are you certain of this? I nod solemnly. Yes. The fool spent a good 10 minutes grandstanding about his schemes, controlling the foolish Enwas that dared disrespect him. He even mused about sending a couple of his gifts to the Jarl. The poor woman is constantly shifting between grief and utter fury. Her son on the other hand is looking at me with admiration. Good. And to put the final nail in the coffin of his last shred of dignity, I do have to mention, while we are still on the topic, that he was a cultist of Namara that used his servants as cattle. The steward takes over since the poor Jarl Regent is still in a state of mild shock. There were no reports of his servants going missing. We are a large hold and I am sure people would have noticed the change over the years. I shake my head. He didn't change servants, he regrew them with alchemy as he butchered them. Everyone shares a look of pure disgust. Hjalmar spits on the ground and turns to me. Are you sure of this? I nod. His own daughter told me about it after some diligent persuasion. Now everyone turns to me with looks of markedly lesser disgust. Even Savos loses his usual playful aura and sternly tells me we will be having some very choice words about that later. Revine. I sigh. Yes, it was not the most ideal of solutions, but I think I was justified in this. He just continues staring at me for a bit before pulling back. Hopefully I will be able to finagle out of this later. The Jarl's household whisper among each other for a couple of minutes while a servant brings me some refreshments. I use my new identification skill to check the drink just in case. You never know when people will make stupid decisions, so I might as well train myself to be on constant watch. Finally the young Jarl speaks up. While we will have to confirm your claims, we are prepared to give you the benefit of the doubt in this case, seeing as you have fought honorably for our hold. His mother interrupts. Naturally, if you have told us the truth we will have to spin the tale to the people, something along the lines of you investigating him under our request. I smile and say humorously, I see no issue with my misdeeds being ignored. The regent rolls her eyes. She mutters, we will also have to deal with the inheritance of the tower itself. I shake my head. I am afraid that under the customs of House Telvanni, that tower and its servants are now mine. She looks at me like I am joking. Are you sure you aren't overreaching right now? His daughter is still very much alive and by the laws of Skyrim the tower is hers. I nod and smile. True, but his daughter also swore loyalty to my own house just yesterday. Thena shakes her head. That doesn't matter one bit in Skyrim, besides since when do you have a house? The Archmage butts in. I can confirm that Revine is indeed a noble of Morrowind. The name of his house has been held back due to its relative infamy. And then turns back to me, his gaze stern once again. And she swore said oath under great duress and what I guess was a threat on her life. I don't back down and stare back at him. She didn't even warn me. Archmage, I could have literally been eaten alive and she didn't care, so neither shall I. If she betrays her oath I will end her one way or another. He seems irritated at my talking back, but decides to leave it for later. The regent sighs, very tired from the emotional roller coaster I just put her on. In any case, we will not allow you to take ownership of more land just like that. You already got a sizable plot of land within the city and the people would grow angry if you were suddenly to get more. I grit my teeth and go to protest, but she interrupts me. You may, however, do to your service, intentional or not, to the hold take what you wish from the tower and offer employment to the servants. The tower itself shall fall to Yggdrasil Moban, who may continue serving your house if you get the Archmage's agreement. I nod in satisfaction, but she raises her hand. But this is only under the condition that you tell us what house you serve exactly. We made the mistake of offering foreign powers land in our city and will not do so again, no matter your previous service. I sigh. Very well, but I must have your word that you will not spread this around unless I do so myself first. Everyone nods and I straighten myself. Sending a pulse of magicka to my robes, I cause the purple beetle symbol to appear on them. I am the last living descendant of House Dagoth. Their reactions are somewhat subdued, but I see recognition in most of their eyes, well except the child, but that is understandable. The regent looks me over appraisingly. You haven't given us cause to suspect you yet, so despite your house's history we will honor our end of the bargain. I sigh in relief. Thankfully Dagothur has been dead for long enough for humans to generally forget the impact he had on Morrowind and possibly the surrounding provinces. You may leave for your discussion with the Archmage now. We have a lot of work to do. You will be informed if anything changes in the meantime. She says and turns back to her son, who is still looking at me with awe. I look at Savos, who is still giving me the disappointed old man stare, but seeing as I am also an old fart it has little effect on me. Still, I hope he won't make my life hard with the coming conversation. Chapter 52, Chapter XXV, Servants. The Archmage teleports the two of us to his chambers and takes a seat while pointing me to another one. As he sits down he takes out a bottle of mead and takes a long swig. We sit in silence for a minute before I decide to ask, half joking, "All right, how fucked am I?" Savos stares at me for a bit and shakes his head, running his hand through his hair. "Honestly, I am not sure what to do with you right now, Revine. On the one hand, I would have done the same, or worse in your position. Understandable on another, you did torture and force into service a fellow student of yours." I let out a long sigh and say I would have preferred to keep her as a friend to this. I shake my head. Unfortunately, reality is often disappointing. The moment her father decided to try and enslave me was the moment that he died, inevitably ruining said friendship. If she warned me I would have been far more lenient, but she didn't care one bit, so I have decided that I will give her the same treatment. He takes another swig of his drink and is silent for a time. Finally, he says, "Well, at the end of the day you didn't permanently harm her, just ruined her life probably." He snorts self-deprecatingly. I suddenly get the feeling that he is saying this more because he has to than him really caring about Yggdrasil's fate. That is rather odd. Why would I know that? I take a suspicious look at my system and there sits the answer. Trait gained, Mephala's blessing. You are able to sense the motivations of others and have an easier time hiding your own. Yup, that'd do it. Deciding to shelve those thoughts for later, I explain with fake compassion I wouldn't go so far as saying I ruined her life. She will still own the tower and possibly have some servants, and while I did force her into my service it doesn't mean I plan on torturing her as some form of sick revenge. Savos slowly nods. "Fine, while I don't like the way you went about your business with her, you were technically within your right. I will leave this alone for now. Gods know I have tolerated far worse from my students before. Just try and keep any future drama to a minimum, please." I snort. We both know I didn't choose this archmage. "Just please try and not make any more work for me, Revine," he grumbles. "Ah, so that is the actual issue here." I almost laugh when I realize this. Sure, wouldn't want to take time from your experiments, old man." He rolls his eyes. "Off you go, you have a mess to clean up." "That I do." I stand up and turn to leave. Just as I am about to leave the room I hear behind me, "And I want my ring back by tomorrow at the latest." I chuckle. "Sure, old man, I'll try and keep it at least somewhat intact." I hear a hey behind me, but I am already skulking away. General POV. Deciding that he really doesn't want to deal with a million questions from his colleagues, Revine sneaks out of the college grounds as best he can. His first destination is the guardhouse where he left Yggdrasil. As soon as he enters, he sees all the guards that helped him attack the Telvanni compound inside. They turn to him and greet him with a cheer. Revine approaches Thorgrim and asks, "Seeing as you are all sitting here in good cheer, Hjalmar didn't make any problems for you?" The old Nord grunts. "No, the moment you informed him that the fucker was the one to kill Koror, we were all suddenly too drunk to remember doing anything today, and he was inclined to believe us. We were let off with some extra training." The Dunmer laughs. "Truly, Nord mead is one hell of a drink." Everyone joins him in laughter, and after a bit he speaks again. "All right lads, tonight we will meet at the inn, my treat for everyone." They give him the expected reaction and he goes on, "But first I have to deal with the aftermath of everything, so I will be seeing you." He receives nods from everyone and walks toward Yggdrasil, who is sitting in the corner, a somewhat dead look on her face. Revine approaches her and signals her to follow him. She does so reluctantly and they walk outside. After a bit of walking, Revine speaks up, still feeling a bit vindictive. Still think I can't kill a great Telvanni master." She sighs. "What do you want me to say, Revine? Congratulations on killing my fater." She seems completely done with life, but Revine senses that it is more to do with her now actually having to work to live instead of her father dying. His new sense will take some getting used to. Revine rolls his eyes. "No, that is not what I want. I don't for a second regret what I did, but I do regret having to do it." He then says in a falsely sad tone, we were after all becoming friends and now that is forever ruined due to your father's foolishness. He shakes his head. What I do want now is to deal with the aftermath of everything and make the best of this situation. Yggdrasil chuckles dryly. Oh yes, make the best of taking my family fortune and my servants. How very generous of you, my lord. The lord, she says with utmost sarcasm. He scoffs. Oh please, it's not like I am going to keep you from your father's knowledge. Just because you always had everything handed to you doesn't mean that you can't learn how to actually get your own wealth and power. She gives him an incredulous look. What, do you expect me to become a master in a year? Revine snorts. Not with that attitude. In any case, what I do want you to do is actually get serious with your magic training. The whole lord thing is mostly ceremonial for now, but I will not have anyone in my house be a spoiled princess, of that much I can assure you. Yggdrasil goes to give another sarcastic comment, but one stern look from Revine is enough to remind her that they were no longer equals. It is at this moment that the new reality of her life finally clicks in her mind. She gives a defeated nod and they continue walking toward the tower. When they arrive they are met with 4 Nord guards and the servants milling about the compound. There are about 10 of them with 6 looking completely out of it. Revine approaches the bored-looking Nords and says, thank you for staying, boys, I'll take over from here. The lead guard seems relieved and says, I Flame Tongue will leave you to it, and they walk off. The heir of Dagoth turns toward the servants, coughs to get their attention and speaks up imperiously. I regret to inform you all that your master has offended someone he shouldn't have, and has thusly received his due punishment. He sees a mix of relief and disbelief on their faces. His gaze then turns compassionate. Now since this might cause turmoil in your lives, I have decided to offer employment to all of you. Before they can answer he continues with a stern look, before you give your answer I want to know who among you was involved in your previous master's eating habits. Know that if you hide anything the punishment will not be light. One of the coherent servants fearfully stands in front of them all and says, it was the one you impaled, Sarjo. He was the only one that was ever allowed into Ma. He goes to say master but corrects himself. Durin's private rooms, even the young lady Yggdrasil wasn't allowed there. Revine senses no lies and nods. Very well, so who among you is interested in following me? The same servant asks with surprise. You are giving us a choice. Revine raises an eyebrow. While my robes are inspired by Telvanni fashion, I assure you I am not a member of that house. So yes, you do have a choice in following me or remaining in Miss Mobin's service. They mutter among each other before the spokesman turns back to him. And what would we be doing for you? If you don't mind me asking, Sarjo. I plan on opening a rather sizable inn with a bathhouse, he responds, and quickly adds before someone asks, no, it will not be a disguised whorehouse. I am also building a mansion for myself and will need someone to keep the place clean. Naturally you will be given fair compensation for your work. The servants go back to talking among each other again, and after a good 5 minutes of debate, with even the broken ones nodding absently, the lead servant returns. While 2 of the maids would like to remain in Lady Yggdrasil's service, the rest of us are willing to follow you. Revine nods, satisfied. Good, you may pack up and come to the northwestern part of town. A part of the inn has already been built, so you can stay there. We will discuss payment and other conditions in more detail when I am done here. The servants quickly get to packing up, showing a great amount of eagerness to get out of there. Revine senses that all of them just want to get out of this cursed place, and from what he overhears from the 2 maids and Yggdrasil, they seem to have practically raised her, so they chose to stay. After he confirms that they are all getting busy, he turns toward the tower. Time to loot this place for all it is worth. Chapter 53, Chapter XXVI, Loot. Revine enters the Mushroom Tower once more, and the first thing he sees is the still warm body of Durin. Scanning it just in case and confirming that there is no after-death spell trickery on him, he gets to stripping him of his valuables. The old elf wore a necklace and a couple of enchanted rings, one of which was indeed a poison resistance ring, but much to Revine's confusion it was of surprisingly poor quality. Revine scratches his head with a perplexed expression. He lived in Morrowind for who knows how long, and this is the best ring he was able to get as a god's damned enchanter? I was joking when I told Savos that I am doing the gene pool a favor by killing him, but now I am not so sure I was wrong. The rest are the usual rings one might expect to find on a mage and will be very useful for funding Revine's own set later, as he already had a set planned out that he wanted to make himself. Unfortunately, the rather high-quality robe was bound to the dead Telvanese, so that will be going in the trash alongside its owner. Deciding to toss the body into someone's pigsty later, Revine levitates up the tower. Finally, having the time to look around without being in a life-or-death situation, he finds that it is even more opulent than he expected, with beautiful porcelain vases holding Morrowind flora, Dunmerry tapestries with Telvanese symbols or the visages of saints, and a very respectable personal library in one corner. Looking through said library, and avoiding a very potent frost explosion trap set up in the middle of it thanks to his third eye, he finds mostly the same spell books he might find in the college library, with some specialized modifications that have to do with regeneration and regrowth, but there is one spell book that draws his attention. It is called The Art of True Destruction, with a red lightning bolt inscribed on the cover. Deciding to inspect it, the young Dunmer is pleasantly surprised with what he finds. The Art of True Destruction, a spell book passed through the Moban line, containing a way to combine the abilities of both fire and lightning in destruction spells, making them far more potent in combat. These spells are capable of disintegration on higher levels. Oh, this is really good, and now it is mine. Fuck you Durin, you old fart. He 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 he. Finishing his giggling fit, he moves on, keeping his guard up just in case he starts to explore the rest of the tower before he begins his complete pillaging of the place. He finds an enchanting room filled to the brim with soul gems and manuals, which makes him once again giggle like a very creepy child. To his partial satisfaction, he also finds an alchemy room that is similarly stocked full. With a groan, he accepts that he will have to actually start studying alchemy again if he doesn't want to be wasteful. After he is done with his exploration, there is only one room left, the one he was trying to avoid the whole time he was there. It practically radiated the feeling of hunger and decay, making him consider just blowing it up. Unfortunately, his greed for potential loot wins out, and stealing himself and casting every possible spell for protection, he opens the small door and enters what he guesses is a shrine of Namara. The pieces of meat, grey skin, and ominous butcher's table with the symbol of a bat disperse any doubts regarding that. He looks around the room hoping that entering this accursed place might have been worth the lost sanity, but all he finds is nothing but even more disgusting effigies of flesh and remains of some very fucked up rituals, if the residual aura is anything to go by. Shaking his head in disgust, he gets ready to burn the damn thing to the ground, but just as he is about to apply some heavy flamer treatment to the place, Revine is assaulted by the sudden feeling of hunger. It is so overpowering that he starts salivating and almost grabs the closest piece of the presumably Dunmer flesh. But the little nudge he suddenly received is pushed back by a sudden burst of power from the locket hanging on his neck. Screaming internally for a bit and calming down, he thanks "My thanks, Prince Mephala," and gets a seductive purr in response, somehow making him even more uncomfortable than the hunger he just felt. Before any more mental fuckery can happen, the enraged mage quickly points his palms toward the room and casts 2 large gouts of blue flame, turning everything inside into ash. As the final part of the disgusting temple is all but disintegrated, Revine turns to the side and starts to retch. After finally managing to calm his disturbed insides, he mutters with anger in his voice, "Fucking cannibal bitch, I swear if I so much as see a follower of yours, I will take them and their souls as a generous donation to my enchantment business." Mephala's gleeful laughter assaults his senses. On the other hand, the hungry feeling was replaced with fury. Yeah, fuck you both. He feels the wrath of Namara reach a boiling point before it disappears after a promise of vengeance. "Are you cursing me or offering?" he hears Mephala whisper in his ear. Revine just groans. After the events in the tower, Revine focuses on just getting everything out of there as fast as he can. With some embarrassment, he goes to his inn and grabs a couple of his new employees to help him transport everything. He may or may not have forgotten that he does need to actually carry everything out in his excitement for glorious loot. During the entire time of him going up and down bringing out the previous master's belongings, Yggdrasil was standing to the side and kept giving him a death glare, which just got worse and worse the more he brought out. Deciding to instill some discipline into his new vassal, he made her carry some of the heavier stuff with the servants. What did those kids use to say? Cope and seethe. He thought with some amusement as he saw his friend turn servant's expression when he told her to help out. Transporting everything took him the rest of the day, and when he finally returned to the college followed by Yggdrasil, he was surrounded by his colleagues who gave him curious looks mixed with either anger or light fear. It appears that some rumors have already spread. Troublesome Revine thought as he realized this was going to be a long evening. Chapter 54, Chapter XXVII, Time Flies. Revine's POV. I take a seat in the common room of the dormitory, and after a short moment of silence my colleagues start bombarding me with questions about what happened. I quickly get annoyed at them as they keep shouting over each other, making me unable to even hear what they were asking. I try and get their attention but no one reacts and they keep going. Deciding to not waste any more of my time, I cast a blinding flash making all of them recoil and blessedly shut up. Tossing a flashbang into a crowd really does wonders, I muse. Before they can restart whatever foolishness they were afflicted with, I speak. All right then, can you speak like normal civilized people now? I receive a couple of glares and after a moment I hear Marwyn speak with some caution in his voice. We heard many different versions of what happened. How about you go ahead and explain to us for what reason you went and killed a man in his own home? I let out a humorless chuckle and sarcastically say, yes, went and killed a man in his own home. Of course, why don't you immediately phrase it like I am the one in the wrong? He winces a bit, probably just realizing that he didn't sound nearly as conciliatory as he wanted. He goes to say something again, but is interrupted by Bor's accusatory voice. Does it really matter? Revine here thinks that he can just kill or attack whoever offends him, and I do wonder why Yggdrasil is following him around when he, murdered her father just today. I roll my eyes. And why, pray tell, do I need to explain myself to you? I am sitting here instead of a jail cell, which means that for all intents and purposes, I am an innocent mare that you are trying to frame with a crime, Bor. I say playfully and add in a threatening tone, but do go on, I promise not to break your face this time. He cringes at the reminder of the previous beatdown I gave him for ratting me out to the Archmage, but before I can continue avoiding the point, Marwyn cuts in again in a surprisingly firm tone. Of course we will reserve our opinions for now, but you have to tell us what actually happened, Revine. I sigh. Fine, even if it really isn't your business I will explain. I get a couple of glares but ignore them completely. And then I go on to retell what has been happening the last couple of days, naturally phrasing things in a way that makes me sound like I was completely in the right, which for the record is what I genuinely do believe. When I get to the part where I knocked Yggdrasil out so she can't warn her father, she gives me a scathing look, almost as if she wants me to advertise I literally tortured information out of her. I give her a look that promised pain if she blabbed in return, and she gets the message if her shivering is anything to go by. I go on to retell how I pretended to still be under Duran's control and how I quickly and mercifully killed the old mage, not at all torturing him for as long as possible and sending his soul to the soul cairn. Naturally, without my new ability to lie as easily as I breathe, I would have been called out on my bullshit, but Mephala's favor made sure I wouldn't be caught on the little details. Everyone still seems to think that I went overboard in killing him, but when I lay out the part where he just straight up assassinated the Jarl and was eating his servants, he lost any bit of sympathy they may have held for him, and a couple of my colleagues even started glaring at Yggdrasil, but I quickly dispelled that misunderstanding by explaining she had no hand in it. When I am finished with my little story, most of them seem satisfied and no longer willing to shout at me, but before I can excuse myself and go and buy those drinks I promised the guardsman, I hear Morrigan ask, I have seen things being moved from the tower to your place, almost as if you were claiming spoils. How exactly did you manage that? I shrug. Telvanni customs, as if that explained everything. Morrigan turns a curious eye towards Yggdrasil, who sighs and forces out in a defeated tone, yes, my house does have a lot of rules that can be considered dumb by outsiders. Out of curiosity, I decided to try and sense Yggdrasil's own motivations, and what I get almost makes me laugh. She is hoping I will just ignore her enough that she may ride my coattails into some kind of position of wealth and power, seriously, this girl is so spoiled it is pathetic. I shake my head. If you are all done with your impromptu trial, I am off to the inn to get drunk with the guards, see you. And leave the dorms, not noticing the now guilty looks on some of their faces. General POV. After the Duran incident, as it was now being called, things settled back into a pleasant and relaxed rhythm for Revine. He spent a lot of his time perfecting his spider workers, and even managed to rent out a bunch of the newly made ones to the college, as they started the excavation of the cave-in that was discovered during the Falmer expedition. His enchanting business was booming, and after he finished his first order for Zelzaz, the Dremarum merchant, he suddenly got a whole bunch of new orders from him, which enabled him to get all manner of different rare materials and ingredients, but most importantly money. He was still saving up for his full set of enchanted jewelry, planning to get them done just before he finished his first year of the college and got more freedom to move around. His time in Winterhold was altogether pleasant, but he was starting to feel the monotony seep into everything he was doing, and planned on leaving to travel around and explore for some time. When he showed Morrigan his new collection of alchemy ingredients and books he rightfully liberated, she kept pestering him to give her some, which he did after he made her teach him alchemy instead of the eternally high professor. He even started experimenting with his magic cigar idea, but all he got was a burnt throat and a laughing bird noises mocking his weakness. Some time later, Revine's life turned from relaxed studying into torturous monotony. There were no great bandit groups to hunt or Falmer raids to punish. Before he even realized, almost half a year had passed, and the opening day for his business was coming ever closer. Chapter 55, Chapter XXVIII, Letters and Rituals. As the months passed and while his inn and home were nearing completion, Revine wasn't sitting idle. He wrote letters to different distributors for drinks, including a Hlalo remnant business for some Morrowind products, and bought all the necessary furniture and amenities one might need to run a prestigious inn. One day he got the idea to hire a bard or some singers, so after some thought he decided he might as well employ some more of his own people. He sent a letter to Amberus Rendar, the owner of the corner club in the Grey Quarter and presumably the most connected one among the residents of that part of Windhelm, inquiring about potential Dunmer musicians, and was pleasantly surprised when the mayor answered rather quickly. Most of the letter was made up of thanks for his previous deeds in the Grey Quarter, informing him that the kids they saved were safe and happy, and some news about the happenings in Windhelm. Unfortunately, the pressure on the Dunmer living in the city was getting more and more unbearable, with the Nords getting more and more disgruntled by what they viewed as elves invading their ancient hold, and the younger Dunmer seeking ways to leave the suffocating place. The latter part of the letter contained the answer to his actual question, naming a duo of rather renowned Dunmeri singers that were getting constantly harassed and were looking for another place to apply their trade. Amberus also pleaded in his letter for Revine to hire a couple more people wanting desperately to leave Windhelm, which the young Dagoth had no issues with. After sending back his response, Revine hired a group of 4 local adventurers known for being dependable and trustworthy and sent them to escort his new employees. They arrived about a month before the grand opening and were quickly organized. Most were given jobs in the inn or bathhouse, but 3 of the new arrivals caught Revine's eye. They were a group of 3 young mer who seemed genuinely grateful to him for getting them out of the hellhole, as they called it, so after a bit of deliberation he decided he would train them as household guards, which they quickly and gratefully accepted. He would wait until he secured their full loyalty to invite them to join his house as retainers. They wouldn't be all that useful immediately, but teach them some basic spells and give them some lightly enchanted armor and weapons, and boom, actually useful soldiers. While his properties were being built, Revine continued progressing in his other endeavors, rarely if ever taking a break. Realizing that he needed a way to protect his new territory, he started pestering Tolfdir about static wards, which the old Nord happily taught him about. Thankfully they were not too difficult to understand now that he finally got the entire arcane alphabet down. Static wards were basically permanently running rituals, powered by either soul gems or repeated recharging done by the owner. They could be powered by ambient magicka, but making those was extremely complex, so Revine had to be satisfied with the more basic and expensive version. He spent months building the best reasonably possible runic matrix to install into his property. Once the construction was done, it would be made of a magic dampening field that would weaken the spells of any non-registered people inside the radius, and a detection field whose function was rather self-explanatory. This unfortunately meant he had to change some of the building plans, but the changes weren't major enough to make him delay his plans all that much. His study of static wards also helped with his understanding of rituals. They were basically the same thing, except rituals were finished rather quickly when compared to the wards. Naturally, the components for rituals were far more expensive and harder to find, while the theory behind them was more esoteric and mystical than anything else Revine ever studied, using a bunch of symbolism, metaphors, and plain old mantras. His attempt to get good at ritualism wasn't at all helped by the constant attempts by Shalazar to convert him to the mystic's way. Much to his chagrin, he did actually have to accept them at least partially if he was ever going to be anything more than an amateur. After the whole assassination debacle, the guards kept pestering him to rejoin their morning training, which he did whenever he could. He kept surprising everyone with his newfound strength and speed, and started telling taller and weirder tales on how he became so strong all of a sudden, only to have his fun ruined by Hjalmar, who explained how rituals worked to everyone. Revine was then constantly annoyed by requests to make someone bigger or stronger, or of course to help someone be more enduring, because why wouldn't your first thought be, how can I last longer in bed? After getting tired from all the requests, he simply named his price for the ritual and his help in guiding it, as unlike him the guards wouldn't be able to do it themselves. The price he asked made most of the requests stop, as it was easily in the 4 digits mark. There were still some persistent ones that insisted on it and still had money left over from the expedition, so that earned him a very pretty penny, and made some guards' wives very happy. Over the months he finally managed to use the Thursday without ripping his own throat to pieces. The YOL shout became something he integrated into his usual fighting style, even if it was still exhausting as all hell. He thought about trying to add the second word, but immediately got the feeling that that was a very bad idea, so instead of committing suicide by yelling, he refocused on other shouts, namely the more iconic combo of Unrelenting Force and Whirlwind Sprint. Understanding Fuss was very simple, almost as simple as fire was with all of his affinities. He managed to shout the word after a couple of weeks of meditation and discovered that while the shout itself was weaker than the fire breath, it was also far less tiring to use. When it came to Whirlwind Sprint, that one was far more problematic. The first 2 shouts were comprised of very simple to understand words, namely fire and force. Whirlwind Sprint on the other hand was far less obvious. A whirlwind could be associated with many more things than say force, so even after months of trying, Revine was unable to use the shout. His more traditional magic training was going along well, becoming better at casting spells and more skilled in actually applying them. Those thoughts would have to wait, however, as one day in the late summer he was finally informed by Julia that all of the buildings were finally finished and fully furnished. It was time for the grand opening. Chapter 56, Chapter XXIX, The Grand Opening. Things in Revine's suddenly large household became very hectic during the couple of days before the grand opening. Deliveries were coming in daily and Revine kept checking and rechecking them constantly. He surprised even himself with how focused he was on making the inn successful. Invitations were sent out, with the college staff, his fellow students, the guard, and the Jarl's household getting special treatment in the form of free drinks. All of the currently visiting crews and the dock workers were invited as well, hoping to attract further patronage in the case of the former and get them to recommend the place in the latter's case. Naturally, the staff had to be organized into the best possible positions for them. The previously mind-broken slaves of Duran were given cleaning duty and Revine had Colette look them over in hopes she could be able to at least get them to start recovering. Thankfully she was, but it would take time before they were even considered truly sentient again. One of the biggest concerns for the young Dunmer was who to leave the running and financing part of the business to, as he sure as hell wasn't going to spend his days doing accounting. Thankfully the same servant that spoke for everyone else when Revine offered them the job had some experience in it, as he was the one running the staff shop previously. After some mundane and magical observation, Revine was at least sure the mayor wouldn't fuck him over unprovoked, so he offered him the job. The rest were given jobs in the kitchens, bathhouses, or the main tavern section. Revine also commissioned some uniforms for everyone, which while costly would raise the prestige of the place even further. Finally, after what were some very stressful days for the new workers, the long-awaited day arrived. Revine's POV. I was currently standing in front of the entrance, both giddy and stressed out with my expectations for today. I turned towards my new property, very satisfied with how it looked. The building itself was made in the Nordic style with large bluish-grey stone blocks. The roof was on the other hand made to be more in the style of Morrowind with short spikes going out of the edges. The entire thing looked like it belonged, but was just enough out of place to draw attention. The finishing touch was a sign containing a circle made up of 6 hawks chasing each other surrounding the words "Sea Ghost's Respite" with a small wooden statuette of Scorch on top of it. The inn was made up of 3 floors, with the ground floor containing the tavern and workers' quarters, and the 2 other ones being meant for guests. There were even a couple of luxury rooms at the top intended for ship captains and visiting dignitaries. The bathhouse was built in the same style, and connected to the main building through a small hall. It was positioned on the cliff face with large windows built to give everyone inside the full view of the Sea of Ghosts. I gave myself a pat on the back for that idea, as the view was both beautiful and relaxing to look at. My home was located closer to the college bridge. It was unfortunately still being finished, but at least the main construction was done. It was surrounded by both the other buildings and a large spiked fence. It was also a lot smaller than the 2 others, but what would I need a massive manor for? My musing is interrupted by the first guests arriving. As expected, it was the guardsman, noticeably not joined by Thorgrim, as the old Nord was still pissy with me due to the whole research notes disagreement, even if he did decide to help me with Durin. They all greet me cheerfully and I tell them to go in and take their seats. Most of them do, but Thorfinn remains outside. "So Revine, finally done with your little project, eh?" I smirk. "I dare say it is everything but little, my little friend." He growls at me for reminding him of his height and then chuckles. "The moment you elves get some money you immediately have to use it to compensate for your lacking abilities." I snort and say as fast as possible, "Dumb Enwa still living in a wooden house says what?" He, almost on instinct, says "Wah," and then goes red-faced, making me cackle like a madman. He kicks me in the shin, but I barely feel it and look at him with mock pity. He growls, "You are such a child, I swear to shore." I scratch my chin pretending to be deep in thought and ask, "But Thorfinn, if I am a child, what does that make you?" Reminding him he is younger than me. He gets angry again. I think I can almost see smoke coming out of his ears, but he calms himself rather quickly and sighs, "You know what, I am going to get a drink. Enjoy freezing your ass out here." He goes inside, walking proudly almost as if he had won in some kind of contest, completely forgetting that I am fully capable of warming myself with magic. More time passes as I greet the arriving guests. Unsurprisingly, almost everyone I invited came today. There really isn't a lot going on inside of a small medieval city, so a new and luxurious inn being opened is considered quite the event. Even most of my teachers from the college decided to come, well, with the exception of Phineas, but what would a dead man do at an inn anyways? My ponderings on the foolishness of Lycadum is interrupted by Savos once again popping into existence in front of me. This time I simply raise an eyebrow at him. "While I agree that magic is fun and all, can't you walk for once in your life?" He shrugs his shoulders playfully. "Oh Revine, I know you are jealous, but just keep at it and one day you too shall be able to annoy young apprentices with your magical tricks." My left eye starts rapidly twitching and I give him a smile that promises pain. "Of course, Archmage. How foolish of me. Do go in, you were the last to arrive." He returns a playful smile, looking very satisfied, and goes in. I shake my head and follow him. As I enter the building I am hit with a wall of noise and heat. There are many tables surrounding the central section, which is shared by a large fireplace and the bar. Everyone seems to be having a good time, and one of the singers I hired is currently reciting the ballad about our recent expedition. I notice my college friends inside and go to join them. They seem to currently be having some kind of heated debate about something. I quietly sit next to Marwyn, startling him quite a bit if his almost jump is anything to go by, and ask, "So what are they on about?" Marwyn calms down and gives me a light glare first. Fuck you Revine, I snort second. They seem to be debating on their plans for after we are finished with the first year at the college. I raise an eyebrow. Oh, and what do you plan on doing? He sighs. I really don't have much to do outside of the college, so I will probably continue doing enchantment while staying there. I hum for a bit and ask, you could always work for me, while you aren't on my level with enchanting, no offense. Some taken, he interrupts jokingly. I snort as I was saying, I need someone to do the lower level enchantments while I focus on the more complex orders. He thinks for a bit. Sure, as long as you don't plan on robbing me I could do that. I nod. Of course, you'd still get most of the profit and I'd take a cut for using my connections. Marwyn nods. Sure, we'll deal with the details later, I want to relax now. After our little deal we go on to listen in on what the rest are planning. Morrigan, to no one's surprise, is going to remain in Winterhold and focus on alchemy. Yggdrasil will focus on just getting better at magic since she can afford it. Tiberius will be returning to his father to join the Legion as is his family tradition, and the twins will go back to Dawnstar. They turn to me, waiting to hear my plans. I shrug. I will probably be traveling out of the hold for some time, I need a change of pace. Most of them seem surprised, and Morrigan asks me, oh, and where do you plan on going? I shake my head. I have absolutely no idea. I will check with the Archmage if any holds are looking for some magical assistance or something. Everyone seems to understand and we go on to talk about our studies for some time. After about an hour of spending time with my colleagues I go toward the bar, pick up a glass and then use a knife to lightly hit it to draw everyone's attention. The musicians stop their song and everyone turns to me. Friends, colleagues, and Thorfinn. I hear a muffled, hey fuck you Revine, from the back and everyone laughs. I thank you from the depths of my soul for taking the time to share this joyous occasion with me. Since I arrived in the city of Winterhold I have been treated with respect and kindness, making me consider this cold and harsh place my new home. So after getting lucky with a bit of righteous spoils I smirk and the guards cheer. I decided to give back to this place by building something permanent meant to enrich both myself and this beautiful city. I spread my arms. I welcome you all to Sea Ghost's Respite and hope to be seeing you as often as possible from now on. Now to the real reason we are all here. I grab a bottle of Sujamma drink and down the entire thing in seconds. I am almost deafened by cheers as everyone joins the toast. The musicians start singing and the night blurs as the little gathering turns into a full-blown party. Chapter 57, Chapter XXX, Honoring the Sixth House. I groan slightly as I open my eyes. After looking around for a bit it appears I somehow ended up in one of the luxury rooms. I prepare to get up but stop when I notice a weight on my chest under the covers. Please don't be a dude, please don't be a dude, please don't be a dude. I lift the cover and am met with the sight of gold skin and orange-brown hair. I blink a couple of times. This is better, I think. My nightly companion stirs and slowly opens her eyes, meeting my own. I stare at her for a bit and slowly ask, so, how exactly did this happen? Faralda of all God's damned people gives me one of her signature chilling smiles. Why Revine, you already forgot your declarations of eternal love to me. And then makes a small pout. I roll my eyes and chuckle. I know I was drunk, but I sure as hell was not that drunk. Suddenly I receive an electric shock on my leg and spasm slightly. Okay, point taken. Faralda lets out a tired laugh. Don't worry my dear student, we merely got drunk and decided to have some fun. Right. I drawl out, and then a terrifying thought assaults my mind. Please tell me it was a safe day for you, I ask in a very concerned voice. She laughs and gives me a teasing look. Have no fear, even if you were rather careless last night there won't be any little Dagoths running around. I let out a relieved sigh. I am not ready to deal with children again, or for the next 5 decades, thank you very much. We both lie down in silence and just when I am about to drift off to sleep again I hear a knock on the door. From the other side I hear one of my employees speak. Master Revine, it is well past morning, you told us to wake you if you slept in. I groan and yell back, thank you, I'll be up in a minute. I turn to Faralda. Well, I guess it's time to get going. You need anything?" She shakes her head. "No, you can go on." And adds with a pout, "I will stay for a bit longer, I am quite worn out and I refuse to get up this early." I chuckle and get up, summoning my robes because actually dressing normally is for peasants. "Well, with that nice ego boost to start my morning, I am off. See you later then." I wave behind as I leave the room. A/N, before anyone asks, she is absolutely not the main waifu. This doesn't however mean that the MC is celibate. I walk down the stairs into the common room and the eyes of all those present turn to me. Bor gets up from his chair, still groggy from last night, and asks me dramatically, "You are alive?" I narrow my eyes, and what is that supposed to mean? I hear quiet chuckles around me and Bor smirks. "Well, you did basically challenge the Master of Destruction to a drinking competition and halfway through just throw her over your shoulder and carried her upstairs." I blink slowly and let out a whistle. "God damn, now I am disappointed I don't remember most of last night." He approaches me and shakes my shoulders. "Seriously man, how are you alive?" I smirk. "Well, I guess she was too tired to kill me after we were done." Bor looks at me with a hint of worship in his eyes, and the rest of those present and awake start laughing. I spend the rest of the morning drinking and asking around for impressions of the place. Thankfully a lot of people really liked it and planned on coming here from now on. Most of that was probably empty words, but hey, if at least some did become long-term patrons, I was satisfied. Things went back to the usual monotony after that day. My inn was turning a good profit, with most of the visiting captains and the like preferring to sleep in the luxury suites instead the usual Nordic taverns. This also earned me some nice connections, and when they heard about my enchanting skill, that also netted me some commissions as well. The bathhouse was doing surprisingly well among the more wealthy parts of the city's population, and it was still becoming more and more popular due to the majestic view it provided the customers while they relaxed. A month after the grand opening of the inn, my new home was finally finished, and I had it furnished to be as comfortable as possible. Money at this point was no great issue for me, as I was easily earning thousands every month. The small manor was built in a similar style as the inn, and was just as tall, with 3 floors and a basement for my ancestral shrine. The 3rd floor contained most of my treasure and equipment. I used a bit of inspiration from the Telvanni and made it accessible only through levitation and filled it to the brim with magical traps. The rest of the house was what you might expect from a wealthy nobleman's home: lavish furniture, a large well-stocked kitchen, opulently decorated dining room, and so on. Finally, the shrine itself. I wasn't really sure its main function would work, as traditionally one had to place the ashes of their ancestors in it to call them forth, but I was hoping that wasn't a necessary component. The door leading into the shrine was covered in traps and equipped with the best possible magical lock I could buy from Zelzaz. The reason for my paranoia was the fact that I had fully made the place a 6th house shrine. No, not the Dagathor era shrine, but the ancient 6th house, as my father in this life taught me. There were wind chimes placed on all sides, positioned in such a manner to produce a calming melody in reaction to even the slightest of movements from the air. At the center of the wall opposite the door hung a House Dagath beetle banner, colored in black and purple. I even placed a small idol to Mephala in the corner. Since she is already favoring me, there is no reason to be a little bitch about it. Though this did made her call me cute in the most unsettling voice I could imagine, immediately making me regret my decision. I prepared the ritual to summon the ancestors, only really expecting 2 to appear, my father and grandfather. The ritual itself consisted of making ceremonial offerings of food and wine, or the local equivalent, so it wasn't all that hard to prepare. The annoying thing was the time it took. So after 2 whole hours of Dagath damned chanting, finally I got some kind of reaction. The smoke from the burnt offerings stopped flowing upwards and coalesced into a single ghostly form. I immediately recognized the form of my father in this life and gave the required traditional bow. Dagath Viren had the look of a stoic and grizzled old mare, covered head to toe in battle scars and wearing imperial Batlemage attire. He looked at me for a long moment before speaking in a deep rumbling tone. "So, you finally remembered your father, Revine?" I raise an eyebrow. "Oh, and was I supposed to dig a shrine for you before your body even had the time to cool off?" He chuckles. "No, I am just surprised it took you over a year to do it." I give a wry smile wheel, that may be because I am no longer in Cyrodiil. Viren narrows his eyes explain. And so I spend the next hour explaining my adventures up to this point. Oddly enough, this too was a Dunmer tradition, where the new generations would literally give reports to their dead relatives. After I finish my explanation with how I finally got to making the house, my father nods in satisfaction. Good, I am proud you found your own way, even if I would have preferred you joined the Legion. This is also a good path. I roll my eyes at this. Oh yeah, let the nerd kid join the dumbass legionaries, like that would end well. He stares at me and I stare back for a bit before we both burst into chuckles. After we grow quiet, I decide to ask, I do have a question. He signals me to go on with his hand. How exactly did you get yourself killed? He sighs. I was investigating some suspicious activities by Thalmor agents around Sancre Tor. The only thing I got was that the commander was a High Justiciar Finarfin, but that was as far as I got before getting killed. I narrow my eyes. I've recently encountered the same name. He looks at me worried for a moment and I explain the letter I found in the Dwemer ruin. Be very careful with this. Right now you might not have drawn too much attention from them because you were part of a group, but if you start targeting them they will find out and hunt you down, he warns. I nod. Of course I am not an idiot. My father snorts, says the kid who straight up stabbed a Telvanni master and had a talk with Mephala in the same day. I cough into my hand to hide my instinctual embarrassment that one can only feel in front of their parent. Yes, that may have been a bit hasty. He looks at me with a raised eyebrow as if to say a bit. Forcefully changing the topic, I ask, so, I was expecting to see grandfather here as well, any reason he might have chosen not to appear? Viren shakes his head. About a century after his death I tried summoning him time and time again in an attempt to make amends, but he is either unwilling or unable to be summoned. I raise an eyebrow, think his spirit might be stuck in the Red Mountain still. He nods. Possibly, though I wouldn't recommend checking it out until you are very powerful and capable of surviving the current state of Vardenfell. True. I'll keep that in mind. On a more interesting note, think you can show me some destruction tricks, now that I don't completely suck at it? My father hums and says arrogantly, I guess I can be convinced to give up a secret of 2 to the lowly apprentice in front of me. I roll my eyes and he starts showing me how to better cast some spells. After proving to him that I am far better than he hoped, he even tells me how to better strengthen the third eye while doing magicka exercises. This goes on for almost the entire day until late in the evening he is forced to leave to avoid going insane. We give each other a somber goodbye and I promise to summon him again in a year. Chapter 58, Chapter XXXI, Personal Progress and Greater Regalia. After my conversation with my dead father, and isn't that an interesting sentence, time seemed to blur. I continued with my studies and work, accruing more wealth and power. My training with the guard continued and I started learning some advanced forms of spear and saber fighting, not enough to push me to the level of a great warrior, but I was constantly improving, making even Hjalmar praise me in front of everyone. My alchemy skills progressed at a good pace. I studied the creation of the usual restorative potions and also focused on a potion that empowers destruction magic. From the tomes I liberated from Durin, I learned how to make a potent regeneration potion, which was, even if rather expensive, a great find. After my magicka finally settled, I continued with my usual exercises, now always including Scorch in them and using the method provided by my father to progress at a faster pace. Unfortunately, the Archmage was unable to get the heartstones he promised me, but still gave his word he would find a supply for me. As compensation, I made him help me with some spells I was having a hard time with. Speaking of my avian friend, he continued to grow in size, no longer being able to fit on my shoulder. He even got the ability to use a flame cloak spell equivalent without blowing himself up, and even more amazingly, he was now able to cast weak healing spells by touch. The time I spent practicing the Thursday paid off, with me now being able to use Whirlwind Sprint. When I asked Thorfinn to help me practice a speed spell one day, he agreed with a smile on his face, probably hoping to trip me or something. When I shouted would and basically teleported in front of him, almost killing him with the sheer force of my weight backed up by ridiculous speed, he was no longer as amused. Speaking of Thorfinn, I managed to convince him and Hjalmar to have him at least partially enroll in the college, as I really didn't have the time to teach him more magic, and he showed quite a bit of talent for destruction and alteration. He grumbled a lot, but after weeks of pestering he agreed to give it a try. While I am on the topic of teaching people magic, my 3 household guards were progressing at a respectable pace. All 3 were already able to cast flames and were at least adequate when it came to using the blade. I had them armored and armed in steel and even enchanted their equipment, further ensuring their loyalty. There was even a situation in the inn where a rather drunk Nord captain kept pestering one of the still healing ex-slaves for a good time even while the girl still looked dead inside. My guardsmen managed to kick him and his sizable crew out without my intervention, which I gave them a nice bonus for. My magic training was going swimmingly. I was getting better at using spells from every school, and even if I didn't expand my repertoire all that much, I could with confidence say that I was easily among the most powerful mages anywhere close to my biological age. Tolfdir taught me how to manipulate the earth to an extent that was going to be very helpful against large numbers. Phineas finally agreed to teach me the Oblivion storage spell. The space it could hold was dictated by one's magicar reserve. At my level, it would let me hold quite a bit of supply, but no infinite hoarding for me, unfortunately. This spell also pushed me into the adept level of conjuration. I also managed to learn how to use the red lightning, better known by its more arrogant name, the art of true destruction. The spells were generally modifications of the usual fire or lightning spells, taking only slightly more magicka to cast if your control was good enough, and the results were beautiful. I even managed to disintegrate an enchanted practice dummy in the Hall of Refinement, which I was forced to pay for. It was not cheap, but I didn't care one bit. Blowing those damn things to shreds was one of the most satisfying things I did recently. Even the system agreed evidently, as the moment I destroyed it I reached the level of expert in destruction. Speaking of destruction, I was still getting my ass beat during my lessons, but Farelda's usual torture sessions were sometimes replaced with a lot more pleasurable encounters. From time to time I could notice Morrigan and even Yggdrasil of all people giving Farelda jealous looks, but I didn't care all that much about that. They were far, far too young for me. Tomorrow marked the last day of Hearthfire and we would be having a graduation ceremony, so before I got to finally expanding my regalia I decided to check my progress. Name, Revine House, Dagoth. Age, 17. Race, Dunmer. Birth sign, Mage. STR, 15 Dex, 16 VIT, 19 Mind, 23 Mag, 280. Mage. Destruction Expert. Pyromancy, Sticky Flames, Firebolt Spear, Fireball. Electromancy, Chain Sparks, Lightning Beam, Chain Lightning. Plus Fire/Lightning combinations. Cryomancy, Debilitating Frostbite, Ice Spear, Ice Storm. Restoration Adept, Quickened High Heal, Sunbeam, Sunbolt, Rejuvenate, Detoxify, Greater Ward. Alteration Adept, Iron Skin, Giant's Might, Blinding Flash, Mage Light, Greater Telekinesis, Wind Cloak, Earth Control, Metal Transformation. Illusion Apprentice, Calm, Enrage, Muffle, Fear, Gaze. Conjuration Adept, Bound Weapon, Glass, Flaming, Familiar Bond, Scorch, Regalia of Dagoth, Oblivion Storage. Mysticism Adept, Soul Manipulation, Levitation, Stable, Quickened, Mark and Recall, 2, Resist Element. Enchantment Expert, Greater Rune Carving, Greater Soul Imbuing, Insightful Identification. Alchemy Adept, Standard Potions, Moban Regeneration Potion, Standard Poisons. Apprentice Tongue, Fire Breath, YOL, Unrelenting Force, Fuss, Whirlwind Sprint, Wood. Warrior. Swords Adept. Spears Adept. Thief. Stealth Apprentice. Traits. Fire Blood, born under the flames of the Red Mountain you are blessed with 50% resistance and 20% damage and control toward fire. Blood of Dagoth. You descend from a mad religious extremist, who nonetheless achieved a degree of godhood, providing you with a prolonged lifespan and the third eye trait. Awakened third eye, your blessed perception has been further improved through your efforts, now granting you the ability to predict the movement of others alongside your magic sight. Blessing of Cairn, you heal faster, the winds accept you as their own. Minor blessing of the warrior, you seem to learn how to fight in melee a bit faster. Minor Dunmer paragon, Dunmer will tend to have a slightly good impression of you, your Dunmer servants will be more loyal. Mephala's blessing, you are able to sense the motivations of others and have an easier time hiding your own. Ashen bond, through your bond with Scorch you attain greater control over flames and restoration, you also seem to heal just a bit quicker. Night vision. You see in the dark as well as a saber cat. Letting out a whistle at my blindingly fast progress, I enter the enchanting chamber of my home that I've been preparing for this very occasion. On the table in front of me is a set of 10 rings accompanied by a necklace, every single one made of ebony with purple amethyst-filled runes covering them. Next to the ring sits the staff Duran sent me, now heavily modified with runes also filled in with amethyst and a white ebony blade attached to its tip over a double cross guard. I start with the now inert and drained staff and pull out the black gem containing Duran's soul. I decided to use it on this one for a bit of poetic, if morbid, justice. The enchantment process takes me hours upon hours. After being done with the staff I go on to enchant the rings and necklace. I've spent the last months preparing each and every one of them as best as I could. The number of septims I spent on grand soul gems and ground amethyst was easily in the 5 digits, but the bling demanded it. I am forced to take breaks between each enchantment as the process is exhausting even at my level, especially since I made the damn things as complex as possible and had to make them not interfere with each other. Finally, as the light of the next dawn cracks through my darkened windows, I am finished with my grueling task, each piece of jewelry and the blade staff bound to my very soul now connected with my robes, they won't leave me even in death. I excitedly inspect the greatest creation that was ever touched by my hands. Greater Regalia of Dagoth. Mastercrafted combat robes made for the last heir of House Dagoth. Being capable of self-cleaning and granting the wearer 200% magicka regeneration, absorption of up to 50 magicka worth of spells per second, and a 30% boost to any enhancement spell he casts on himself. A set of 5 rings for the right hand interconnected with each other, all working in tandem to double the bearer's magicka reserve. Works up to 500 magicka, at which point it caps out. Creatively named the Hand of Magnus. A ring of the serpent, grants total resistance to all but the vilest concoctions. The first ring of the phoenix, makes restoration magic easier to cast, 30%. The second ring of the phoenix, makes restoration magic more potent, 30%. The first ring of the dragon, makes destruction magic easier to cast, 30%. The second ring of the dragon, makes destruction magic more potent, 30%. Amulet of Dagoth, grants magic resistance, 20%. Duran's Lament, an ebony blade staff that deals fire damage with each strike and makes all spells easier to cast, 10%. If someone asked me if this was worth the equivalent of a small town in cash I spent on it, I would slap them for even daring to ask the question. Never in my life have I been satisfied with something I made with my own hands. As I exit my days of happiness, I realize that it is already almost noon. Fuck. I yell as I summon my newly expanded regalia and rush toward the college for the ceremony. Chapter 59, Chapter XXXII, Graduation. As I run up the college bridge, I am stopped in my tracks by a very annoyed-looking Morrigan. Oh, look who decided to get up finally. She drawls out upon seeing me. I am not late, am I? I ask while taking deep breaths. Say what you will about having high vitality, but sprinting while dead tired will leave one breathless no matter the situation. She lets out a relieved sigh. No, you came in just in time. What were you even doing that made you of all people sleep in? You are usually the one pestering everyone else about being on time. I shrug. I was finally getting my set of enchanted jewelry done and it took a bit longer than intended, and by that I mean it took me almost an entire day of mind-numbing work. Morrigan looks at me unimpressed. And what, pray tell, made you wait for the last possible day to do it. It was symbolic. I grin. She rolls her eyes and turns toward the college. Whatever, let's go, the ceremony is about to begin. I catch up to her and mutter, thanks for going to get me in any case. And add with a teasing voice, I am so glad you care. She huffs and keeps walking without another word. We all take our seats in the Hall of Elements. The atmosphere is a combination of excited and somber, the somber part mostly coming from some of the masters who are probably getting reminded about the soul-crushing realization of how fast time passes right about now. My colleagues start whispering among each other and I drift off into a half-asleep state. After a bit I finally start relaxing and my eyes finally start resting from the absolute torture I subjected them to last night. Just before I am about to fall fully asleep I hear a loud boom right next to me, making me cast defensive spells and jump on the table on instinct. Let's just say Faraldaw's training was very thorough. I blink myself fully awake and notice the Archmage holding the tip of my blade staff between his fingers, looking at me with his usual amused gaze. Oh, how nice of you to come well rested and fully prepared for this important occasion, Revine. I unsummon my staff and sit back down while grumbling, one day Aaron, one fucking day. My colleagues start snickering at me and Savos gives me a playful smirk and mutters back, oh, do bring it on, Dagoth, I would love to see what you can cook up. Before walking to the center of the podium, the Archmage claps his hands, making a far louder sound than one would think, and speaks, welcome once again students, I am glad that all of you I met last year are still here with us. The fact that he has to say that is very telling when it comes to apprentice mage mortality rates. He continues with a smile, you have all gone through many challenges to be here, some through intellectual and others through more practical, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that for a while now, you all went beyond being mere apprentices and stepped into the ranks of true magi. He spreads his arms dramatically. We have all gathered today to honor your efforts and grant you all your well-deserved new titles. He pulls out a scroll of paper and reads it for a bit before turning back to us. He nods at Marwyn and speaks, Marwyn of Daggerfall, after evaluating your effort and accomplishments, the college grants you the title of Mystic, bear it with pride. And then levitates some documents to him. He goes on to name everyone else, with the twins being named battle mages, Morrigan named an alchemist, Yggdrasil a healer and Tiberius a conjurer. Finally he turns to me, Revine Flametongue of House Dagoth. I hear gasps around me coming from those who were unaware. My eye twitches and Savos gives me a very infuriating smile. You have caused the college a lot of trouble with your little assassination stunt. Ah, so this is how he gets his revenge for getting out of line, cool. If I didn't actually like the man I would totally planning on stabbing him right about now, and he probably knows it. He must have noticed something in my expression because his smile grows wider. On the other hand, you have also brought the local population quite a bit closer to us, so I will graciously ignore your stabbiness in favor of your good deeds and grant you the title of expert enchanter, bear it with pride. I glare at him and pick up the documents he sends me, immediately tossing them into my Oblivion storage. Not a second later I am swamped with questions from my colleagues, with Morrigan and Yggdrasil all but pulling out popcorn in enjoyment of my torment. After finally answering all of the inane questions and making everyone swear not to reveal my secrets willy-nilly, I relax into my chair while pretending not to see the far too amused expressions of my teachers. Savos chooses this exact moment to speak again. Now that you are done with the Punikoff distraction, I am so kicking his ass once I am strong enough. It is time for you all to finally choose what you will be doing from now on. When you joined us, I said that this college prides itself at the freedom of its members, and this statement still holds true. You will now be able to take jobs more freely and even leave for however long you like. Since not one of you failed to reach the level of an adept, and big congratulations on that. He seems genuinely proud at this, and continues in a cheerful tone, you no longer have to pay tuition to stay here, seeing as you are no longer mere students. Just as some of my colleagues let out relieved sighs and I even hear Marwyn let out a celebratory whoop, Savos continues with a shit-eating grin, you now have to pay rent. I am surrounded by groaning and the sound of faces hitting tables, seeing the situation I start chuckling at their misery. Dumb peasants still need to pay rent, real mayor pay land taxes. The teachers laugh and I even hear the dead man cackle from the edge of the room. Savos wipes a tear from his eye and calls for our attention again with a fake cough. All jokes aside, you are now granted more freedom, with the only caveat being that the college will take a percentage off any earnings you make while doing business in the college's name. He turns to me with an exasperated look just as I am about to raise a hand. No Dagoth, you own your own business and don't have to pay us. I shrug, not at all embarrassed. If I didn't ask then I would have remembered it like a year later and he would laugh at me for it. We spend about an hour longer going through the usual administrative work one has to deal with when getting any kind of title or recognition, but blessedly it is finished quickly and efficiently. After that is done, the masters take their time to congratulate us. Sergius calls me his best student ever, and Faralda whispers an invitation for later. Savos calls an end to the meeting and the rest start leaving the room. I stay and wait a bit before approaching the Archmage. He notices me and gives me a curious look. I did hear something about you looking to leave Winterhold for a bit, already tired of your new home Revine. I glare at him. First of all, fuck you. He laughs at me. Secondly, yes, I am looking for a change of pace, something which will have me spend some time in another hold, preferably in the west of Skyrim, and for the love of all the gods make it a place where things are actually happening. I ask almost begging. The monotony was really getting to me. Savos gives me a knowing look. Oh, I know that feeling, staying in one place can get rather dull. I agree. He pulls out a scroll. Luckily for you I heard of your wish to go out from a little bird, so as the great archmage that I am I already prepared your task. Smug asshole. He senses my annoyance and his smirk grows just a bit. You are to go to Solitude and provide assistance to the court wizard with all the recent tensions there. Something about uppity Reachmen? I think. I raise an eyebrow. I was quite certain that the Reachmen got decimated by Ulfric in the Markarth incident. How did they gather enough strength to even be a nuisance so quickly? Savos shrugs and gives me an uncaring look. I have no clue. This is your job to find out. Besides, your main job is still being an assistant to the court mage. I stare at him with annoyance. You already know, don't you? He smiles and says nothing, making me even more annoyed with him. I grumble. Well, I am off to prepare and turn to leave, but hear from behind me, oh, and Revine, nice rings you got there. I chuckle. Yeah, thanks for the sample, old man, and leave to prepare for my trip, feeling actual excitement for the first time in months. Chapter 60, Chapter I, Goodbyes and Leaving Winterhold. After I got my new quest from Savos I began frantically preparing myself for the journey to the capital of Skyrim. It would take me a good month to get there, and that is counting all of my planned detours. If my previous experience in these lands was anything to go by, the city would be massive and far more dangerous than anything shown in the game. I decided I would travel the same way I arrived, mostly because I had no intention of slogging through the snow-covered coastlines and marshlands of northern Skyrim, but also because the Locket of Mephala was giving me the feeling that I might find something, or someone very useful in Windhelm. There was also that one alchemist I wanted to visit, and if possible justly earn his life's work from him. Seeing as I now had an inventory equivalent spell, I decided to stock up on anything I could possibly need: scrolls, books, money, potions. I stuffed my storage space as tightly as possible, and even then there were many things I felt could be helpful that I had to leave behind. When I built my spiders I was all kinds of giddy at using them for dungeoneering, but they took way too much space and would have to wait until I established a mark and recall circle in Solitude itself, if I could do it stealthily, that is. The twins and Tiberius were also getting ready to leave, so we all decided to hold a small goodbye party in the Sea Ghost's Respite the night before we all left the city. We gathered up in the evening, joined by Thorfinn, and took our seats in one of the lounges of my inn. No one really knew what to say at this point and the atmosphere turned a bit awkward. Getting annoyed with the silence, I roll my eyes. Why are you all acting like we are at a funeral? It's not like we won't see each other ever again. We are here to celebrate, not to mope. Everyone looks a bit embarrassed and Tiberius nods along with my words. Yes, we must be strong, for this is but one of the many challenges awaiting us," he says with his usual gusto. I roll my eyes at his words and wait as everyone disperses into groups and starts drinking and talking. Firstly, I join the twins who are as usual sitting next to each other. "So you two plan on staying in Dawnstar long term, or are you going to be returning here?" "We are going to try and help out our clan as best as we can, but the moment we are done with that I am leaving that place," Brienne answers with a bit of heat. I raise a single eyebrow and ask why such a visceral reaction. She takes a swig of mead and sighs. "The moment we sent them the money we earned from the expedition, our clan started pestering us to solve all of their problems. It's almost like they completely forgot we are still God's damned kids." After throwing her hands up in exasperation, she slumps back into her chair. I turn to Bor, who nods with an irritated expression. "We barely started getting good at all of this and they want us to drop it all now that we have a tiny bit of power and rush back home to do the old farts' jobs for them." I let out a derisive chuckle to both of their annoyance and say, "Well, if you both agree that they aren't worth the effort, why go there? You two are your own people and have barely started with your lives, no need to tie yourself to the whims of elders." Bor scoffs. "If it were only that simple, like it or not this is our clan and we have to help them when they are in need. Otherwise, we would be no better than vagabonds, taking from them all our lives only to run off when we got lucky." Brienne nods along sadly. Shrugging my shoulders, I take a sip of my drink. "Well, it's your own funeral. From what I know about these things, the more you give the more they will ask for. If you cannot refuse to go back, then go, but try and leave as soon as possible while making some excuse about being summoned or needed at the college. You have already helped them out more than necessary by sending them most of your money." They seem to ponder my words and start whispering between each other, not wanting to intrude in their family business any more than I already did. I turn to Tiberius and ask with a bit of sarcasm, "So, oh great hero of the Empire, what do you plan on doing in the future?" He seems a bit embarrassed by the title and scratches his cheek. "Well, I am going to be joining the legions as an auxiliary mage, those are always needed and the pay is very good." Almost as if he completely forgot before now, he adds, "Yes, they also have some exclusive spells that they give out after a period of service." I give him a curious look. How powerful could these spells be if they are making the effort to actually hide them? He shrugs. "I have no idea, I just know that they are top secret stuff." I hum for a bit and get an idea. "Well, I'll just have to ask my father next year then." Tiberius gives me a weird look. I don't want to be a dick, Revine, but isn't your father dead?" I laugh. "Oh, of course he is dead, I am going to summon his spirit for guidance as is Dunmer tradition." He nods along, probably having forgotten that detail, and then stops and jerks his head back to me. "Wait, why would your father know secret imperial spells?" My father was an imperial legate for like a century or something, why wouldn't he know the secret spells?" I ask, confused. Tiberius seems to be struggling with some thought, almost as if he is trying to remember something. Finally, after a minute of silence, he raises his finger in realization. "Ah! Your father was Legate Viren, right? Lord Viren Dagoth, yes." I nod. He lets out a happy laugh. "Oh, what a small world, my own father was trained by him. Always told me stories about how he would drive recruits into the ground with a look of glee on his face, but when the going got tough he would always protect his men no matter what. Though him being a member of House Dagoth is surprising." I snort. "Yeah, it is funny he ended up actually liking the Empire, even if he did just join the Legion out of his spite for my grandfather." Tiberius seems a bit offended by my claim, making me laugh. "You didn't think all of those stories about righteous knights, heroes, and the like are true, did you?" He winces a bit. "Every one of them is a mortal being much like you and me and had their own reasons for doing things." He sighs and says self-deprecatingly, Yet. I know I am a bit naive, Revine, no need to rub it in." Letting out a chuckle, I offer him a drink and ask, "You are heading south, right, towards Riften?" He nods, taking the offered bottle. "Want to head out together and split up near Windhelm?" "Sure, I'll see you in the morning." I nod and leave him to his thoughts. The last bunch of my friends are all talking with Thorfinn about something, the poor boy seems to be going from sick to terrified. Deciding to get in on the fun, I ask, so are you all done hazing the poor junior? There is a hint of realization on Thorfinn's face while the rest start laughing at him. So what wild stories did they tell you about the college that had you shaking like a girl? I ask mockingly. He glares for a bit and says in a dead voice, apparently, you feed the weakest apprentices to some kind of beasts and there are liches teaching at the college. I hum, well, I saw no beasts, but maybe only the weaklings do. As for the liches, he is pretty relaxed for a dead man, just don't annoy him, I say, completely serious. Thorfinn seems to be waiting for the punchline, but my silence stretches and he seems to grow pale again, making all of us laugh. He gets up with a huff and goes to join Tiberius for a silent drink. I shake my head and speak to the rest of my colleagues. Well, since all of you are staying here, there is really no real need to say goodbye as we will likely see each other in a month or so. They show mixed reactions, with Marwyn almost immediately realizing what I meant, Yggdrasil looking like someone just shot her Nyx hound, and Morrigan just being confused. Said confused, which soon asks me, what do you mean by that? Aren't you going to solitude? I look at her like she was an idiot mark and recall Morrigan, it exists. She gives me an astonished look. You already got it to work. Yet, like half a year ago, I shrug. Morrigan pouts at my unfair magic site bullshit and Yggdrasil just slumps deeper into her chair. I have been forcing her to actually put effort into her work for the past couple of months and the only thing that kept her going was the hope I would leave her alone soon. Marwyn and I share a laugh at them and we all start talking about random less important things. Just as we are all about done for the night and are about to disperse, I get an idea and turn to Morrigan. Hey, I have a commission for you if you are interested. She seems a bit dazed from all the drink but still asks, sure Revine, what do you want? I scratch my chin. Could you prepare the most powerful destruction boosting potion possible during the next month? It doesn't need to boost ice, however, just fire and lightning. She seems to think it over for a bit and gives me a greedy look. Before she can ask for something outrageous, I say, I will make you an alchemist's ring. That shuts her up and she merely nods, the greedy monster satisfied. For now. The next morning I spent organizing my employees and giving out last-minute tasks or goals for everyone. After I finished everything up and made sure to thoroughly explain to my guards the consequences of any fuck-ups, I left and met up with my Imperial friend. Finally, almost exactly a year after I first arrived here, Tiberius and I head toward the southern gates of Winterhold. As we walk the streets, most of the residents give us polite greetings and some of the guards on duty jokingly salute me. Surprisingly, even Tiberius developed something of a reputation around the hold with his conjuration obsession. Thankfully, the day we decided to leave was blessedly sunny and without the usual harsh winds. Hopefully this would hold at least until I get to Windhelm. I just jinxed myself, didn't I? Chapter 61, Chapter 2, Windhelm once more. The couple of days the trip to Windhelm should have taken were turned into an entire week when, as soon as Tiberius and I reached Bjarnstead, a massive snowstorm decided to appear out of nowhere and lasted for 3 entire days. I was joking about jinxing myself, but the world apparently didn't like that and hit me full force anyways. Even if I was forced to spend some time in the small Nord settlement, it wasn't all that bad. I did some light reading and healed a couple of people while just relaxing the rest of the time we were forced to wait. Finally, after being forced to slog through the now very deep snow, the two of us reached Windhelm, and Tiberius was forced to explain his lateness to 2 very worried legionaries that were sent here to pick him up by his father. We said our goodbyes and promised to meet once more when the situation permitted. He even invited me to his family estate in Cyrodiil. Who knows, if I still have time before the whole end of the world thing, I might even take him up on it. I decided to wait for the evening instead of entering the city immediately. It was better for wealthy Dunmer to not be noticed these days. So I waited until midnight and, while wearing some simple grey robes, just levitated across the river and snuck through the dock entrance into the city. I immediately made a beeline toward the Grey Quarter and quickly found myself once more entering the Nunis's Corner Club. As soon as I opened the patchwork wooden doors, everyone inside went quiet and turned toward me, Tensions were very high these days, so the slight hostility in their looks was unsurprising, especially since I was completely hidden by my clothing. I quickly summoned my robes without the hood, much to everyone's surprise, but before people could start asking questions, the owner, Embrace Rendar, seemed to recognize me and greeted me. "Ah, Sarjo Revine. It is a pleasure to see you here once more. Please come in, I have some top-shelf Mazdi if you want to try it." The other patrons took the hint and returned to their own business. I approached the owner and gave him a thankful nod. "Evening, Rendar, I hope I didn't interrupt anything." He shakes his head. "No, they are just jumpy because of the recent tensions." I nod. "Yes, you did mention that in the letter." Embrace, seemingly just remembering that whole business, asks, "How are they all doing? We didn't really write to each other after you set up shop, and I have people here asking about their loved ones." I hum. "Most of them are satisfied with the work I gave them. Those 3 lads you sent seemed to have some potential, so I decided to train them up as household guards." He gives me a very surprised look. "Household guards? You say that as if you were some kind of noble," and then shakes his head and says in an apologetic tone, "It isn't my business anyways, I am just glad they have a future now." I roll my eyes. "Oh please, you run a tavern, of course you would fish for information." He gives me an awkward chuckle and shrugs. "Well, if you feel like sharing, do tell me." Smirking, I say, "I am indeed a noble of high rank, but that is all you are getting." "Can't blame a mayor for trying." He shrugs again. "But even if you weren't a noble, the tales of Winterhold's newest hero and enchanter are enough to assure me of their good fortune." Quite previously I might have gotten annoyed at how everyone seemed to know everything in these lands, but at this point, I was getting used to the gossip and rumor mill that seemed to run Skyrim more than the Jarls did. We turn silent for a while and I take my time sipping the strong salt rice wine. From what I remember, it was usually considered the poor mare's drink, but there were some brands that could take it to new heights here and there. After finishing my drink, I get down to business. I've heard some rumors about a certain Master Neuralian looking for some kind of alchemical artifact. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Embrace hums for a couple of seconds while scratching his chin wheel. I may or may not have heard something along those lines. He gives me an expectant look. I roll my eyes and summon a small garnet from my storage and place it on the counter. He swipes it quickly and smiles. "A pleasure doing business with you. I have indeed heard about Master Neuralian making some kind of breakthrough with his search for the artifact known as the White Phial, but he suddenly turned very sick and is having issues even standing, much less actually searching for it." Thank you for the info. I will be leaving now. Have a prosperous night. As I exit the corner club and unsummon my more flashy robes, my locket suddenly starts giving me that odd feeling again, almost as if it was guiding me somewhere. I hope Mephala didn't suddenly decide to play a prank on me, I think, as I start following the feeling. It leads me deeper into the Grey Quarter, down winding cramped streets. On my way to my presumed destination, I am surrounded by what can only be described as a wall of poverty. Almost everyone I see seems to barely have food to survive, and let's not even talk about clothing. As I keep walking, I notice a malnourished Dunmer child begging at a corner. I wordlessly summon a loaf of bread and some jerky I had in my inventory and give it to her. She gives me a restrained thanks and runs off without looking back. "That is some respectable paranoia you have there, kid. It will lead you places." I shake my head and move on. I finally arrive at the spot Mephala is leading me to. At the end of an empty alley stands a small iron door. Looking around with my magic sight just in case, I notice the doors have an alarm enchantment but no traps. I knock a couple of times and wait. The place around me suddenly becomes completely silent and I sense a bit of tension in the air. I activate my third eye just in time to sense something behind me and quickly summon my robes while turning around and casting a telekinetic push at whoever was behind me. The presumed attacker is launched into a nearby wall and slumps down, still conscious but disoriented. I walk over and look down at the young Dunmer. "Is this how you greet your guests, you little fetcher?" He shakes his head and goes to get up, but I channel my fear spell and he wisely decides to remain seated. I will ask again, "Why exactly did you try and sneak up at me?" He takes a shaky breath. "Others aren't supposed to know about this place." I blink. "And you didn't think for a moment that there might be a reason I was able to find it?" He gives me a blank stare before his eyes widen a bit. He raises his hands in a placating manner and slowly gets up. If my hunch is right, you will want to speak with the boss then. I raise an eyebrow, not that he can see that. Oh? And what is stopping you from ambushing me once we enter? He snorts. So please, you speak as if you couldn't blow the entire place to bits. Right, I point at the door. Well, and you go, and no funny business or I am going to test your theory. He shrugs and leads me through the door. The room inside seems to be some kind of tiny storehouse with a bunch of empty bottles arrayed on wooden shelves, but my new guide leads me to the one on the left and removes a specific bottle, making the shelf move to the side and open up a passage. He leads me deeper in and we soon enter a wide room that seems to be a mixture of a tavern and some kind of hideout. There are about a dozen Dunmer inside, but seeing as I am being led inside they ignore me after a bit of staring. So this is some kind of rogue guild, and judging by who led me here I guess they are either Moragtong LARPers or an actual guild branch. I am shown into a side room inside of which I see a familiar face talking to someone wearing some very well enchanted dark leather armor. I cannot even sense their aura fully even with my third eye. The masked individual turns to me. If you are quite done with your staring, Dagoth, I think it is high time you told us why you are here. Everyone else, including me, tenses up at the individual's words, but after no one does anything I shrug and take a seat opposite said masked mare. I am not even going to ask how you know that, it is far too much effort at this point. I remove my hood and turn to the other mare in the room. Long time no see, Davos. He blinks slowly and then his eyes light up in realization. Ah, well, if it isn't the bleeding heart himself. And then his eyes suddenly narrow. Wait, why the fuck did the boss call you Dagoth? I look at him like he is an idiot and he just stares back. The boss ends our little staring contest with a cough. As I was saying, would you kindly inform us about the reason of your presence here? I simply pull out the locket and place it on the table without showing any emotion. The leader stills for a second before letting out a short breath. Well, why didn't you say so immediately, Sarjo? How may the Quartermaster's Guild be of service? Davos looks at his boss and then at me and repeats this a couple of times before throwing his hands in the air with some frustration and grabbing a drink. I raise an eyebrow. Quartermaster's Guild? Really? I think I see the boss smirk under their mask. It's just a bit of wordplay, but we both know what the guild really is, don't we? Judging by our shared patron, I may have a guess or two. Davos raises a hand comically. If I could just cut in a bit here. We both turn to him and wait. What the fuck is going on here? The presumed guild leader lets out an exasperated sigh and says in a tired voice, the young lord here is favored by the webweaver, who led him to us so he may acquire some professional help. Davos looks at me like I grew a second head. How did a softa like you get their favor of Aldidra? I shrug. Shanked a Telvanni master that wanted to mind rape me. He raises a finger to call me on my presumed bullshit, but my look tells him enough and he just slowly lowers it and returns to his drink. The boss starts impatiently tapping the floor with their foot and I give them an apologetic look. Right, sorry about that. The reason I am here is that I need some, as you call it, professional help, but not for anything specific. I think I can sense a raised eyebrow, so I go on. I want to hire one of your agents on retainer for some time. I am heading into solitude and having someone to gather information or end someone for me when needed would be very useful. The boss seems to mull it over for a bit before speaking. This can be done, but you should know even with the blessing you carry it won't be cheap. I shrug. I am ready to pay a premium for professional work, either money or enchantments, whichever you prefer. The leader seems satisfied with this and turns towards Davos. Congratulations, you just got a new job. Davos looks like he just swallowed a lemon but sighs and nods. I chuckle for a bit before we start haggling. I exit the guild base with Davos now following me, fully equipped for travel and looking quite done with life. I smirk at him. Why so dour, Davos? We are going on an adventure. That is what I am afraid of, he grumbles and jogs after me. My next destination, the White Phial store. Chapter 62, Chapter 3, White Phial, Part 1. As we are walking the still quiet streets of Windhelm, my new helper, yes, let us go with helper, speaks up. So temp. Boss, what exactly are we doing? I yawn. Well, the first thing I am doing is getting some sleep. He lets out an annoyed grunt, making me snicker. After a bit more walking, I say I am going to be visiting the alchemist on the market square in an attempt to obtain his life's work. You can just follow me around or something. I really don't need your more special services until we arrive at Solitude. He nods and we continue walking. As I ponder future possibilities, I get an idea and turn to Davos. Actually, do you have skills in detecting mundane traps and the like? He nods and looks at me as if to say, why did you even hire me? I roll my eyes at his reaction and say nothing. We spend the night in one of the more luxurious inns in the Grey Quarter, which to be fair isn't saying much considering that by luxurious I really mean containing the barest amenities. As soon as I get ready we leave, already having paid when we arrived. We walk towards the market square and see the streets grow noticeably less crowded and more prosperous. I can practically see Davos getting more and more angry, but he keeps a lid on it. The market square is absolutely massive when compared to what one would see in the game. If I had to make a comparison, it was probably larger than a good part of the in-game city. There were all manner of vendors present, but a noticeable lack of those of the more arcane variety. Guess that the center of racism is also the center of superstition of Skyrim. We take our time weaving through the assembling crowd and take great care not to bump into people or get bumped into. I even felt someone try and pickpocket me but wasn't at all worried as all of my valuables were safe in my storage. A small part of me wanted to blow it out of proportion, and I do mean blow, as in fireball, but I controlled my inner pyromaniac and satisfied myself with merely making the pickpocket slip and fall on his face with telekinesis. I think I heard a very light snicker from Davos at this. Finally we arrived at our destination, the White Phial alchemy shop. I open the door and am surprisingly greeted with the same scene from the game, with the old Altmer assuring his apprentice he will be fine in a tired old voice. The apprentice, Quintus if I remember correctly, shakes his head. Master, you are far too old to make the journey, we don't even know what lurks in those caves. Neuralian goes to assure him again but barely gets out an I can Jew before he is stopped by a fit of coughing. His student forces him to sit down. You aren't well to even work, much less travel, sit down and I will fetch you some tonic. And walks off to the back rooms, not paying even a bit of attention to us. I walk over to the counter and greet the old elf. Master Neuralian, it is an honor to meet an alchemist of your renown. He scoffs at me. Oh, stop with that and tell me what you want. Rude. I ignore the grouchy asshole's tone and focus on why I am here. If you don't mind me asking, what was that argument about? He seems to be almost happy he can complain to someone other than his student if his tone is anything to go by. Oh, just an old mare's life's work, is all. I've finally derived the location of the White Phial, but my doting busybody of an apprentice won't let me go out and fetch it. I raise an eyebrow. I mean, not to be another busybody as you call it, but you do look like you can barely stand. He waves me off. I know that, but I can't let the opportunity to finally discover the secret go. I hum for a bit and shrug. I could get it for you if you wish. He looks me over for the first time since I arrived and scratches his beard. Yes, you do feel powerful, you could help this old man indeed. The phial is buried with its maker Curel Mill, in a long-forsaken cave west of Windhelm. His gaze turns dreamy. Curel Mill was a crafty one, even in death. You would need the skill of a master alchemist to reach its resting place, and then gives me a proud look. Luckily for us, I have already created the complete mixture, offering it to me. He says, here, take it. And don't dally, I don't have much time left. I take the concoction and while I pretend to place it within my robes I ask, why is the phial so important to you anyway? He sighs tiredly. I have spent my entire life searching for it. It even brought me to this frozen land from Somerset. Lucky for you, I mumble, and he gives an affirmative grunt. Entire years I have spent in libraries and small homesteads, seeking out even the smallest hints of the phial's location. He seems to have aged even more as he speaks. I even named my shop after it in hopes of attracting any who might have heard of it. And now that it is within my grasp, it seems the gods decided to choose me for their amusement. I nod at his story, pretending to be respectful. A worthy quest indeed. I will set out immediately and find the phial for you with utmost speed. He makes an expression that I think is meant to be encouraging but just makes him look even older and more worn out. I leave the shop followed by Davos and head to the gates of Windhelm. As we close in on them I mutter, I really hope that there are no asshole guards today, my hands feel really itchy to burn something right now. The derisive chuckling of Davos is not reassuring. There were indeed asshole guards at the gate, but through the incredible power of being used to people's bullshit I managed to not introduce their insides to fresh air. Checking out the map Neuralian gave me, I learned that the cave is about half a day west-northwest from Windhelm. Thankfully it is just a straight path there with no annoying mountaineering we would have to do. Now that I think about it, if it was so close to a big city, how come it took people so long to discover the place? Maybe Nords are really just a people designed by the gods to disappoint me. I mean seriously, they turned from a group of mountain-breaking shouting barbarians into just a worse version of the Imperials, and now I am empathizing with Ulfric's opinions, which is a thought I kill as soon as it enters my mind. The trip to the Forsaken Cave is thankfully free of any interruptions, and there was an entire hour during the day where the temperature was above freezing. After getting to the marked location and a bit of searching, we managed to find the cave entrance hidden behind some large trees and piled up stones. The passage inside is thankfully wide enough for us to enter, and the moment we do we are almost blinded by the lights reflected against the perma-frozen walls. Adjusting my eyes a bit, I also notice a terrible stench of blood and excrement. Davos, who entered behind me, takes a sniff and after a bit of thinking whispers trolls. Nodding at his words, I cast Muffle on the both of us and all the other preparatory spells on myself, before descending further into the cave. Instead of the Nordic ruin I was expecting, the frozen natural cave goes on for some time, and just when I am about to ask where the trolls were, we finally notice them. 3 snow trolls standing around a fire eating the remains of something distinctly human-looking. This was also the first time I actually saw a troll in this life, and let me tell you, they are far more intimidating than one might imagine, 2.5 meter tall hunks of muscle with arms larger than my torso. Thankfully I am a mage, so there is no need to get anywhere close to these monsters. I point Davos to a corner and he gives me a quizzical look, but I merely point again and summon my staff. He shrugs his shoulders and hides. The trolls don't seem to have noticed us yet, so I take my time overcharging a fireball. One of them sniffs the air and abruptly turns toward me, but it is already too late, as all he sees is a glowing ball of red flames that soon hit him in the face, detonating into a beautiful explosion. The troll I hit directly is almost completely disintegrated, while another seems to have lost an arm and a leg. The final one appears to be merely singed and with a roar charges at me with surprising speed. I fire a lightning beam at it, destroying one of its hands, but it soon reaches me, and just as it is about to swipe my head clean off with its remaining hand, I use my Magicka-enhanced strength to swing my bladed staff and remove its head in one movement. While I revel in the feeling of power I got from destroying such dangerous creatures, I notice the last troll slowly crawling towards me with fury in all 3 of its eyes, and while I do appreciate their choice of ocular evolution, there is only one fate awaiting it. I put the creature out of its misery with a lightning bolt and hear Davos exit his hiding spot behind me. He mutters with some surprise, "Since when were you able to do all that? The last time I saw you, you barely threw around firebolts." I smirk behind my mask and shrug my shoulders. Just because most magi are lackwit idiots who spend more time training their fetchers and getting drunk doesn't mean I have to follow their example. He shakes his head. "You are what? 20? 25? 17? I can see his eyes trying to escape his face as he mutters, "What the fuck?" I cackle quietly. The House of Dagoth is a path to many abilities, some might consider unnatural. Davos blinks and then seemingly forces himself back into the present. "Yeah sure, whatever you say, Shermit Jr., let's get on with this, I really need a drink." I hum as we walk deeper into the cave. "Shermit Jr. I think I will keep that one." He stumbles for a second but proceeds to ignore me. After a couple more turns we are finally met with an old Nordic door that looked like it hasn't been opened for eras. I approach it and after we both confirm there are no traps, enter the actual place we were here for. Time to raid some dead Nords. For the honor of Morrowind, of course, not at all the loot. Chapter 63, Chapter 4, White Phial, Part 2. The smell of the tomb was stale, to say the least. The place probably didn't get a lot of air for thousands of years at this point, and it showed, although it surprisingly smelled more of long evaporated oils and smoke than it did of rotten corpses. Quest issued: attain the complete White Phial reward. Drinking from the phial will have a stronger effect. Free buffs? Sign me the hell up. As we descended the stairway leading below, I turned to Davos and asked, "You know how to activate scrolls?" He nods and I toss him a couple of scrolls of invisibility from my storage in case of emergency, hide and ambush whatever I am fighting. He accepts the scrolls and we move on. The ancient crypt is built in the usual style one might see in the game, but while it looked simple it gave a far more foreboding feeling the deeper it went. A warning to leave, or just the usual aura of death. The first few halls are empty of any draugr, but the still burning fires hint at their continued maintenance of the crypt. The moment I took one step into one of the larger halls, a feeling of supernatural dread tried to worm its way into my mind. I quickly shook off what was obviously an illusion ward, but Davos just stood there shivering, and before I could free him from it I heard many very familiar growls coming from the catacombs. In mere moments 24 draugr started piling from the sides, making a rudimentary formation. Thankfully, most of the desiccated Nordic zombies wore almost no armor and had the aura barely above a skeleton. Their leader on the other hand was fully armored in their ancient style and wielded a great sword covered in glowing blue runes. Deciding to leave no advantage to the enemy, I quickly started casting protection spells and before they could start charging at me shouted YOL, instantly turning half of the formation into fine ashes. Their leader seemed to growl something and the meat shields started rushing me. As they approached I started firing sunbeams at them and cutting them down like grass, their grunts of pain music to my ears. One managed to reach me only to quickly get bisected by my staff, and just as I was about to turn and start bombarding the leader I noticed him almost standing in my face and swinging his blade at my neck. Thinking quickly I launch myself to the ground by using telekinesis on my robes and narrowly avoid a swift death. Although hitting the floor did leave me winded, I quickly roll to the side and dodge another blow aiming for me. Thank Dagoth for my third eye, because without it I would have been bisected twice already. The draugr leader raised his blade again, but I was already up and swinging at his own neck while making a victorious smirk. Said smirk was quickly wiped from my face as he whirled with supernatural speed and deflected my blow while giving me a mocking look with his glowing dead eyes. "Oh, is this how you want to play then, you little shit?" I launch a disintegrating lightning bolt at his chest, but he jerks to the side and only looses an arm. His eyes light up with fury and I get a bad feeling. He moves almost as if taking in air, and I shout fuss. On instinct just in time for him to respond with his own fuss ro da. Our shouts clash with a thunderous sound and mostly cancel each other out. His full shout still manages to throw me against the wall, but thankfully it isn't enough to turn me into paste. No matter this man's skill in life, he was only a husk of a soul bound to a body, meaning he had no true power behind his Thursday. My foolish impromptu pondering is quickly stopped with the sound of rushing steps, and once again I barely manage to escape the great sword aiming for my head by rolling away in the nick of time. Deciding that enough is enough, I channel more power into my wind cloak and it starts noticeably chipping at his skin. While the draugr grunts from the damage, I point the tip of my staff at him and shout wood. Using my speed and weight to impale him while also setting him on fire in the process. The draugr White or Overlord, I am not sure about the classification, glares at me and tries to bite my face off in a last-ditch effort to kill me. But before he can realize the pointlessness of biting into an ebony mask, I summon my jagged dagger and stab it into his chin and through his head. The zombie slumps onto the ground and I quickly incinerate the corpse just in case. Taking some deep breaths and calming myself down, I look to Davos, who seems to have finally calmed himself down, and ask in an annoyed tone, "You done pissing yourself there?" He blinks awake from whatever fearful haze he was in and gives me an embarrassed look. "Oh, yeah boss, sorry about that. Dunno what came over me." I roll my eyes. It was a fear ward, basic stuff meant to paralyze you in place while the good zombies give you their most generous hospitality. He shivers a bit and then, to my great surprise, gives me a small bow. "Please forgive my incompetence, Sarjo, it won't happen again." I blink, a bit dumbfounded by the sudden formality before drawling out "Right, see that it doesn't. And then clap. Now I am tired from going one mere army against these assholes, so please at least search the place while I try and rest a bit." He nods and gets to work while I slump against a pillar and overview the fight in my mind. The lower tier Dragr are absolute jokes. This was to be expected as even novice adventurers have little problem calling them. The leader on the other hand was a scary opponent, and I will have to be ready to focus fire on those in the future. Fighting the others in melee at the same time is a far more attractive prospect than what I just went through. After a couple of minutes, Davos returns with some enchanted ancient Nord swords and old silver coinage. I sigh and get up while dusting off my robes. Any traps or ambushes waiting for us? He shakes his head. No, just some more passages leading into another large room with only a couple of coffins in it. Might be Curel Mill's resting place, and if our previous encounter is anything to go by, he will probably be in there and waiting to punish us for disturbing his rest. Davos scoffs. These Nords really should learn to burn their dead at this point. Quite. For a people that claim to respect their ancestors, they sure do practice a lot of necromancy. We both share a chuckle while I store the enchanted items we found, including the great sword of ice I got from the leader. The final chamber, or what is supposed to be the final chamber in any case, looks very close to what I remember, a large word wall surrounded by Nordic coffins. I signal Davos to use a scroll and hide while I summon Scorch and prepare to cast my strongest spells while my familiar flies near the ceiling and gets ready for an ambush. Taking a deep breath, I step into the chamber, and once again, just as the previous one, a wave of dread hits me, but with me being prepared this time, it is like a slight wind against my mind, not even making me flinch. The lid of the central coffin is blown away and what I think is an ancient Nordic lich levitates out of it, while another 4 armored Dragr exit the side coffins. Taking the initiative once more, I target the 2 closest to me with red beams of lightning and erase them in moments. Before I can target the 2 remaining warriors, I sense a large amount of magicka heading toward me and instinctively overcharge a ward, which proves to be a very good decision as I see a massive ice spear almost break through it. I immediately retaliate with red lightning, which gets blocked in turn by a ward cast by what I presume is Curel Mill. We start exchanging spells, and while his destruction seems weaker than my own, his wards are enough to stalemate me. While we are busy fighting our magical duel, the 2 other Dragr don't sit idle and charge at me with their axes. Just when I am about to levitate out of the way, one of them gets shot with a bolt to the eye while the other's face is covered in a very large burning hawk clawing at him. I redouble my efforts against the lich and start switching from lightning to fire and sun spells to keep him guessing. I hear a whistle to my side and smirk. Casting a blinding flash, I hear the sound of a crossbow releasing. Curel Mill flinches as a bolt penetrates his side, and this gives me the perfect opportunity to push my attack. He is returned to his rest within moments. I observe the battlefield for any new threats, and finding none, release the tension with a long breath. Hearing Scorch chirping to the side, I turn to see him standing proudly on top of a very mangled Dragr corpse. With a chuckle, I toss him a nut from my storage and he grabs it with a happy chirp. Davos appears from one of the corners of the room looking very uncomfortable. I might have shaken the fear this time, but it is still fucking awful, he says and spits on the ground. I make a hollow chuckle. Just be happy you weren't bombarded with fear spells during battle mage training. I shiver. My teacher is fucking insane. He gives me a pitying look and says awkwardly, well, at least it helped you survive this. I am struck with flashbacks and I believe my eyes look dead even through the mask. Was it worth it though? We could talk about your trauma after we leave this shithole. Let's focus for now yet. I exit my torture flashbacks and return to the present. Yet, we should be just about done with this place. We search the chamber for any loot and find some more enchanted trinkets in Curel Mill's ashes. There is a chest in front of the word wall containing some coins and mundane jewelry again. Speaking of the word wall, I approach it and try and feel something from it, but all I hear or feel is the sound of my own breath. I shrug my shoulders, having already expected this, and scribble down the small story engraved in Dovahzul on the wall in case someone at the college is interested in them. Following the path leading below, we find a bowl meant for the key. I pour the mixture Neuralian gave me and the stone slab slides downwards, opening a path forward. And inside on a pedestal lies the damn bottle, cracked and without any power. I pick it up and look it over. Its aura is unique but weak. Whelp, it's fucked. Davos snorts. I can see that, boss. What are you going to do with it? I shrug and play dumb. We might as well return it to Nurlian. He might be able to fix it, or maybe just place it on a display as an advertisement or something. My companion asks with a very doubtful voice, you don't want it for yourself? I reward his question with my most mocking laugh. Oh, of course I want it. If he manages to fix it, I am taking it willingly or not. Now you are speaking my language. He chuckles and we get to looting anything left in the place. An hour later we leave the cave and head towards Windhelm once more. Chapter 64, Chapter V, White Phial, Part 3. We returned to Windhelm just as the gates were about to be closed for the night. The gate guard tried to be an annoyance again, but my patience was wearing thin after a long day of fighting and scrounging through a stinky tomb, so a quick application of the fear spell had us entering the city while leaving behind the irritating Nord with soiled pants. We made a beeline toward the White Phial shop and met Quintius, who was just about to close the shop for the day. Is Master Nurlian in? I ask hastily. He seems to recognize me and shakes his head sadly. He is, but he is not feeling too well. Before he can close the door I raise a hand asking him to wait. I retrieved the phial, even if it was damaged when I found it. His eyes widen. Can I see it? I nod and hand it over to him. He looks it over and sighs. If we give it to Master Nurlian right now he will just be disappointed. I have an idea how to fix it, but the materials would be almost impossible to get in time. Pretending not to know I ask, and what do you need to fix the phial? He thinks for a bit and says I would need a finely ground mammoth tusk, a briar heart and some never-melting snow. But then sighs in realization. The mammoth tusk I already have in store, the briar heart we could get with some effort, but the snow would be impossible as it can only be found on the peak of the throat of the world. I cup my chin. I have an idea on how to get both the heart and snow. Could you give me a couple of hours? He scoffs, disappointed in himself, as if I have any other options. Please do go ahead and hurry. Master Nurlian doesn't have much time and closes the door. Turning to Davos I ask, you got a place where we could summon something just a tiny bit illegal? Like what? A Dremora merchant, of course. I give him my brightest smile. He shivers but nods. Yes, follow me and please make sure it doesn't kill us all. No promises, I say in a cheery voice. Davos stumbles, glares at me, and turns back to our destination while grumbling in annoyance. We finally stop in a back alley in the Grey Quarter. Davos points to the ground. There you go, summon your merchant pal. Not really caring why he chose this place, as I have already checked his motivations with my blessing and found he really just want to do some honest work like a proper professional. I use a scroll to summon Zelzaz. The Dremora appears with his usual calculating smile. Ah! My newest star customer, how delightful to see you again. He looks at Davos with a calculating look and turns to me while shaking his head in disappointment. I am sorry Revine, but you can't trade your friend here, not enough meat on him unfortunately. Davos pales and stares at us. We give him completely serious looks in return for a bit before breaking into laughter at his expense. Ah, that one always gets them, Zelzaz wheezes out. Davos glares at us and gives me the finger. Zelzaz then returns to his business mode. How can I help you this fine evening, Revine? I list off the ingredients we need. He takes out a comically long scroll and looks it over him. I can get you the briar heart easily, but the snow is impossible, I am afraid to say. My shoulders slump slightly. I expected as much, but it didn't hurt to ask. Just give me the heart then. Before he can get to scrounging through his stall, which appeared next to him, I add, oh, and I have those rings you ordered last time. Not looking back he says, just toss them here, I'll deduct the price from your pay. I do as requested and throw 5 rings at his stall, who then magically fall right into a specific shelf. Finally, after about a minute, Zelzaz exclaims, ah! Found you, and brings out a bloody briar heart. Is that sanitary? I ask with a raised eyebrow. He shrugs at, the thane that sold it to me says it retains its potency better with the blood or something, I dunno. Maybe he was just too lazy to clean it. So long as it works I really don't care, I shrug. That's the spirit. He smiles and tosses me the heart with a couple of sapphires. He goes to continue our conversation but suddenly stills. It seems I have to go, another customer calling and all that. Enjoy your heart. And disappears with a pop. As soon as he is gone I hear Davos groan. I swear to all the gods, if you keep doing this I will get grey hairs. Ha, right. We wouldn't want you to become all monochromatic. Mono what now? Don't worry about it. He shakes his head and wisely decides to ignore my shenanigans. How are you going to get the snow then? Not going to summon a bloody prince, are you? I scratch my chin in thought. An interesting proposal. But I don't think Mephala trades in snow, unfortunately. He pales for a second. Please just do your thing now. I apologize for whatever I did to you, just have mercy. I laugh. Ah, she was right, fucking with people is quite fun, although I don't think that is the exact thing she meant. He lets out another sigh, probably preparing for more, but I clap my hands. All right, I'll get to it. Oi Scorch, come out. At my words my large hawk friend pops up next to me and gives me a curious look. I smile at him. Could you please fly to the throat of the world and get me some snow from the peak? The bird gives me a deadpan stare and the equivalent of a middle finger with his claw. Ah, don't be like that. I will give you a bunch of treats tomorrow. His head twitches cutely before he returns to glaring at me. I can see a calculating gaze in his eyes. I am so proud right now. Fine, I will give you a bunch for a week. Happy now? Scorch seems to mull it over for a bit before reluctantly agreeing and flying off. You are one weird mare, Revine, I hope you know that. I spread my arms and declare to the skies, better weird than boring. Scorch's POV. He is so getting pecked when I get back. Fly to the tallest mountain in the land, he said. I'll give you treats, he said. It will be simple, he said. I am so going to bankrupt his grey ass. As soon as I manage to exit this storm that is. I keep on gliding around the icy winds and after getting bored call my fire cloak, as Pops called it. The ice splits around me and I rush to the mountain peak I see below me. Finally I break through the massive snowstorm and what awaits on the other side is a surprisingly calm mountain peak covered in what feels like a warm embrace. I think he refers to this as magic fuckery. I look around and notice a suspiciously glowy bunch of snow. I grab the little pouch tied to my claw and try and put some inside. Youch! That is cold, but the treats won't earn themselves. You can do this, Scorchy boy, just think of the nuts. After a glorious battle with the wicked snow I finish my conquest, and whimper like a chick. No one must know. Just as I am about to fly off again I hear the sound of air being moved and turn around. Why is there a massive scaly bird standing on the big rock? Is he here to take my secret? You will not have me. The scaled bird hums in a powerful voice. It is not often I have visitors on my mountain. I wonder, why would one of your kind come to this place? To take your snow, you dumb scaled bird. What kind of bird even has scales? Are you deficient? Hearing my mighty battle cry the scaled degenerate chuckles. Truly, the wonders of Mundus never cease to amaze me. It is a shame we cannot speak. Its size. I give him the middle finger, same as Pops taught me. Can't speak at? Are you even a bird? Fucking NWAS. I grab my pouch and fly off before more of its degeneracy can touch me. Just as I am about to enter the storm again I hear low Vokor. And the storm disappears. As I am flying away the scaled thing chuckles again. Safe travels, little one. Revine's POV. About 3 hours later Scorch returns with a pouch filled with never-melting snow. I am about to tease him about flying through a storm but he just huffs and disappears into my Magikarp reserve. Rude. Shrugging my shoulders at my grouchy hawk boy I clap my hands. Come Davos, we have a bottle to yoink. My companion wakes from his impromptu nap and grunts in affirmation. Soon we are at the shop again, knocking at the door. I hear rushing footsteps and Quintus opens the door with a frantic look on his face. Do you have it? I smile. Yes we do. 1 briar heart and unmelting snow, just as requested. He grabs the components from my hands and rushes back inside. We follow him slowly and find him already hard at work in front of an alchemy table. We stand around waiting for an hour before Quintus lets out an excited breath and rushes upstairs, sharing a look. Me and Davos shrug and follow him again into the alchemy master's private room. The old elf seems to be barely conscious, but still seems to have a tiny bit of life left in him. Quintus brings out the now glowing white phial and shows it to him. Master, look. It is the phial. Neuralian looks at it longingly, tears soon leave his eyes as he whispers his final words. Marvelous. We are all silent for a minute before Quintus turns to me. I sense his motivations and it seems he wants to use the phial to become powerful and surpass his teacher. Now that won't do at all. I stealthily signal Davos and he nods. As he does so I distract Quintus by asking, what do you plan on doing now? He smiles at me. I will follow my master's teachings and become a better alchemist than Curel Mill himself. Giving me a bow he says, thank you for your help, truly. I smirk and Quintus is grabbed from behind as Davos forces a vial of poison down his throat. Truly, a shame to have such a young and talented alchemist become so distraught at his master's death that he chose to follow him into the afterlife. His eyes widen, but the potent poison cares very little for his feeble defiance. As the life leaves Quintus' eyes I turn to Davos, who has a business-as-usual expression on his face that won't leave any traces, will it? He scoffs. What do you take me for? I shrug. Just make sure to copy his handwriting from a ledger and write down a suicide note. The guard probably won't care all that much for an imperial, but I don't want loose ends. He nods and gets to work. I grab the white phial and hear quest completed. Well, hello there, beautiful. As I smile at my newest artifact I swear I can hear Mephala's gleeful laughter in the back of my head. The white phial, the work of the ancient Nord alchemist Curel Mill, it is said to refill the liquid placed into it from pure magicka once every day. The phial has been empowered by a mysterious force, making every potion it creates more powerful. Chapter 65, Chapter 6, A Companion's Quest. After carefully setting up the crime scene and making sure Davos got the handwriting right, we left the shop through a side window just in case and headed for the corner club to get some drinks in celebration. In the meantime, I poured the most powerful potion of regeneration into the white phial. Just because I might not use it personally, there was no reason not to earn some extra cash for basically no effort. We greeted the owner, took our seats, and ordered some hearty stew and sujamma. While I was relaxing, Davos decides to ask, so, Mr. Junior, what are you doing in Skyrim anyway? From what I know of your house I am surprised you aren't in Morrowind plotting to take over or something, he finishes humorously. I chuckle into my drink. Well, while my grandfather was rather wild with his goals, my father decided fuck that and just left for Cyrodiil and joined up with the Legion out of spite. Davos raises an eyebrow. Who was your grandfather anyway? Some kind of higher up in the cult or something. The smile I give him shakes him to his core. He pales a bit. No fucking way. I cackle. Yes fucking way. He palms his face slowly. I thought you were just the last member of the house, not an actual descendant. I guess my existence really is that unbelievable to some people. Did you really think just anyone gets to become this powerful this quickly? I retort with a raised eyebrow. He takes a long swig of his drink and asks with hope in his voice, all right then, from your story I guess you and your father didn't really agree with what he was doing then. I shrug. My father stopped caring after some time and I was born 2 centuries after he died, so no real connection to be honest. The nobility and magical talent are nice to have, but that is just about the extent of my relation to him. We were careful not to mention who we were talking about out loud just in case. Davos lets out a relieved sigh. Okay, good. I thought I might have gotten myself into something I really wouldn't want to get myself into. Relax, Davos, all I do is for my own personal greed and desires. No world conquest or religious warfare, just good old mortal wants. I make a show of enjoying my drink. He chuckles, a lot less nervous. I can drink to that. After a short break he asks again, you still didn't answer my question though, what are you doing in Skyrim? I look around just in case someone is listening before answering. My father got himself and my mother assassinated by Thalmor for some plot that he discovered. The Imperials just rolled over and pretended nothing happened, so I left the place in disgust. I take another swig of my drink. I was wondering aimlessly for a bit, but then decided to just pursue what I always wanted to and become a mage. So I traveled up to Winterhold, and a year later, here we are. Davos smiles wryly. Still can't believe it took you only a year to get this powerful. I actually am not that strong really, I shrug. Oh. Yup, I just got so good at enchanting that my robes and jewelry almost double my power. I summon my magicar rings as a demonstration. Ah, so that is why that Dremora was so eager when you called. He scratches his chin in wonder. I nod. Apparently I am very rare among enchanters in the sense that I really don't care who buys my things, and don't underestimate how useful having a merchant a scroll away truly is. You won't see me complaining about that, he says before shaking his head. Still, Dremora are right terrifying. I nod seriously that they are. During our first meeting I was prepared to blow up the entire summoning chamber at a moment's notice in case he tried something. I continue recounting some of my adventures, naturally leaving out any details that are too important. When we are ready to depart, Davos asks me about getting himself some enchanted gear, and I tell him that I will give him a big discount, but that is about it. He grumbled but accepted in the end, as we did get a bunch of loot from the crypt we raided. We got up early in the morning and headed toward the gates completely refreshed and calm, almost as if we didn't murder a man in cold blood yesterday. In truth, this world treated killing someone with far less weight than what I was used to before. This was even more true for my new race. But after over a full year and all my experiences, it didn't bother me. That one item I killed for could save my life or the life of a loved one in the future, and I will never regret committing murder for it. My musing was stopped as we reached the gate of the city, and unfortunately, that same guard I made piss himself yesterday was on duty right now. I could feel his glare through the helmet he wore and knew that he was going to be an annoyance. Well. Look who it is. Want to leave the city at elf? He asks in a spiteful tone. I roll my eyes and say I will give you 10 septims to fuck off. If his voice is anything to go by, he has a cruel smile behind his helmet. That will be 200 for your tone, elf. I quickly look around and notice that he is alone. Well, Nordling, looks like it is my lucky day. I look back at him and sigh in a pretend defeated tone. Fine, I just want to leave this shithole anyways. I can feel his smirk widening. Just for that I am raising it to 300, elf. He practically spits out the elf. I pretend to go for my money pouch and he opens his palm to receive it, but instead of gold in his hands, he gets a magically empowered fist to the face. He slams against the wall and slumps down. I made sure to hold back just enough not to break his neck, but he will feel this for months. Good. I quickly search him and take his money purely out of spite. Just to add insult to injury, I grab a bottle of mead from my inventory and spill it all over him. That will teach you to annoy me, you little shit. I finally leave behind the suffocating city, followed by a gleeful Davos. Equals. It Durak's POV. It has been an entire year since I joined the honorable companions of Ysgramor. And what a glorious year it was. I got to fight strong beasts, dishonorable bandits, and even a necromancer. Although sadly most of the work I got was grunt work. It was all, hey Durak, go beat up this asshole who pissed off another asshole, or hey Durak, go kill a saber cat that some fucking how got into someone's house. Seriously, how do you let a saber cat into your own home and not die in the process? At least the pelt went for a good bit of coin. I have grown greatly during this year, both in body and skill. No longer was I a lanky orc pup, now I was a true warrior of Malakath. I now towered over most of the humans in Whiterun, and I also looked at the part with the new traditional orc plate mail I ordered from Ireland. My fellow companions seemed to agree, as I was finally about to go on a real quest for once. Indeed, Farkas and I were on our way to a Nord crypt known as the Dustman's Cairn to retrieve another fragment of the Axe of Ysgramor, Wulya Thrad. I was honored they would allow me to take on such a task, even if I was being babysat, as some pointed out in good humor. We walked half a day away from Whiterun to our destination, Farkas armed with his great sword and me with my father's trusty spear. The cairn was out in the open, noticeable from all around, using only the Nord's own honor to protect the death rest of its inhabitants. We descended into the crypt with fire in our hearts, cleaving through its guardians and leaving them to rest once more. Many wights were cut apart by Farkas or crushed and pierced by my spear until finally, we reached a circular chamber. The door leading forward seemed to be locked, so my shield brother and I searched around. Most we found were urns with burial coins inside, which we left alone, or wrappings and tools for embalming the dead. Finally, I found a lever and excitedly pulled it. The passage behind me was shut suddenly with an iron gate, and my shield brother turned abruptly. "Oops." Shaking his head, he said, "Now look what you've gotten yourself into." And then gave me a reassuring smile. "No worries. Just sit tight. I'll find the release." Just as he was about to head forward to do so, a group of mostly humans wearing wolf pelts and armed with what looked like silver weapons surrounded him. Their leader shouted, "It's time to die, dog." Another added, "Truly, only an animal could be tricked into coming here alone," then turns to me with a disdainful look. "Well, mostly alone." My blood burned in fury at his words. They started inching toward my shield brother, words of mockery leaving their mouths. As they were about to attack, one said, "Killing you will make for a great story." Farkas smirked, "None of you will be alive to tell it." And as the words left his mouth, he started twitching at unnatural angles, fur growing from his skin. The ambushers tried to attack him with their silver blades, but he lashed out quickly and pushed them off. A massive werewolf now stood where Farkas once was. There were about a dozen of them, and while my shield brother fought valiantly, their blades managed to cut him. Every cut looked as if it had burned him, making him roar in pain. I tried everything to get out of my prison. I pushed the gate with my spear and it didn't budge. I struck the metal with all my fury, but all it did was hurt me. The number of cuts on Farkas increased, as the number of foes was reduced to only 5. Finally, my shield brother could stand no longer and sat down in a corner, surrounded and waiting for death. My heart was filled with both despair and fury, and I forced my eyes open and met them with my friend, hoping to honor his final moments. Just as the leader was about to end him, a sudden explosion of noise came from the entrance and a bolt of burning red lightning struck the attacker, turning him into dust. Another tried to finish Farkas, but a crossbow bolt hit his head. All of us turned toward the new arrivals and were met with a chilling sight. A tall figure with imposing black and purple robes, wielding a glowing bladed staff, stood there, followed by another shorter figure bearing the crossbow that had just ended a man. One of our attackers said in anger, "This is no business of your, sorcerer. Why do you attack the Silver Hand?" "The Silver Hand, hey? I will remember this." The sorcerer responds in a mocking tone, "I feel is familiar for some reason." "Dumbass about to be disintegrated says what?" Wah, and the dumbass was indeed disintegrated with another bolt thrown by the mage. "Gets them every time," chuckled a voice I felt was familiar for some reason. The 2 remaining ones charged at him in anger, but with a wave of his hand they were thrown against the wall, and with a wet crunch, dead. The sorcerer approached my wounded shield brother, and I feared the worst. As he was fiddling with something in his robes, he said to his companion Davos, "Go and find a way to open that gate while I deal with the puppy here." Farkas looked insulted but could barely even glare. I prepared to see my brother die once more, only for the sorcerer to pull out a glowing red potion and quickly force-feed it to him. "This should keep you alive until you transform back, then I can heal you properly," I hear him mutter, and see Farkas give a tired nod. Finally, the mysterious sorcerer that seemed here to save us approached me and looked at me with the 2 burning embers that were the only thing I could see under his hood. He stared for a good minute before chuckling, "Holy shit, Durak, you almost doubled in size. What do they feed you in Horvaskr?" Finally it clicked and my eyes widened. Revine. His mask and hood disappeared and I saw the face of my friend. "You got it, buddy," he winked with a smile. "What are you doing here?" I ask in confusion. "Wheel. That is a bit of a story." Chapter 66, Chapter 7, Horvaskr. Before meeting Durak, Revine's POV. Our march to Whiterun was mostly peaceful, with only a couple of hungry wolves bothering us with expected results. I tried some wolf meat out of sheer curiosity, and let me tell you, it's shit. We spent our nights either camping out near the road or resting at an inn, once more visiting that small out-of-the-way place with the reclusive and talented cook. Because I reserved my inventory for more important things, I had to lug around a large bag filled to the brim with treats for Scorch the entire way. He seemed really smug about that fact, but I didn't really mind all that much. After receiving some very curative memories from him, I could appreciate how hard it was for him to get me that unmelting snow. Thankfully Parthurnax seemed content to just let him bugger off, but that was to be expected seeing as he is the one preaching the way of the voice with the greatest fervor. A couple of days into our journey I noticed that the Volthium towers were once again occupied. Bandits this time. Luckily for them, they decided to just let us pass without bothering us after taking one good look at our equipment, well, mine mostly. All according to plan. When we passed the towers, Davos spoke up, genuine confusion in his voice. I don't get it. Those towers are the only passage between two halves of Skyrim for entire leagues, and the holds just let whoever wants to occupy them? What is with these Enwas? I chuckled. Oh, it is even worse. I passed through here last year and there was a weakling necromancer occupying the place. I honestly wouldn't be all that surprised if the occupants changed weekly. Davos' exasperation grows even further at my words. We walk on in silence for a bit before I decide to actually answer his question as for why the holds don't occupy it. Well, it is on the exact border between Eastmarch and Whiterun, so anyone taking it over would inevitably be provoking the other. He shakes his head. I get that, but this is literally the only trade lane between the holds. I shrug. Considering how butthurt Ulfric is about everyone and anyone, I wouldn't be all that surprised if he just didn't give a shit. Davos shakes his head once more. He might not care about us Dunmer, but he wouldn't damage his own hold. True, I agree with a nod. Maybe they just clean the place out weekly as some kind of military exercise or something. Honestly, boss, that would not surprise me one bit. We continued making more and more outlandish theories, Davos at one point proposing that the two Jarls got captured there at one point by a Dremora that had its wicked way with them, traumatizing them to the point that they repressed all memory of the towers to stop themselves from going mad. My judgment-filled stare followed him all the way to Whiterun. Seeing as I still had a couple of days of leeway until I had to rush to Solitude, I decided to go and grab the Dragonstone from Bleak Falls. Just to fuck with Delphine, and getting a way to dig up some dragon bones would be a nice bonus. While I left Davos to grab supplies, I visited the court wizard Farengar to bring him an enchantment order he made via letter, and chatted with him for a bit. The Jarl also decided to chime in at one point, and after giving him my greetings he questioned me about the state of the roads and the safety of travel. Maybe he was planning on going somewhere? Shrug. Not my problem. As I was leaving Dragon's Reach I bumped into Nazim, who seemed to want to say something incredibly arrogant, almost on instinct judging by his eyes. One application of fear later and I left another man with soiled pants behind me. While passing near the Gilder Green tree I remembered something, or someone to be more precise. If I was going dungeon crawling I might as well invite my Orcish friend for some drag-bashing fun. It has been more than a year since we parted ways and it would be nice to see how he was doing. I made my way to the overturned boat-turned-drinking hall and opened the large door. The rowdy atmosphere inside quieted down abruptly and I was now a target of a bunch of annoyed stares. Not caring one bit about annoying a bunch of meatheads I asked, "Is Durak in?" One of the obviously drunk companions slurred, "And who the fuck wants to know?" Before spitting on the ground. I treat the drunk's words as if they were air and turn to the rest. "So, is he in?" One of them goes to answer but his words are drowned out by that same drunk yelling, "I asked you a question, knife ear." I glare at the annoyance and activate fear on instinct. He seems to shiver for a bit but then gets even more angry and with a loud yell charges at me. Guess he at least has some balls if they let him in here. I sigh and simply smash him into the wall with telekinesis as he is about to grab me, and with all the nonchalance I can muster ask again, "Would someone please be as kind as to answer my question now?" There is some grumbling about cowardly mages among what I guess are the newer recruits, if their gear is anything to go by. Before I can grow even more irritated I hear a familiar voice. No, Durak isn't in. Why do you want him? I turn to see Vilkas approach me. Oh, hello there Vilkas. I was planning on an expedition into a tomb, so I thought to bring him along. He looks a bit confused at me treating him with familiarity, but then seems to recognize me after a while. Ah. You are that elf that arrived with him when he joined. I see you are doing well for yourself. I give a proud smirk. Indeed, I have been making great progress both in mind and wealth. He raises an eyebrow. Oh? And what about your sword arm then? You didn't get rusty, did you? Well, maybe a bit with the sword. He gives me a disappointed look, but I just smirk and summon my staff, giving him just the tiniest bit of a scare. He smiles wryly. I can see you already taking a stance. Good. So where is Durak anyway? He sighs. I am afraid I cannot tell you that. He is on an important quest for the companions. Oh, getting one of the fragments of that damnable axe is he? I blurt out without thinking. Everyone goes quiet at my words and Vilkas frowns. That axe is the weapon of our founder, you would do well to respect that. I ignore all the glares and shrug. While I do respect the companions as warriors, Isgrammer butchered an entire race of elves into extinction while wielding that weapon. You will have to forgive my lack of enthusiasm about it. He takes a deep breath and speaks slowly. You are entitled to your opinions. Before waving for me to follow him, come with me. The Harbinger will want to speak with you about that other thing you said. I check his motivations just in case he is planning to silence me, but it seems he is being honest with me. I really should remember that Nordic warriors do actually tend to be honorable, but a little paranoia won't hurt no one. Vilkas leads me downstairs toward the Harbinger's private room. As we are walking through the lower halls, I look around and am surprised by the opulence of the place. From what I saw in the game, I would have thought this place to be a pigsty, but there seem to be far more rooms, and most importantly they are clean and richly furnished. I guess that being one of the oldest warrior orders of Tamriel has its benefits. My thoughts are interrupted by Vilkas opening a door and inviting me in. We enter a small dining room, where an old yet well-built Nord seems to be having a light meal. My guide speaks first. Master, this elf was looking for Durak and easily guessed what he was doing. What do we do with him? Kodlak Whitemane sighs and says in a tired tone for the last time. Vilkas, I am nobody's master. His words seem to be completely ignored and he shakes his head before turning towards me. I remember there was a dark elf that came with Durak the day he joined us. That was you. I nod and he hums a bit before asking, and how exactly do you know he would be searching for a fragment of Wulyathrad? We don't go announcing such things until actually finding them. I chuckle and point to Vilkas. He specifically said he was on an important quest for the companions. He shows a hint of embarrassment on his face. After that it was easy to guess. The companions don't go on quests for the order itself, so it was either the axe, or you were trying to get your souls back from Herson. Kodlak sighs and Vilkas reaches for his weapon and charges at me in a flash, but before he can come close I whisper fuss in his direction and push him back. Both he and the Harbinger are stunned at what just happened and I laugh. Oh please, it is an open secret among any competent mage that the companions have sold their souls for power. I roll my eyes. Your auras practically scream beast. Vilkas flinches at the selling their souls part, but Kodlak merely shakes his head tiredly. The younger companion asks, Master, you already knew this? The old Nord merely chuckles. Of course I knew, boy. Vilkas turns his confused face in my direction, both fear and panic in his voice. Why did no one reveal our secret if they knew about it? Both me and Kodlak laugh at his question. I nod at the old man and he answers that is because they just don't care. Vilkas' eyes look like they are about to pop from his head and he simply slumps into his chair, before he once again abruptly turns to me. Wait, how the hell did you use a shout? Kodlak pipes in. Yes, I would also like to know that. I raise an eyebrow. You two didn't hear about Revine Flametongue then? Vilkas looks very surprised. Wait, that was you? I nod cheerfully. Yup. Got the name for burning half a force of Falmer with a shout. The harbinger seems less surprised and merely hums out, "Yes, you did give a feeling of strength when you entered. Before they can start pestering me about the Thursday on my cut, and so where did you send Durak then? I need him for a job." Kodluk seems to think for a bit before answering. "He went to the Dustman's cairn with Farkas to retrieve a fragment of Wulyathrad said to be entombed there." I stare at judgingly. "You sent just 2 men into a Nordic burial ground." He shrugs. "They are strong warriors, and as you know Farkas is a werewolf, so they will survive." I deadpan at him. "You do know that those Dragra are capable of shouting, don't you?" He slightly flinches and asks, "How sure are you of this?" "Just a week ago I was exploring another burial ground and one of them almost turned me into fine mist." He would have succeeded if I didn't counter it with my own Thursday. He seems to mull it over for a bit before letting out another tired sigh. "Very well then." He then gives me a serious look. "I would ask you for a favor." "Oh." I raise an eyebrow. "I want you to head to Dustman's cairn and make sure they both come back alive." Vilkas seems to be almost offended at this. "You don't think they can defend themselves?" Kodluk just sighs again, seemingly aging in real time. "I just don't want to bury more of my students, Vilkas. It is an old man's job to worry." He then seems change into some kind of lecture mode. "And if the threat is real, getting help from a mage is not ever a bad thing. Even Isgrammer had powerful clever men as his companions, and we too aren't above such things." Vilkas scoffs and leaves the room. "Fine, do what you will. I will be in the yard, training." The old Nord deflates as his student leaves. "Do forgive him, he is a very passionate young man." I shrug and smile. He is entitled to his opinions. He nods. "Quite. We stay quiet for a bit until he waves me away." "Go on then, go help your friend. It was a pleasure meeting you, Harbinger." As I close the door I hear, "You as well, Flame Tongue." I rush out of Horvaskr and grab Davos, who thankfully got everything we needed already, and after a short explanation we leave Whiterun. We arrive at the crypt a couple of hours later and rush through the already cleared out halls, the corpses of what look to be weaker Dragra littering the path forward. Finally, we reach what I foggily remember to be the ambush site and are greeted by a very gruesome sight. A large and heavily wounded werewolf sliding down a wall, surrounded by mangled corpses. 5 warriors wearing scaled armor and wolfskin cloaks, wielding silver weapons surround him. One goes for the kill, but I quickly cast a bolt of disintegrating lightning at him and end his life. Another follows up, but Davos is ready and ends him with his crossbow. They all turn to me and one dumb fuck shouts, "This is no business of yours, Sorcerer. Why do you attack the Silver Hand? Oh yeah, give up the name of your organization when you know you are about to die. Seriously, some people really are better removed from the population." Deciding to once more help out the Nordic gene pool, I say, "Dumbass about to be disintegrated says what?" He responds on instinct with predictable results. The 2 remaining Silver Hand warriors charge at me, like complete idiots, and are given the appropriate reward for their great intelligence via telekinesis airlines. Before I can gloat at the dead bodies, I notice that Farkas seems to be dying rapidly, so I order Davos to let Durak out while I deal with the poor puppy. I feed him a regeneration potion and promise to heal him up when he reverts back, as I have no idea how to use healing on werewolves or the effects it would have on his normal body, so I chose it was better to be safe. I approach Durak, or at least who I think is Durak, because holy shit! He is massive now. Towering well over 2 meters, in full orcish plaid email and with his now less massive looking spear. The scene is so profoundly surprising to me that I blurt out, "Holy shit, Durak, you almost doubled in size. What do they feed you in Horvaskr?" Without thinking, he seems to recognize my voice and asks excitedly, "Revine." I remove my hood and wink at him. "You got it, buddy. What are you doing here?" he asks with a great deal of confusion. Wheel, that is a bit of a story. Chapter 67, Chapter 8, Dustman's Cairn. While I wait for Davos to find a way to set Durak free, I recount the story of how I got here to my Orcish friend. When I arrive at the part where I guessed where he was going, he raises an eyebrow. "You always seem to know more than you let on. Those of my house are said to see more than others are able to." I respond with a mysterious smile. He grunts. That didn't really give me any answers. If I wanted to give you answers I would have. Durak, do keep up. I say in a jovially chiding tone. Right, whatever you say, oh mysterious magic man. He rolls his eyes. Finally, the gate he was imprisoned behind raises up and Davos re-enters the room. Someone reconfigured the whole gate system especially for an ambush if I am understanding the mechanism correctly. He informs us. I scratch my chin and pretend to ponder the situation. After a bit, I say my guess is they were very aware of who was coming and were possibly the ones to inform the companions of the fragment's location. Durak seems very confused. Why would they target the companions though? I look at him like he is an idiot. He grunts. If you know something just say it, we aren't all as big-brained as you Revine. I snort. Fine, fine, ruin my fun why don't you? Before I raise my finger and point it at my head, think for a second. Durak, you just learned that there are werewolves in the companions. Okay, and? I roll my eyes. They called themselves the Silver Hand. Does that tell you anything? He seems confused. What does silver have to do with werewolves? I facepalm. Silver is poison to werewolves and vampires, and probably other Daedra-blessed individuals as well. If someone calls themselves the Silver Hand and is a group of warriors, they are obviously some kind of werewolf or vampire hunter. And seeing as they just lured a werewolf into an ambush, you can guess what variety they are. Durak has a look of realization. Oh. So that is why you think they were the ones to give us the location then? Yup. Why the long explanation though? I shrug. Well, we are still waiting for Farkas to get his lazy ass up, and I might as well teach you to think a bit in the meantime. Before we can continue our conversation, we hear a strained voice behind us. All right, my lazy ass is up. Can I get that healing now? I turn around and see a very battered looking Farkas. I quickly get to work and start repairing the damage. As I am doing my work I mutter, silver really does fuck you lot over, even healing you requires expelling the shards first. He grunts. Yes, that always was annoying to deal with. I snort. Oh yes, merely annoying. Literal lethal poison in your blood and you consider it an annoyance, what glorious bravado. Farkas snorts. If you didn't save my ass I would kick you right now. You would try. My smile is all teeth. Durak cuts into our conversation. What is this whole werewolf business about? Before Farkas can give a curate explanation, I speak up. A few generations of companions back, a harbinger got cursed with lycanthropy. Instead of searching for a cure, he slowly infected the entire circle of companions. It has been a tradition ever since for new circle members to become werewolves. Farkas gives me an annoyed look, but without giving a single care I continue. If you do get to join the circle, I wouldn't recommend becoming one though. Your soul automatically goes to Herson if you die. Before I can continue discrediting his little furry convention, Farkas cuts in. Being a werewolf is a blessing, not a curse as you call it. We have the power of beasts in us and none are our equal. I snort. Oh please, that statement is so arrogant my grandfather would probably stop posturing for a second to tell you off for it. Davos laughs out loud at this but says nothing. As I finish up healing Farkas, I turn to a very conflicted looking Durak. You can do whatever you want with your life, I won't try and force you down a path. But I will give you a piece of advice: whatever you do, never, ever, give up your soul to anyone. Durak is silent for a bit, but then shakes his head and gives us a determined look. We can discuss and philosophize later, we are here for a purpose and we should focus on preparing to go deeper. I shrug and take a seat to refill my magicar reserve while the two companions bring out some drinks to celebrate being alive. I hear them discussing the whole werewolf situation at what Farkas thinks is out of my earshot, but I don't care. I said my piece to Durak and he is old enough to make his own decisions. He can also just get his soul back later if he follows the KST line, so to speak, but it's the principle of the matter. After everyone is nice and rested up, we move on deeper into the dungeon. On the way we find destroyed Dragra corpses with some very obviously silver weapon-inflicted wounds. I guess that if the Silver Hand got bored of their vendetta against the companions, they could always just become cultists of Meridia. We move through a couple of completely looted and empty chambers. As we approach yet another passage, we hear noises from further in. I turn to Farkas and ask, what do you hear happening there? He perks up a bit and after a moment answers, battle. I nod, probably the remaining silver hand fighting some drag, where I mull the situation over for a bit and say we should sneak up on them, and when either side finishes the other off we should ambush those that remain. Farkas gives me a judging look that would be cowardly. I roll my eyes at him. When it's just your life on the line you can be as honorable as you want. Now that I am here we are doing things my way. He goes to protest but I raise a finger. I saved your ass, the least you can do is not make me risk mine. He scowls and nods, getting back in line, almost like a kicked puppy. We slowly inch closer, with the sounds of fighting and the shouts of the living growing louder and louder. We group up at the entrance and look inside, and it is an absolute bloodbath. About a dozen silver hand are facing off against thrice that number of dragr, with 2 powerful-looking undead among them. No matter the number of draw, the silver hand warriors seem to be very skilled at what they do, with the number of the walking dead falling every moment. I decide that this won't do and start interrupting attacks and tripping some of them with telekinesis. Davos notices this and starts laughing his ass off soundlessly, with the companions both scowling at me when they themselves also notice. Finally the leader of the remaining 6 silver hands decapitates the dragger and slumps onto the ground. One of his underlings asks why the fuck did they suddenly start dodging our attacks like that. The presumed commander spits a bit of blood onto the ground. How the fuck should I know? Maybe whoever built the ruins enchanted the place to make them more powerful if they start losing or something. Could be, boss. He shakes his head. We should probably head back, those furry fuckers should be arriving soon and the ambush party could lose against 2 beasts. The lackey shakes his head. Nah. They usually send a newbie with a beast when they go for a shard as a hazing ritual, fucking dogs. I notice Farkas' face growing redder and redder in fury as the silver hands speak, and before he rushes in like an idiot I choose this moment to attack. I launch a fireball into the center of the remaining silver hands and blow a couple to pieces. The commanders seemed to sense it and dodged on reflex. Said quick reflexes didn't save him from a crossbow bolt to the chest though. The rest are quickly cut down by the companion duo. Well, that was anticlimactic, I say as we scout out the place for any hidden enemies. Farkas grunts. Of course it was, we ambushed a bunch of tired foes with magic. No honor, I tell you. He shakes his head. When honor puts food on your table, do tell me. I would love to hear all about it. I snark and look over the possible loot we got. Well, at least the silvered swords will go for a good price if we don't find anything else deeper in. Farkas cuts in again. We are here for the fragment, not for loot. He is really starting to annoy me at this point. No, you are here for the fragment. I am here to make sure you idiots don't get shouted to pieces by a dragger and loot the place for anything not nailed down. Durak cuts in. What do you mean shouted? I roll my eyes. Most of these tombs are built by dragon cult era Nords. There are a bunch of tongues buried in most of them, and even if they have a mere fragment of their previous power they would still shout you into a nice smear on the wall. Farkas frowns. That would be problematic, but how do you plan to stop them? I shrug. I will merely counter it with my own Thursday. They both seem very surprised and I explain just who I became since last year. One long-ass explanation later both of them are looking at me with new eyes. Farkas asks curiously, so, anyone can learn the Thursday? I nod yes, Nords also have a far easier time of it due to your connection to Cairn. But I will warn you right now, it takes a massive amount of effort and meditation, and the first time I shouted that fire breath I almost killed myself on the spot. He has a distant look on his face, becoming a tongue. Hey? That would be a tail. I raise my hand. Before you get all excited, I do have to warn you, since you are a Nord, the Greybeards might bother you about using the Thursday since they are very zealous about their pacifistic way of the voice. He seems confused. And how come they don't bother you? I shrug. Even if they did, they have no moral authority over me. I am neither a Nord nor do I worship the Drey. Well, I do pay homage to Cairn since she was kind enough to bless me. They ask me a bunch more questions as we finish up looting the battlefield. Soon we are once more heading deeper into the Cairn. This time we are faced with dragr, but they mostly consist of the 2 weakest variants and we cut them down quickly. Finally, we arrive at the imposing main chamber. The axe fragment lies at a pedestal before a double-word wall. Durak excitedly goes forward to pick it up, but I grab his shoulder. He looks at me with confusion and I say, remember, the moment you remove that fragment you will awaken the dragr buried here. Be prepared. General POV. The group of grave rob adventurers quickly take their places around the burial chamber. The Dunmer keep their distance while the companions prepare their weapons. When they all confirm their readiness, Durak grabs the fragment of Wulyathrad and the coffin lids explode outwards, liberating 5 powerful dragr from within. 4 of them wear ancient plated armor and are armed with enchanted axes and shields, while the 5th, buried beside the fragment, wields agree attacks and wears an imposing horned helmet. The companions charge the dragr to the sides, while Revine starts launching lightning bolts at the presumed lord of the undead. His spells hit their mark but barely even scratch the creature. Either his armor is enchanted or he himself is just that resistant. The horned dragr doesn't give him time to rethink his strategy as it charges him with an unnatural speed. Revine dodges away and summons Scorch to distract the undead, while launching sun bolts at it. This manages to actually hurt it, making its dead eyes glow in fury. The dragr lord starts chasing after Revine, who engages in the time-honored tradition of boss kiting. Things are going much better for the rest of his company as Farkas had already cut down 2 of the powerful creatures and Durak impaled another. The last restless dragr tries to slash the orc's back with its axe but is in turn backstabbed by Davos, distracting it long enough for the warriors to finish it. They all converged onto the last undead who had caught up with Revine, making the elf once again barely dodge the ridiculously rapid strikes of the undead by throwing himself around with telekinesis. Before it could continue pressing him harder, Farkas struck it from the side and Durak from the back. The undead let out a furious snarl and turned to its new attackers, getting rewarded with more sun bolts for its carelessness. Seeing that it was in a predicament, the undead quickly turned and shouted "Would kest," launching itself to the other side of the chamber, and almost giving Revine a heart attack. The rest were also scared by its sudden retreat. They quickly regrouped and turned to the undead, who was now standing just below the word wall. It once again inhaled and shouted "Yol Tur Shul," sending a massive gout of flame at them. Revine reacted quickly and shouted a fuss. In return, dispersing some of the fire, and then summoned up as many wards as he was capable of, just barely managing to hold off the massive inferno. The dragr seemed exhausted by the shouting, so before it could recover, the 2 companions quickly charge at it and after an uncomfortable amount of hacking the twitching undead, finally put it to rest. Revine's POV. I slump onto the ground and let out a wheezing sigh. Fucking hell, that scared the absolute shit out of me for a moment. Davos slumps down next to me and says humorously, "You know, boss, if we keep getting into these situations I think I might need a raise." I roll my eyes. "Oh please, even if we weren't already splitting the loot you could never get on your own, I am still paying you more than double of what you would usually earn." "Yes, but you Cloud always pay me more," he snarks. Farkas and Durak join us after confirming the kill. The werewolf looks like he is high on adrenaline and says in a very satisfied voice, "Now that was a battle. You really weren't kidding about the shouting, though it was weaker than I expected after all the tales." I chuckle. "Oh please, it is a literal undead, what do you expect?" He raises an eyebrow. "How does that matter? Shouting is directly powered by the soul, what we just fought was a mere husk. If that thing was actually alive we would have been ashes." I say seriously, before I smirk, "Well, you would have been, I might have survived because I am Dunmer." He makes an O shape with his mouth and we all take a breather. After the adrenaline finally leaves our bodies, we get up and loot the place for all it's worth before leaving the dungeon. Unfortunately there weren't any convenient passages leading straight to the entrance, so we had to slog back through all the chambers we already passed. Yay for realism, I guess. Chapter 68, Chapter 9, Companions, Traders, and Innkeepers. Our return to Horvaskr was met with great celebration by the regular companions, and with great trepidation by the circle. After the usual great proclamations following a successful quest one might expect when returning to an order of rowdy warriors, we were quickly led toward the Harbinger's rooms. We all took our seats and I looked at those present. There were 5 more circle members than I remembered from the game, but that was to be expected after all the changes I noticed in the rest of Skyrim. Of the circle members I remembered all were present: Kodluk, Vilkas, Farkas, Ela, and Skjur. Davos and I stood out like sore thumbs in this sea of renowned warriors and furries. After Farkas finished explaining the events to Kodluk, things turned silent for a time, before the oldest companion exhaled a very tired breath. He looked at me, gratitude visible in his eyes, and said, "You have honored the companions with your aid today. If you ever need our help, do not hesitate to ask." The rest of the circle members nodded along his words. I inclined my head. It was my pleasure. The old man smiles patiently before he turns serious again. "Now what is this about werewolf hunters I hear? Farkas told me you had quite the theory." I shrug. "I will tell you the same thing I told them. It was far too convenient for a band that called themselves the Silver Hand to be waiting in a very well-prepared ambush, armed to the teeth with weapons obviously meant to kill your kind, at the exact spot where you were sending a circle member." Kodluk scratches his white mane, deep in thought before nodding. "Yes, that does sound awfully convenient." He looks at me once again. "Do you have any knowledge about this Silver Hand?" I shake my head. "Nothing that might be of any help to you, I am afraid. The Silver Hand is known as a reliable mercenary company across Skyrim that specialize in hunting the undead or feral werewolves. They have been operating for some years now from what I have heard." I take a moment to think before I go on. "They might just be after you all due to your lycanthropy, or it could just be as basic as an excuse to remove competition." One of the unknown circle members asks, "But how could they have known that we are all werewolves?" I give Kodluk a comical look and the old man winces slightly before explaining to his comrade, "Any highly skilled mage can detect Daedric influences on a person. All it would take is one meddlesome wizard of some power and we would be discovered." Some of the circle members are stunned, some just don't care, and a couple glare at me for whatever reason. I of course ignore said glares because I am a very magnanimous lord, and petty vengeance is below me. Pfft! Of course not. The moment one of them dared to glare at me, I pulled the chair from under his ass with telekinesis. Everyone's heads jerked to me as he fell on the floor, and I said with an annoyed sneer, "I am literally here helping all of you, and he thought to blame me for being a mage. Sorry if I dislike people judging me for no reason." There is some grumbling, but after a moment they all agree to not be idiots and get back to discussing the current issue. Skjur asks me, "If you are so certain that they are hunting us, why are you risking your neck in helping us openly?" I shrug at, "I honestly don't care one bit about most of you. But they would probably target my friend in the future and that is not acceptable." I hear Farkas laugh at my words, and most of the circle members seem to accept them at face value. In truth, I just prefer to have the companions in my debt in the future. They are after all an honorable group of warriors and having their loyalty is never a bad thing. Kodluk seems to see through my intentions to an extent, even with my blessing, but he says nothing and merely nods. We spend an additional hour discussing the Silver Hand, with me providing everything I knew about them, which to be fair was not all that much as they were the antagonist of the faction I rarely played in the game. After the debrief, Vilkas and Farkas invite me for some drinks upstairs as thanks for my help. Naturally, as any respectable alcoholic, I accept immediately and we engage in the time-old Nordic tradition of telling tall tales after a battle, gathering quite the crowd with our retelling. Not long after we finished Brockhoff telling our tale, we were joined by Durak, who after grabbing a drink for himself asked me in a curious voice, "So Revine, what were you looking me for anyways?" I take a long sip of my drink and answer, "I was planning on raiding another tomb before I hired a carriage to get me to Solitude. While I was passing near Horvaskar I remembered you and thought you might be interested in bashing some undead with me." He doesn't hesitate for a moment and says, "Count me in." I raise an eyebrow, "Not even going to ask me about the location or loot distribution, are you?" "How very naive, Durak." He snorts, "So please, you are too proud to cheat me out of anything and it is obviously close if you were making preparations in Whiterun." I blink slowly, genuine surprise in my eyes. "Who are you and what have you done with Durak?" The massive orc blushes a tiny bit. Fuck you Revine, I can use my head when I want to. Well, this is the first I am hearing of it, I snort, and the Nord brothers laugh at the sputtering orc. We spend the rest of the evening drinking and joking around. We get up early the following morning, and after Durak said his goodbyes we leave the city and head toward Riverwood. The walk takes us almost the entire day, so I spend it sharing stories with Durak. He mostly spent his time beating people up and hunting wild beasts. When I told him about the Falmer expedition, his expression was priceless. As we were nearing Riverwood in the evening, my friend finally asked, "And what exactly are we doing in here? Couldn't we have just gone straight for the tomb? We already have all the supplies we might need." I raise a finger. Firstly, I don't want to sleep outside if I can help it. I raise another. Someone in the village might have scouted the mountain out, and then another, and finally, I heard that the local trader has a claw key that might open the Hall of Stories in the tomb itself. Oh, and where did you hear this? That is for me to know and for you to wonder about. I snark, much to the chagrin of my orc friend. Davos on the other hand has gotten mostly used to my usual shenanigans, so he just rolls with it. I tell them to book us some rooms at the Sleeping Giant Inn, and head toward the Riverwood Trader. The shop seems to be doing quite well. When I enter, Lucan Valerius greets me with a smile. "Welcome to the Riverwood Trader, traveler. How can I help you?" I think how to play this for a moment, but quickly just choose the direct approach. "I have heard that you are in possession of a certain golden claw. I was wondering if it was for sale." He loses his smile. "I am afraid it is not." I press on. "I am in great need of it. If it is not for sale, could you borrow it to me for a couple of days?" He looks at me like I am an idiot. "Really? That usually work for you?" I roll my eyes and summon my full robes, exchanging them with my plain traveling outfit. This takes Lucan by surprise, and while I have him on a back foot, I say in a chilling tone while subtly casting fear that claw is the key to something I am looking for, "I do hope you won't be as foolish as to suggest I am some kind of petty scam artist." He shakes a bit before muttering, "Sorry about that, sir, my mistake." I remove the hood and scoff, "Don't worry, I am not trying to rob you or take your heirloom. I literally need it to unlock something and will even pay for the privilege." He gathers whatever bravery he had left and asks me, "And how can I be sure you will return it to me?" I deadpan at him and summon a well-cut diamond, placing it at the counter. "This will be the collateral." And then add in a threatening tone, "And add just a bit more magicka to my spell. Do not lose it." He nods fearfully. Now, on a more cheerful note, I clap my hands. "I will pay you 300 septims for borrowing it, that fair?" He just nods again, probably not even listening to me. Am I really that intimidating? Good. I take the golden claw from Lucan's shaky hands and head back to the Sleeping Giant. When I enter the iconic tavern, I see that my companions have already made themselves at home. I order a bottle of mead for myself and join them. "You got that key you came for, boss?" Davos asks. I nod. "Yet, took a bit of convincing, but he agreed to lend it to me." Davos gives me a deadpan look that tells me he already guessed what I did, but all I give in return is an innocent smile. Durak groans. "I hate it when people do that. Just say what you want to say and stop with the subtle messages." My fellow Dunmer and I share a laugh at the unfortunate orc. Davos quickly informs me that he managed to get a map of the mountain area from a Bosmer hunter living in the village. A bit later into the evening, the most annoying person in Skyrim after Nazim graces me with her presence. Delphine approaches our table and asks in a curious tone. One has to wonder what one such as Revine Flametongue is doing in a small village like this. Dear God, when you know who she is, this sounds so bloody fake. I turn from the conversation I was having with my friends and raise an eyebrow at her. "And how exactly is this any of your business?" She gives a shy smile, almost making me shiver. "It is the business of any tavern keeper to know things. I will just play along for now. Oh, and I didn't know I was so renowned that people could recognize me on sight." Once again she shows a placating smile. "But of course, one of your name is already well known through the land. The only tongue beside the Greybeards or Ulfric will draw many eyes." I roll my eyes. "Okay, stop that right now, I am not an idiot. What do you want? She drops the persona and chuckles. Honestly, I was just curious at what you were doing here, that is all. We are just going to ignore how you knew who I was then. I scoff. I won't tell if you don't, she winks. Oh, I am going to be so happy when you search for the Dragonstone and find it missing. I sigh. We are going bandit hunting. Oh? I wasn't aware one needs a claw key to hunt bandits. I narrow my eyes. What do you want? She shakes her head. Nothing, don't worry about it. Enjoy your evening. She leaves us abruptly, almost as if she got her answer somehow. What was that all about, boss? Davos asks. I will explain later. I wave him off and grab the bottle of mead. For now, I need a drink. Chapter 69, Chapter X, Bleak Falls, Part 1. The following morning we moved out as quickly as possible. I didn't want to tempt Delphine to possibly follow us up the mountain and prove to be a further annoyance. As we start walking up the mountain next to Riverwood, Davos asks, what was that all about, boss? I sigh. That innkeeper, I say with audible quotations, is someone very dangerous. Having her snooping around our business is never a good thing. Just how dangerous are we talking here? It's safer if you are not aware kind of dangerous, I answer. We start slowly marching up the snowy mountain paths. Thankfully they are wide enough not to be problematic for my companions. I could always just levitate if there was some kind of problem, but they could easily die while climbing, as I don't know how to levitate others yet. A bit further down the path, Durak asks, what exactly are we looking for in their ravine? Loot, I deadpan. He rolls his eyes and just stares at me. I give him a smug smile. As fun as this is, boss, what are we really here for? Davos snarks. Tisk, you both have no respect for proper suspense. I see Durak get actually annoyed now, so I stop playing around. We are here for the Dragonstone. An ancient map that marks the burial grounds of dragons all across Skyrim. My orc friend seems confused. What would you need dead dragons for? I blink, giving him the really look. He nods. Yeah, I seriously see no reason for anyone to touch dragon corpses. He turns to Davos, who simply shrugs at, don't look at me. I go where I am paid to go. He can play with whoever's bones he likes. I take a moment to think of an answer that is beyond fucking with Delphine, and after a bit more walking say dragon bones can be used in creating durable artifacts and the like, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were very useful alchemy reagents. Also, do remember that dragons were all beings of great power, and researching their remains can give great insight into different aspects of magic. How does that even work? You look at someone's corpse and suddenly you can magic better. Durak snarks. You know my shouting, Durak. He nods. How do you think it works? He shrugs. I know, some kind of spell you cast through your mouth or something. I shake my head. Nope. I literally command the world to do something with my voice and soul and it obeys. One of your family having the power to command the world itself. What a scary thought, Davos adds, seemingly finding the idea both funny and scary. Durak, still not being all that quick on the uptake, asks, what exactly does that have to do with dragons? You don't even know that much, mate. I ask, seriously surprised. Nope. He says with a popped pea. I sigh and prepare a mini lecture. So, basically shouting is using the language of dragons to produce effects. You following so far? He nods and I continue. All right, now imagine a race of creatures who use it on instinct since birth. He gets a bit of a horrified look on his face, but I go on. They were all so powerful they were able to blow up entire mountains by speaking. In truth, most of their fights were more akin to debates than actual battle. The reason I want to search through their remains is that there might be some remnants of their power still holding onto the mortal plane, and I could forge an artifact to strengthen my Thursday from them. Durak is deep in thought for a bit but then nods at, that makes quite a bit of sense actually. I thought you were doing it just because you could. Well, he isn't exactly wrong, but they don't need to know that. Think you could get me some for my armor? He asks. Sure, you are helping me get the map after all. We continue our trek up the mountain, the snow making moving around so annoying that I decided to simply levitate over it after it got sufficiently annoying. The jealous look Davos gave me was food for the soul. Imagine being such a peasant that you had to walk. It took us until noon to reach the Great Barrow, and what a sight it was. Carved into the mountain rock was a great platform, great arches making it look more imposing and monolithic. The barrow itself seemed larger than even the college from our angle, but I knew that wasn't true as it was mostly just a couple of dugout caves made to look imposing by the large exterior. What did surprise me was the presence of fires on top of the platform, with leather tents making a makeshift wall to protect whoever was camping out here from the harsh cold. I point this all out to my companions and they both stop. Davos goes to scout the place out and returns soon with news it appears to be Bandit's boss. You sure it isn't some kind of archaeological expedition? He shakes his head. Nat, I listened in on their conversations and apparently they raided Rorikstead recently and are camping out here in hopes of hiding from Whiterun's guard. Some kind of raider clan from what I eavesdropped. Numbers? I ask. About 3 dozen, maybe less. Equipment? Usual bandit fare, there is only a couple with better gear and what looks to be a hedge mage among them, but that is it. I think about the situation, we could get rid of them rather easily or we could sneak by. I am broken out of my thoughts by Durak saying if they raided a village, Balgruaf is sure to be giving out quite the reward for their heads. Cowabunga it is. Say no more. I exclaim and they both give me very judgmental looks. Davos blinks, zero hesitation. Durak shakes his head, almost as if his child just did something terrible. Oh, fuck off both of you. They burst into laughter. Once they stop with their fit of childish giggling we get to planning our next moves. Durak naturally suggested we just charge in, for which I almost slapped him. Seriously, even I could die to getting surrounded by them. Davos said he wasn't paid to plan battles, the absolute smartass. Finally it was my turn, I could just go full magic artillery on them. They both look at me with different expressions. Davos seems to agree that that would be the easiest path while Durak looks like I kicked his puppy. Almost as if negotiating with a child I say I will let you fight the Dragrelord one-on-one if you don't complain. And like I just gave him candy his mood shifts. Orcs. A bandit's POV. Think that the guard will be able to track us all the way up here? I ask one of my clan brothers. He laughs. So please, the incompetent idiots can't track down a giant, much less our clan. The grey-bearded old man shakes his head. Remember young-un, we have been doing this for generations, there is no way for them to catch even a whiff of us. I hope you are right, old man. I say and get back to my guard duty. Why we would even need lookouts on an abandoned mountaintop I really don't understand, but if I doze off the chief will have my hide so staring at the snow it is. Oh looky here, more snow. How surprising, I look to the left and you guessed it, fucking snow, then there is that sorcerer looking guy just floating above it. Wait, what? I clear my eyes just in case I am seeing things, but no, there he stands in the middle of the field just looking at me with burning eyes. For some reason I start shaking in my boots, I can't even more. I slap my cheeks and yell, boss! There is someone approaching. The chief rushes out of his tent, still wearing our clan's heirloom armor. What is it, brat? I point a shaky finger at the figure who is just slowly walking on the snow, without leaving tracks. What the fuck? The chief whispers out, hey Jeff, come here. He calls our only mage. Jeff runs up. What is it, boss? The chief merely points below. Jeff grows pale he starts shaking, visibly making everyone tense. What is going on, Jeff? Our leader asks with annoyance in his voice. RRR, run! He shouts. But it was already too late. The figure floats into the air and throws a massive fireball at our position. The last thing I see is a sea of red. Revine's POV. What kind of dumb fuck gathers everyone important at one spot when they see a possibly hostile mage approach? seriously, does no one respect sound logic in these lands? The moment I blow up the presumed leader and their mage, the entire campsite starts shifting with panicked raiders running around like headless chickens. What follows is the most gruesome game of whack-a-mole I ever witnessed. The fact that I feel absolutely nothing while killing effectively defenseless fools scares me for a moment, but such is the world I find myself in, and mercy is a luxury only the truly strong may possess. Besides, they would all get executed if I captured them, so this is much less work for everyone involved. The cleanup takes us less than 10 minutes, so many lives lost just because I wanted some more reputation among the holds. I really do need God, don't I? My ponderings on morality are stopped by a cough I hear from the direction of my first attack. I turn abruptly to see the leader, charred and boiled skin probably fused to his armor, trying to get up. I let him do so out of pure curiosity. He slowly, tortuously pulls himself from the ground and picks up his blade. I just stand there patiently and wait for him to do anything. One of his eyes seems to have popped and he is frantically looking around for any of his men. I watch as despair enters his remaining eye. Then he turns to glare at me. He stares for a long moment before gurgling out in a pained voice, "You have doomed my clan. All they, children, will starve now." Is he really trying to get my sympathy? How shameless can you be? I openly laugh at him, but there is no humor in my voice. "You expect me to care, you absolute idiot? Oh, woe is Skyrim. A clan of raiders has died out, whatever shall we do?" Honestly, if said children seek out help in the holds, they would probably be taken in. I will not feel responsible if someone dies out of pride or stupidity. He glares at me and smashes his hand onto his chest. His armor explodes brightly with green runes. I sense a great amount of power rush into him from our surroundings. Almost like a man possessed, he charges at me with such a great speed I don't have the time to cast a spell. A crossbow bolt hits his back, but he completely ignores it, probably completely berserk if his bloodshot eye was any indication. I summon my staff and deflect his great sword, or I try to. Such is his new strength that he launches me into one of the pillars to the side. I hit my back on it, but my body is far above a normal human, so I shrug it off and jump back into the fight. He rushes me again, this time trying to tackle me. Thinking quickly, I manage to dodge to the side, once more abusing my telekinetic abilities. Probably should specialize a spell for that when my life isn't in immediate danger. As I dodge his blow, I deliver a wide slash to his side, cutting deep into his stomach, but the maddened raider simply ignores it and charges at me again. I notice Durak rushing from the other side of the platform, but by the time he gets here the fight will have already finished. I jerk my head back to my attacker just in time to duck under a wide swing and take a chunk out of his leg. A small part of him seems to recognize that he cannot continue like this, so he simply throws himself at me like a beast, trying to take me with him. His lunge is fast, too fast for me to completely dodge. I throw myself to the side and feel the tip of the great sword pierce my shoulder and force me against the wall of the barrow. The berserk Nord loses the bloodshot look and lets out pained breaths while trying to glare me to the death. He probably cannot see the smile on my face as I say, "You should have gone for the head," and promptly blow his head off with a point-blank fire spear. Chapter 70, Chapter 11, Bleak Falls, Part 2. Ugh, I grunt as I push the headless body off myself. Durak finally reaches me. What the hell happened here? I fucked around and found out apparently. I shrug and furrow my brows. I really should tone it down with the arrogance. Davos also approaches. "You doing all right, boss?" he asks, looking over the great sword still sticking out of my shoulder. I wordlessly pull it out while suppressing a hiss of pain and chug down a potion of regeneration from the White Phial, immediately feeling my wound closing up. I take a deep breath and explain just what happened. Durak blinks. "So, you are telling me that somehow, some random ass bandit had a powerful piece of armor that made him go completely berserk with magical power?" I nod. "Unfucking believable." He throws his hands up. I take a moment to look the armor over. It seemed to be a full Nordic steel plate with chainmail and padding under it, well, the padding was burned and chainmail warped by my fire spell, but the enchantment surprisingly held it all together. Speaking of the enchantment, Savior's Last Stand, given to a brigand by a powerful mage he saved, this armor grants the wearer a massive increase in physical power for a minute, after which the user is drained of all but the barest energy to remain alive. I pretend to take my time checking out the runes and then explain the effects to them. Davos shrugs. It might be strong, but if it leaves you half dead it's showpiece at best. Durak on the other hand disagrees. It might come with a big downside, but it can save your life. Honestly, I kind of want it for myself. You can take it, I shrug. Both of them look at me surprised, but I shake my head. Oh, don't think it is free. If you want this, all the soul gems and magical items inside are mine. Durak nods without even thinking. Sure. We spend some time gathering anything of value within the bandit camp. We find a lot of jewelry and presumably enchanted heirlooms. None of it is really powerful, but bringing it to Balgruaf will certainly get us a lot of goodwill. Finally, I approach the gate of the barrow. As I am looking it over, Durak asks me, "You think there might be more of them inside?" I shake my head without looking back. Unlikely. They seemed somewhat well organized, and everyone with even a tiny bit of sense knows not to disturb Nordic burial grounds without the power to back it up. Besides, they were already carrying a lot of loot, so raiding the tomb as well would have been idiotic. They could always have buried the loot from the tomb nearby. He thinks out loud. And what if half of them died inside? Who would carry the things they already had? That's fair. Davos joins us after once again scouting the surrounding area just in case. I turn back to them and ask with an innocent smile, "You two ready to get possibly eaten by dead Nords?" Davos shivers, probably remembering his experience when we were getting the phial. Durak on the other hand merely grins. Seeing as no one wants to procrastinate, I push the massive doors inwards. Sigh, they don't even budge. I get some very incredulous looks, with Durak asking, only with slight mockery, "Need any help with that Revine?" I grunt in annoyance. Of course they are bloody stuck, why wouldn't they be? And point the two of them toward the side. "Move away, I am going to kick this door in the proper way." Once again I receive some stares, but they obey my request. I stand opposite the massive doors and activate my 5 rings of magicka, immediately feeling an enormous surge of power entering my being. I take a deep breath and start concentrating, meticulously adding more and more runes to strengthen my spell. A purple circle of magicka starts forming in front of my hand, and as I mentally command them, runes start filling it. Finally, and just for good measure, I add a Duvahzulfus rune in the center of it all, and with a snarl push my hand forward, releasing an absolutely gigantic telekinetic push. My spell hits the gate, and with the sound akin to a gong being struck, they are blown open, surprisingly not breaking on impact but instead both stopping with perfect symmetry. "Knock, knock," I say as I let out an exhausted breath, quickly pulling out a magicka potion and downing it just in case. I am soon rejoined by my companions, with Davos shaking his head and muttering something about insane 17-year-olds. My orc friend on the other hand gives me a weird look. "If you could do something that insane already, why didn't you hit the raiders with it?" It took me an entire minute to cast, and literally all of my magicka. I deadpan at him. "You couldn't do that to a bunch of bandits, but a door forced your hand, hey?" he asks in a similarly deadpan tone. I shrug and say, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, my fragile pride was wounded by the foul construction, naturally it had to be punished for its arrogance. The looks of disappointment they give me make me break out into a fit of childish giggles. We take a short break so I can recharge and plunge into the depths of Bleak Falls. Davos POV. Deep breaths. Davos, you are too old to be a little bitch when the kid right next to you doesn't even flinch at the sight of the undead. The rowdy orc leads the way inside the barrow, strutting in like he owns the place. It will be very funny if he gets hit by one of those wards like I did, if it doesn't get us killed, that is. We move slowly down the worn-down passages, encountering no opposition. My current employer seems to be in no rush, meticulously looking over every step we take with glowing eyes. He did say his family can see more than others, maybe that was more than just empty bragging. Still can't believe I am working for a Dagoth of all people. What would mother say? Finally we enter a cave covered on all sides with massive spider webs, the passage is also blocked. I see Revine flinch for a moment and hear him mutter, "No, I don't want to play with your little critters, you damned thought." Is he talking to himself? What is a thought anyways? He sees me looking at him and gives me the usual smile he makes before he says something unsettling. Before he can say anything I raise my hands and surrender and give him a pleading look. He pouts like a child, but spares my psyche from the torture. The orc seems to have run out of patience as he walks toward the blocked passage and starts slashing at the webs, slowly opening it up. Before he can get far we hear skittering coming from all around us. Revine immediately yells behind me, "Now!" Both me and the orc know not to question it and rush behind him. He raises his hand and a green glow envelopes it. Suddenly a harsh wind surrounds us just in time to intercept the massive horde of spiders coming from all sides. Thousands of the little things try to approach us but are cut to pieces as soon as they get close. I see the young orc shuddering with primal fear and openly chuckle at him. He glares at me but at least he stops shaking like a leaf. The tiny spiders are soon joined by their larger counterparts but they are met with the same fate, and those that do manage to get through are immediately speared by a panicked-looking Durak. Finally, the pests seem to realize that there is no point in continuing their attack and withdraw. "Whew! I am glad that is over," the orc says loudly. Revine facepalms hard and mutters, "You just had to fucking jinx it, Durak." Before I can ask if he is tormenting me again for not helping, a massive frostbite spider crawls down from the ceiling. Durak shakes with fear, but one mocking look from Revine is enough to get him to calm himself. My employer quickly starts giving orders. "Durak, take its attention and go for the eyes." The orc nods with a mix of fear and determination. Davos, distract it whenever it is about to land a hit. A sensible plan. I grab my crossbow and use the scroll to disappear. Revine starts launching fire bolts at the thing, surprisingly not doing massive damage as you would expect but still making the monster flinch whenever he landed a hit. The spider jerks toward him, but he moves back quickly, probably with a spell. Before the spider can go after him again, Durak stabs it in the side, making it let out an ear-piercing screech. Revine continues his bombardment, slowly setting the thing on fire. The spider, seeing as it cannot pursue the mage, jerks itself toward Durak and goes in for a bite. I shoot a bolt at its head and manage to stop the orc from getting poisoned to death, but the spider presses on and I can't reload in time. It goes for another bite, but Revine appears beside it and rakes its side with a deep slash with his staff, quickly disengaging afterward. We continue dancing with the massive spider for a time, too long apparently, as Durak got too relaxed even in battle and suddenly tripped. The spider wasted no time and immediately lunged at him, giving us no time to protect him, and stabbing its massive mandibles into his unprotected neck. It goes to pull back but Durak grabs its head with a roar and Revine almost teleports with his shout, appearing next to it and decapitating it. Even headless, the creature lets out a final unsettling sound as it dies. Mother was right, I really should have gone to that damned school. Revine's POV. I push the spider off my friend and look him over. He looks like someone had an entire party below his neck, but I have enough potions to heal him up. I pull out a couple of vials from my robe, and while I do this, Durak speaks in a weak tone. "Done in by a spider, greatest warrior my ass." He looks at me sadly. "It has been fun, Revine, but I can already feel the poison killing me. Take my body back to the companions." I look at him like he is a complete idiot and cast an empowered neutralize poison spell. Keeping the dead look, I spill a potion of regeneration at his wound and feed him another. After this I start casting healing. A minute later he looks almost like he wasn't even in a fight, and I am still staring at him like he just lowered his entire race's IQ by about 15 on his own. Davos is in a corner laughing his ass off. It takes Durak a moment to process what just happened, but I can practically see the moment in clicks in his mind and his face goes redder than my fire spells. My frozen expression cracks and I start rolling on the ground, barely able to breathe from my own laughter. Durak's POV. My face is still burning as we enter the actual crypt. surprisingly the Dragr seem far weaker than what we faced in the Dustman's Cairn. Well, either they are weaker or I am just so pissed and embarrassed that they look like nothing in comparison. I keep moving quickly, smashing anything in my way. Hopefully if I crack enough skulls I will be able to forget what just happened before we get to a tavern. Knew Vilkas was fucking with me when recommended those adventure books. Revine's POV. Davos and I are almost taking a leisurely stroll following Durak's path of destruction. Did he just enter a berserk state from sheer embarrassment? I ask, genuine concern in my voice. Davos, who is still chuckling lightly, answers, I know I would if I was him. We continue following him as he smashes even the stronger Dragr to pieces. He almost gets killed by traps a couple of times, but I stop him from getting mauled by jamming the traps with earth magic. In almost record speed we enter the Hall of Stories, and seeing as my orc friend has no more targets he finally calms down. I choose not to mock him, for now. I approach the claw gate, and as an experiment try and open it with telekinesis. Much to my chagrin the lock is not merely mechanical but magical as well, and the doors do not even budge when I try it. Accepting that I cannot cheese all future dungeons, I simply use the golden claw and the gate opens. We enter the main burial chamber and I am greeted with a very nostalgic sight. The first dungeon I ever played in Skyrim left quite the impression on me, but the sight of the large word wall and the natural cavern filled my soul with childish happiness. My companions seemingly didn't notice me stopping to reminisce, but thankfully they didn't walk into any traps. I really need to stop going on tangents while exploring deadly ruins. We search the chamber and find a chest filled with ancient silver coins and some gems. There is some trinkets laying here and there, but I know that to get the Dragonstone we need to take it from the Dragr Lord. I approach the word wall in an attempt to trigger him, but there is no reaction. Old-fashioned way it is. I overcharge a telekinesis spell again, not to the same extent as before obviously, and pull the lid off the buried Dragr. The old corpse doesn't even move and I cannot detect any aura on it. Is it actually dead? I mutter with some surprise. You sure it won't jump you, boss? Davos asks, doubt lacing his words. Well, I cannot be certain, but I detect literally nothing from it. I shrug, well whatever, might as well grab the stone and not overthink things. I do grab the stone, but the moment I lift it the Dragr's eyes snap open and it goes to grab me in turn. Durak, who was standing next to me, roars and starts punching the poor thing in the face. Repeatedly. With armored gauntlets. Suffice to say the dead man returns to his rest quickly. You good there, buddy? I ask. He nods. Good. I draw the word out. You have to save your mind for when I tell of your dramatic death at Horvaskr. He jerks his head toward me and gives me a despairing look. Revine, no. Revine, yes. I cackle and dodge a half-hearted punch going for my head. Chapter 71, Chapter 12, Rising Reputation. When Durak finally calmed down from his embarrassment-fueled berserk rage, we got to the most important part of any dungeon delve, looting anything not nailed down. We found the usual valuables and some enchanted weapons. Unfortunately, said weapons were of the user-fueled variety, making them far less valuable than a properly done enchantment. As we were walking down the massive platform at the entrance, Durak asked hesitantly, you think you could maybe enchant my spear? I am a bit confused by his tone but still answer, sure I can. What do you want it to do? He thinks for a bit before answering, something that can make me last longer in battle. I start getting flashbacks of people asking for enchantments to make them last longer but quickly manage to shake the memories off. Shaking my head in an attempt to get rid of the discomfort, I say I can either make it steal life force or stamina. Life force, he grunts out immediately. His little brush with death seems to have rattled him a fair bit. I nod, that won't be an issue, I'll get it done when we get to Whiterun. We continue walking down the mountain at a leisurely pace and chatting about the fights we had, much to Durak's chagrin. We had to carry the loot we got from the dungeon and liberated from the raiders in a couple of rather massive bags, but a bit of telekinesis and that problem was solved. Pretty good practice as well. Suddenly, I sense someone at the edge of my vision and raise my hand abruptly. My companions stop and prepare their weapons. I focus my gaze on the place I felt something from, but whoever was spying on us was already gone. After waiting for a bit just in case I shake my head, I was certain I saw something over there, but the moment we stopped they were already gone. Think it was that innkeeper? Davos asks. Could be. I say, suspicion lacing my voice. We take the time to check out the spot I sensed, but there was nothing, not even the snow was disturbed. Since we couldn't really do anything about it, the only choice left was to just go on without any answers. We spent the rest of our trip to Riverwood with me being incredibly jumpy and the other two mocking me for it. We returned to Riverwood in the evening, and once again I made a beeline for the trader while my followers went for the inn. I entered the shop, making the tiny bells above the door jingle and alert the very stressed-looking Lucan who was manning the stall. I approach without a word and place the claw on the counter. He looks at it surprised and then turns to me with a conflicted expression. As I promised, the claw is returned. I drawl out. He nods hesitantly. Yes, I can see that. He scratches his cheek awkwardly. Are you still interested in buying it? No. I respond with zero hesitation. It might have been an interesting thing to have, but it was no longer of any use to me. He nods and pulls out the diamond I gave him as collateral with suspiciously little protest for a traitor. I raise an eyebrow behind my mask and take it, using identify on it. I am both furious and insulted. Glass counterfeit diamond. I lock my eyes with Lucan and slowly, deliberately, crush the glass gem in my hand, turning into fine sand with my magic-imbued strength. He shivers in fear, but I say nothing and merely continue staring at him. He gulps and pulls out the real thing, placing it on the counter with a shaky hand. I look it over and nod with satisfaction, then grab both the gem and the claw and turn to leave. I hear some protests from Lucan and turn back to him. You are lucky we aren't in Morrowind. I would have taken your head alongside your claw for this insult. He flinches and I go on. Be happy you get to keep your life. I leave the devastated shopkeeper and head to the inn. Seriously, at least don't look suspicious if you want to cheat me, you dumbass. The only reason I didn't kill him is that it would bring far too much trouble for a bit of satisfaction. I join my two companions and we order some drinks. Unsurprisingly, once again Delphine inserts herself into the conversation after a bit. What does surprise me, however, is that the feeling she is giving me is very different from whatever I felt watching me on the mountain. Was it really someone else? I am forced to leave my thoughts for later when she asks, so, how did your bandit hunt go? Oh, it went swimmingly. We managed to slay the raiders and reclaim the stolen loot from Rorikstead. I answer with a shit-eating grin. Delphine seems genuinely surprised at the fact that we actually went after bandits and is actually stunned for a moment, but after a bit she shakes her head. Well, I am glad they got what was coming to them, and leaves us to our drinks. The local bard, Sven if my memory serves, comes in a couple of minutes later and starts singing that one song about Ragnar the Red getting his head lopped off, and we enjoy the rest of the evening in merriment. Durak even starts retelling how we slew the raiders, much to the patron's satisfaction, and the bard's dissatisfaction if his childish pouting is anything to go by. Later in the evening, I am not feeling all that sleepy, so I am left mostly alone in the common room, reading a very specific book about a certain prop-hecaized hero. Much to no one's surprise, Delphine once more makes her way toward me with 2 bottles of mead. She slumps down on the bench next to me with a tired sigh and offers me one. I take it with a raised eyebrow and say, still fishing for what I did with the clawette. She huffs and takes a swig of her drink. No, I can mostly guess what you were doing. Then what do you want? I ask, surprising even myself with the patience I am showing. She drops all pretense at this point, seeing as no one is listening to us, and says, I am wondering what the son of Legate Viren is doing in Skyrim and what he plans to do with his growing power. While stealthily preparing to summon my gear at a moment's notice, I roll my eyes and take a sip of my drink. Ah, there is the spy I was expecting. She doesn't react visibly to what I say, but I sense a bit of tension in her aura. So, your father did inform you of his other job then? Is she really implying what I think she is? No, I deduced it. She turns to me with surprise in her eyes, and then asks me curiously, not going to ask what his job was. Yup, apparently Viren really went out of his way to spite his father. Pretending to have already known, I snort. No, I deduced it. She seems both irritated and impressed. We are silent for a minute until she asks, so, seeing as you have deduced it as you say, do you plan on continuing your father's work? So that is your angle at? Well, at least she isn't as passive as I expected. I shake my head. I will avenge him if that is what you are asking. But serving a dying empire? Why would I do that? I ask with genuine confusion. Hearing my answer, she is once again deep in thought. After a bit she tries again. Judging by how perceptive you are, you should already know that Ulfric will not be happy with merely oppressing the Dunmer he rules. You could help them by serving the Empire. Oh ho ho ho, very manipulative Delphine. Probably would have worked on an impressionable 17-year-old as well. Luckily for me, I am neither impressionable nor am I 17. Help them by serving the blades, and by extension you mean. I snark. She flinches slightly at getting caught, and before she can try and bullshit me again, I say in a grave tone while staring her down, know this, Blade. Ulfric will die. The Thalmor will die. And if you decide to get in my way, you too will die. I stand up and place the bottle down on the table. The next time you want to drug someone, add just a tiny bit of death bell, it numbs the senses. I say, and without waiting for her response, leave to my bed. Delphine's POV. Sigh. He is already too strong to easily control. Too bad I didn't recruit him when he first passed through here. No matter, he is an enemy of the Thalmor and I can use that if I ever need him for something. He seems to have forgotten the book he was reading on the table. Well, I might as well see what it is about. I approach the book and open the cover. The title that greets me is, The Song of the Dragonborn. An odd choice for an evening read. Revine's POV. We leave Riverwood early in the morning, and during the entire march I am stuck pondering if giving Delphine a hint about dragons was the right choice. On the one hand, I am predisposed to hate her instinctually due to my experiences in the game. On the other, all I sensed from her was the wish to go against the Thalmor and a bit of arrogance, nothing that would make me hate her truly as an actual living person. The drugged mead was a bit of an annoyance, but at this point I consider such things a greeting and it was just something to loosen my tongue, so I decided to ignore it as an act of goodwill. Then there is the whole leading the Dragonborn on deal, but if I am honest with myself, that is exactly what I will probably end up doing for my own ends. No matter, I will see how things develop and react accordingly. We make it to Whiterun in good time, and while still carrying the large bags of stolen loot, head straight to Dragon's Reach. As we approach the palace, one of the very well-armored guardsmen, probably a housecarl now that I think about it, stops us. What is your business bringing all of that to the palace? And then adds in a grave tone, the Jarl is under a lot of pressure due to the raid on Rorikstead and any wasting of his time will not be welcome. I raise my hands placatingly. Worry not, if I am not wrong we are about to make his whole day. I can practically feel the raised eyebrow through his helmet and simply wave for him to follow us. Do come with if you want to witness it. He shrugs, seeing as I am well known, and signals a couple of the lesser guardsmen to take over. After he makes sure that they are in position, he opens the door for us and leads us inside. We enter into the scene of the Jarl's council, all talking about the recent events, with Balgruaf looking like someone pissed in his beer, for 3 months straight. As we approach, he seems to notice us and everyone follows his gaze to me. He lets out a tired sigh and says, "It is always a pleasure to have you here, Flame Tongue, but as you can see we aren't quite in the mood for receiving visitors right now." I smirk at this. "Oh, I assure you, you will be in the mood when I am done." Everyone gives me a blank stare, but the smirk doesn't leave my face as I summon the charred armor of the raiders' leader and toss it in front of the throne. I hear gasps all around me as everyone seems to recognize just what I just tossed in front of them. Balgruaf stares at it for a long time, before slowly breaking out into laughter. 200 years. He lets out another tearful laugh. 200 gods damned years they have been raiding our villages, and suddenly you walk in and whip out the burned remains of their most powerful weapons like it is nothing and offer no explanation. He once again goes into a hysterical fit of laughter. 2 whole centuries? Sheesh, there are nations on earth that didn't last that long. Even Balgruelf's brother Hrongar seems to be in a state of disbelief, going between laughter and just looking empty. Proventus Avenisi, the ever-diligent steward of Whiterun, approaches us and points us to a side room of the palace while saying in a professional voice, "If you would kindly follow me for a meal while the Jarl's household gathers themselves, I would be most indebted." Seeing the sense behind his words, I quickly agree and we follow him. We take our time to rest from the long walk while Balgruelf calms his shit and are soon invited back and offered seats close to the Jarl's own. He looks us over and says with much more composure than before, "You have helped us more than you can know. Honestly, Revine, if you weren't already living in Winterhold, I would offer you employment here for this." I shrug. I don't really need a reward for this, just make sure it is known who put an end to whoever those raiders were and I will be satisfied. The reputation is worth far more than gold to me at this point. "You don't even know of them." He gapes and goes to inform me. I raise a hand and interrupt him with a cruel smile. "Why should I remember a group of ants I stepped on?" Balgruelf snorts, while his brother seems to just about to let out a whoop. He turns to Davos, who notably chose to hide his face for this, and says, "And you, Davos of Windhelm, do you have a request for this deed?" He just shakes his head unneeded. "I am here merely as a tool for my current employer. Nothing more." Balgruelf looks confused but nods, while Irilith, his personal guard, seems alarmed all of a sudden and slowly reaches for her blade. I stare at her and say diplomatically, "There is no need for that, Housecarl. I assure you that the mayor under my employ is not here for antagonistic reasons." She stares at Davos for a bit longer but then slowly nods and leaves her sword in its sheath. The non-Dunmer present seem kind of miffed by being excluded from what just happened, but Irilith promises an explanation later and they leave it at that. Finally, it is Durak's turn, but before the Jarl can even speak he also shakes his head. "Don't even think about it. I did practically nothing." "Oh." The Jarl raises an eyebrow. Durak snorts, "I did practically nothing," and points at me. "He just blew them all to pieces by himself. Honestly, it was kind of sad." Every head snaps toward me, but I merely shrug. "When I called them ants, I really wasn't being arrogant," he says as he remembers being stabbed. Durak narrates between chuckles. I turn to him with a chilling smile. "Oh, we also had a bit of an adventure in the burial ground the raiders were camping out on. I would love to tell you all about it." The court members seem very curious. Durak on the other hand pales and I start the tale. Chapter 72, Chapter 13, Rorikstead. We spent a good portion of the evening retelling how we met and faced the raider clan. I did learn that they called themselves the Homeshorn when Hrongar name-dropped them after I showed them the Savior's last stand. Apparently, the enchanted suit of armor was known as Homeshorn's Rampart to most people. It is rather odd that it would have 2 names, but maybe my identification only shows either the original or true name of things. The name implied some kind of tragic backstory, but if you continue raiding people centuries after whatever reason you were shorn from your home as it were, then any sympathy I may have had disappears rather quickly. Sometime into our story a couple of circle members from Horvaskra arrived when they heard about our deeds, because of course rumors would spread before I even left the damn palace. Evidently, they came to congratulate Durak for his involvement, but instead of the proud look and a puffed-out chest they were expecting, the young orc paled upon seeing them. He looked at me pleadingly, but there was no mercy in my eyes as I started telling the tale of Bleak Falls Barrow. A couple of drinks and a short story later everyone was laughing and Durak was doing his best to hide his red face from the crowd. Hrongar, Balgruelf's brother, shakes his head. "We shouldn't laugh at the lad. If there wasn't a mage right next to him he really would have died then and there." This seems to sober up most of them and they give some apologetic looks to the young orc. I finish the story, omitting the part about the dragonstone. As an afterthought, I point toward the sacks we carried and say, "Oh, and we also liberated the valuables that were probably stolen." Balgruaf gives me a puzzled look. You wish to return them? I simply nod. He shakes his head with some exasperation and says, I will have to compensate you for that at least. You just returning the stolen loot would be unfair to you all. I won't say no to good old Septims, I snark, and he easily agrees. He scratches his chin before getting an idea. We will be travelling to Rorikstead to assure the people of their safety and to return their belongings to them. You could travel there with us and then continue on to your original destination. Was there anything interesting happening in Rorikstead again? I remember it being just the spot to get a somewhat interesting companion, but that was it. Well, I would have to at least pass near the place on my way west, so there is no reason to refuse him. It would be an honor and a pleasure, Jarl. I say with a slow nod. He scoffs and waves his hand. None of that Jarl stuff. You helping my people means you can just call me Balgruaf. The only one among the court that shows any surprise is Proventus, but he hides it quickly. Of course, Balgruaf, I say with a smile. We are offered a place to stay in Dragon's Reach and spend the rest of the night enjoying ourselves. You want me to ruin a perfectly good orichalcum spear with some squiggly emerald-filled lines, boy? The grey-haired Nordsmith half yells in irritation. Yes. I deadpan. What is even the point of using gems of all things? Durak asks from the side. I just found that having a different material to strengthen the runic matrix added to the original item seems to work better than merely carving the runes directly. I shrug and add, besides, gems are neat. I know how runes work, boy. I wasn't born yesterday. Orland Greymane scoffs at me. Then what seems to be the issue, old man? I ask, totally done with this. The old man pulls out a blade from a wall stand and shows it to me. I raise an eyebrow and take a look at the completely flawless blade. Skyforge steel broadsword, magic-infused steel with runes seamlessly integrated into the blade, deals fire damage. I blink and turn to the old smith with amazement in my voice. How in oblivion did you manage to perfectly carve in the runes without leaving a trace? He gives me a proud smirk. Skill and hard work. Yet, should have expected that. Seeing as I don't have the time to pester the man for an explanation all day, I ask drily, all right, O almighty smith among smiths, since you are oh so skilled, would you kindly carve out these runes into the spear? He pretends to not notice my sarcasm and nods. At least you know your place, kid, making my eye twitch as he grabs the spear and gets to work. I shake my head and join Durak at the corner of the room. While we wait, I ask, so, do you want to come with me to Solitude, or are you going to stay here and prepare for the inevitable second attack by those werewolf hunters? He seems conflicted but still says in an apologetic tone, I will stay here. You need that sneaky fellow's help far more than mine where you are going. I chuckle at him and he gives me a confused look. Oh, don't worry, Durak, I am not disappointed. In fact, I dare say I agree with your choice. He lets out a relieved sigh and asks, why are you so certain they will attack again? We could have killed most of them back in the cairn. I shake my head. The chances of that are close to non-existent. They are a renowned mercenary company, hundreds strong, and if they had the guts to attack once, they will inevitably do so again. Durak looks grim, but that soon turns into determination. We remain for a good while. The only sound we hear is the constant and rhythmic chiseling being done by Orland. Apparently, not being able to simply do nothing, Durak asks me for the 10th time today, you sure that the armor just needs some polishing and it will work? For the last damn time, Durak, yes. I sigh. He nods happily and starts fiddling with a knife of his like a hyperactive child. We wait for 1 hour until Orland calls us over and presents Durak's spear to us. We both gape for what I guess are very different reasons. Durak asks, isn't it literally the same though? Orland snorts and points at me. Ask your friend here. My friend turns to me, but I simply shake my head and grab the spear, heading to the nearby enchanting table we prepared in advance. The runes are perfectly integrated into the metal, the only difference between them is just the slightest bit of warping I detect deep in the metal. Wordlessly I summon a grand soul gem Durak bought and break it above the weapon, and focus on guiding the power of the enchantment. Durak's POV. I hear the old man whistle. I'll be damned, the kid knows his stuff. You can see what is going on? I ask. He scoffs. Bah, of course not. I just learned how to recognize a shit enchanter from a good one over the years, and your buddy here ain't a shit one. High praise coming from the greatest smith in the land. I am glad my friend is doing well, even if he does seem to have become more ruthless. Having all that power at one's fingertips, maybe it would feel like squashing ants at some point. I just hope he doesn't eat those words later. Revine's POV. Finally the enchantment settles and I bring up the spear, now glowing in ominous red runes. Durak's Fang, an orichalcum spear passed through the generations of an orc clan, carved by E. Orland Greymane and enchanted by Revine Dagoth to take the lives of others and heal the user. I present the spear to my friend with a smile and he starts twirling it excitedly. After a bit he frowns. It feels completely the same. The old smith laughs and slaps his back, almost making him double over. And what were you expecting, boy? It won't feel different until you stab something. There is a glint in Durak's eyes as he looks at me. Hey Revine, can you come here for a second? I want to show you something. I deadpan at him and he breaks out into laughter. After he calms down he thanks me profusely and does the same to E. Orland. We say goodbye to the smith and turn to leave, but he stops me and gives me a small booklet. I raise a confused eyebrow and he says, "Don't look at me like that, you saved those dumbasses and obviously want to know what I did with the carving, so there is a little reward from me." I look at the book and the title reads, "The Carver's Art." Rather blunt in what it is, but that works. "Thank you, old man," I say. He waves me off. "Just don't turn into a shit and we are even, now off with you. I need to fix that cursed armor." I leave the Skyforge with a smile. When Durak was done showing his spear off to the companions, something that when I voiced made people chuckle at the once more embarrassed orc, I pulled him to the side. "This is goodbye again, my friend," I say, and then add, "Try not to kiss any more spiders while I am gone, would you?" He punches my shoulder and says, "Yeah, I'll try. But you should also tone it down with the whole all-powerful wizard persona you got going. Someone will punch you for it." I chuckle. "Oh, don't worry, I know when to be subtle." He gives me a doubtful look but doesn't comment. We join Davos, who was chatting up Ela the Huntress of all people, and share a final drink before the two of us have to leave. After saying our goodbyes, Davos and I join the procession preparing to journey outside Whiterun. Balgruaf offered for us to join him in his carriage, much to the protests of his house Carl, and we accepted gratefully. The voyage to Rorikstead was surprisingly peaceful, or not considering we were travelling with an entire unit of hold guardsmen and hose Carls. The rolling tundra of the central hold of Skyrim was a beautiful sight, even with all the damned snow. I took the moment to sketch the views so I can pay for someone to actually paint it for me later. I spent the majority of the trip in relaxed conversation with Balgruaf, who mostly asked about the state of the other holds and any rumors that might be interesting to a man of his station. The conversation then led to my new prowess as an enchanter, and not long after I had a sizable order for anti-poison rings for when I get to Solitude. Finally, on the second evening since we left Whiterun, we saw the walled town of Rorikstead. Well, I say walled, but it was just a very thick palisade that would doubtless fall over if attacked by any stronger group, something easily confirmed by a blown-out section of the wall to the south of the town. The settlement was surrounded by fields that were growing even now, when the harsh Skyrim winter was already tormenting the land. How exactly does that work? I ask the Jarl while pointing out the fields. He shrugs. I don't honestly know, but the place has been a blessing. Must be a gift from Cairn and Zenithar. I take a look with my third eye, and what I feel is not the warm embrace of Cairn, but the cold gaze of Adidra. I let out a tired sigh, drawing confused looks from everyone but Davos, who instead looks like I just ruined his day. "What is it?" asks Balgruaf in a worried tone. "Oh, there is a gift, all right, just of a more Didrik variety, I am afraid." And the poor Jarl looks like he just aged a decade. Chapter 73, Chapter 14, Shadow over Rorikstead, Part 1. The Jarl took a deep breath and asked pleadingly, "Revine, by all of the gods, please tell me you are jesting. I will pretend like I heard nothing if you do." My firm stare is answer enough and he nods gravely. He goes to say something, but I interrupt him with a wave and indicate that we should speak in private. He seems to understand and quickly calls over Irilith and Hrongar to his carriage, while Davos and I follow him. After we take our seats, Balgruaf forces down his discomfort and speaks. So, what are we dealing with here, and how can you be sure that a Daedra is involved? I scratch my chin. I am unsure of what precisely is happening, but I can see the fields are practically saturated with a Daedra's aura. I would need a lot more time to confirm which Daedra we are dealing with. Hrongar cuts in. You are certain that it isn't some curse on the town? I nod yes. Daedric influence is very distinctive to those who know where to look. You will have to trust me on this. As I say this, I am reminded of the day I was taught to fear the Daedra. Flashback, conjuration lesson. Phineas leads Tiberius and myself toward an unassuming hatch on the college grounds. He wordlessly opens it and beckons us inside. We enter what I remember to be the midden under the college, where the less socially acceptable magic schools are practiced. He walks wordlessly toward a specific room and upon entering calls for our attention. Today's lesson will be different than those that came before. He drawls out in his usual dead tone. This lesson will be more of a warning than anything else. He turns toward the center of a room where an ominous ritual circle was prepared. Observe. He commanded and cast a spell at the circle. The moment the magicka touched it, an incredibly unpleasant feeling assaulted my senses. It felt as if someone was observing me, judging me, and mocking me. The feeling soon turned more oppressive and overwhelming, almost suffocating to us students. Phineas, on the other hand, looked like he wasn't even feeling it, though I knew his skin was just a glamour spell. Finally, after what felt like a day of the most uncomfortable feeling after the itching I felt when completing the strengthening ritual, the master necromancer cast another spell and the feeling was gone. Tiberius and I dropped onto the floor, exhausted from the experience. Seeing this, our teacher gave us a smile, both cruel and sympathetic. Remember this feeling, and remember it well. That is what it feels like to have a Daedra present on Mundus with malicious intent. I force myself from the ground and ask with confusion in my voice. I have interacted with different Daedra before and it never felt anything like this. He shakes his head. What you were interacting with were projections with minimal power, and probably only mildly malicious intent. He then points at the circle. This was what a Daedra hungering for your soul feels like. I always knew they were demons, but this hammered it home. I give Phineas a grateful nod for the lesson and go to help the whimpering Tiberius onto his feet. Back to the present. Everyone seems to notice the discomfort on my face, and I shake my head while muttering, Daedric influence is almost impossible to miss once you have truly felt it. There is another thing. I interrupt before they can start asking questions. The Jarl looks at me expectantly and I continue. This village is the greatest farmland under your domain, yes? Balgruaf nods, confused at why I am asking this. I sigh. The most probable source of that wealth is the Daedra itself. My guess is some kind of bargain was struck and the village was allowed to prosper in return for something else. Balgruaf slumps deeper into his seat, while his brother seethes in anger. I think for a while and say, before we continue I must ask you to make a decision. Knowing that the source of prosperity for your people is of a Daedric origin, you may pretend that I have said nothing and we just go on like nothing happened. You would have my promise of silence. On the other hand, you can hunt down whatever is influencing the land. Hrongar practically jumps from his seat, yells at me, you would have us allow this curse to continue. I stare at him coldly and say, I would have nothing. This is your people and I am merely voicing the options you have. Balgruaf raises a hand to calm his brother. He is right, Hrongar. I am the Jarl and it is my duty to make the call. The tall Nord warrior seems somewhat pacified by this and sits back down while grumbling. Tell me, Revine, the Jarl cautiously begins, what would be the consequences of just leaving it there? His brother goes to protest again, but a piercing glare from his lord is enough to shut him up for now. I mull it over in my mind for a bit and quickly review all I know about the village. Finally, an inconsistency appears in my memory. Excited at my apparent discovery, I ask Balgruaf, can you tell me how old this town is? He hums and says about 30 or so years. Why? I quickly pull out my notebook and write down some information I came across about the place. There are many maps and accounts that mention Rorikstead that are far older than that. Hrongar interrupts. The village was rebuilt by Rorik after the war, everyone knows this. I raise an excited finger. But there is the thing. I researched the geography of Skyrim thoroughly before my journey outside Winterhold, and there are multiple mentions of Rorikstead rising and falling in almost a cyclical fashion. It never bothered me as I just accepted it as Skyrim being a harsh place, but now if we add the Durak influence it could be far more than what is simply an unlucky location. So what you are saying is? Balgruaf asks tentatively. The town is always prosperous but inevitably dies out. And this is somehow connected to the Didra. I nod yes, they must probably sacrifice something in return for the prosperity, but that sacrifice usually leads to them inevitably dying out. A sudden thought enters my mind and I mutter without thinking, this has the scent of Clavicus Vial all over it. Evidently everyone hears me, as they are now looking at me with a mix of fear and curiosity. Think about it, I continue muttering. He is known to make deals that lead the other party into incredible misery while seemingly very beneficial for them at first glance. And that lines up perfectly with your theory. Balgruaf adds. I nod. We are silent for a long while as we await the Jarl to make the call. He seems to be in a very shitty position if his constantly changing expression is anything to go by. His brother tries to start a conversation but the Jarl's shaky hand once again shuts him up. After a good 5 minutes, Balgruaf lets out a long, tired sigh and says while shaking his head in defeat, I cannot allow this to go on. His voice turns firm. It might cost the entire hold greatly, but I will not have my people consort with Didra and bring calamity on us all. I see Davos giving me a sly smile from the side and suppress an eye roll. Balgruaf stands up and nods to himself. We will do all we can to free those not guilty from this curse, but those that bring calamity on their neighbors are to be put to death. His brother lets out a satisfied grunt, and they both head outside. Before they can do whatever they were planning, I fake cough to catch their attention and give them both an amused look. What exactly are you doing? He seems confused and asks back. Getting rid of the cult, of course. I stare at him blankly and ask, and how do you know who is in the cult exactly? There are at least 500 people living here. Didn't consider that. He slumps back into his chair. I snort, and before they have the time to get offended I say, if we are to hunt the cult down, we need a plan. We? Hrongar asks. Yes, we. I say firmly, even without having a Jarl owe me for my help. I wink at Balgruaf and he snorts. It is still a moral good to liberate those unwilling from what I expect is a dire fate. What would you have us do, Flame Tongue? Asks Hrongar. First, we pretend like everything is in order. We walk in there, and you do the whole speech about how the hold protects its people and whatnot, while buttering them up. The Jarl chuckles at my cynicism but doesn't interrupt me. Then while everyone is in a festive mood, we will subtly question the people about odd happenings. Any inconsistency is to be looked at and reported when we are done. I say firmly. Everyone nods along and I go on. When we get a suspect, Davos here, I point at my retainer, is to follow them and possibly find evidence or further clues of the cult. Said Dunmer seems incredibly uncomfortable with the idea, but still nods. Don't worry Davos, I will pay you extra for this. I say, amusement lacing my voice. And before he can even react, Balgruaf cuts in, the hells you will. The least I can do is pay him myself. Davos, surprisingly, looks at me first and I nod with a raised eyebrow. Well, if you wanted me to trust you, this is definitely a way to do it. I look back to the Nords and continue on with my plan. Then, when we get all the clues we need and if possible the cult's main base, we storm the town and put them to the sword. Everyone looks at me dumbfounded. Balgruaf asks slowly, you came up with all of that on the spot? My brain is very big. I snort. Everyone seems to relax a bit at my joke. I cannot have you do this service to my hold for nothing. The Jarl says. I shrug and quickly name something that I still have trouble getting my hands on. If you insist of giving me something, using your connections for a stock of ebony will suffice. He hums in thought and quickly agrees. Slowly getting up he claps his hands. All right people, let's get to work. Everyone leaves the carriage, and just as I am about to exit myself time seems to stop. Once again I feel a presence where the Jarl once sat. Gathering my emotions I turn around and give a polite bow. Prince Mephala, always a displeasure. She giggles. Oh I know my dear, but do not worry, I am here to help this time. Like you helped with that spider horde, I practically spit out. She pouts. But they just wanted to play with you. Play with my insides maybe, I scoff. Quite, she laughs. I turn serious now. So why exactly are you here, if I may be so bold as to ask? She stretches seductively and hums out, the little worm that is hiding below this place owes me something. Her smile turns vicious. I want him dead. Which worm exactly? Oh, you will know if you continue down this path. This damned woman. So, you want me to do what I was going to do anyways? I drawl out. She smiles shyly. Yes, but she raises a finger. I said I was here to help. Then please do, oh grand lady of annoying chittering. I roll my eyes. She pouts. You are not cute at all. I sigh and sit down, saying nothing. She huffs at my refusal to play along. Fine. When you get to him, know that he is vulnerable to sunlight. I raise an eyebrow. A vampire? She shakes her head. No, you were right that it was a Daedra. I blink. Since when are Daedra weak to sunlight? She tuts at me with false offense. How very racist of you, Dagoth. There exist different kinds of Daedra. I snort. Right, well you all seem the same to me. She chuckles. When you are done with him. A colleague of mine has left something down there that will be very helpful where you are going. I deadpan. You aren't going to elaborate on that, are you? Nope. She giggles out with a popped pea. I let out a long, tired breath. Well, thank you for your help, I guess. She gives me a hungry look. You could pay me back by staying a while, they won't notice a thing. I give her a cruel smile. Nope. While popping the pea as well. She laughs and suddenly I am once again exiting the carriage in the real world. Chapter 74, Chapter 15, Shadow over Rorikstead, Part 2. We all take a minute to gather ourselves before approaching the closed gates of the small town. While I walk I get a notification. Quest issued, resolve the mystery of Rorikstead. Reward, minor Nord Paragon trait. Very useful in the future. Not like I really needed all that much motivation after Mephala indicated that this would help me, but any bit extra is nice. One of the armored housecarls yells, "Open the gates!" The Jarl approaches. There is some movement behind the walls and the sturdy wooden gate is quickly opened, letting us into the settlement. Seeing as it was the evening, most people were finishing their work for the day and spending their time relaxing or socializing, so as soon as we entered we gathered quite the crowd. I instructed Davos to not show himself and snoop around while we talked to the residents. Our procession makes its way to the center of Rorikstead, and after waiting for most of the residents to gather around, the Jarl speaks. People of Rorikstead, I have come to you bearing good news. He makes a pause to build a bit of suspense and continues. The raiders who unjustly attacked you and pillaged your homes have all been slain by the one standing next to me. The people react as you would expect them to. Some cheer while some lament that the raiders couldn't have been dealt with sooner. A middle-aged Nord man, dressed in rich clothes, approaches us and asks, "And who is this elf that killed those bastards?" Everyone goes quiet and I speak up. I am Revine, known as Flametongue to most Nords. I met the raiders while exploring the mountains, and after realizing who they were I naturally decided to punish them all for their crimes. There is excited murmuring among the crowd, but the man, who I presume is Rorik, raises a doubtful eyebrow. You slew all of them by your lonesome. I smirk. I am a skilled battle mage, they were no threat when attacked from a great distance. He frowns. They had a mage among them as well. Barely an apprentice, I scoff. That apprentice, he spits the word out, killed 5 of my men. Pushing down the instinct to mock his men, I say I am truly sorry to hear that he did, but I do not lie when I say that he was nowhere near a threat to me. Rorik sighs and shakes his head, then gives me an apologetic look. Sorry, the attack has left us all under great stress, and hearing that those who hurt us so much died to a single man is, less than believable. Balgruaf cuts in. I vouch for his words. Rorik's eye twitches. Then that is all I will say. The Jarl once again gathers everyone's attention by clapping his hands. While my friend here slew the raiders, he also decided to retrieve your stolen heirlooms. He turns to Rorik and points to the sacks his guard carried in while saying, please, distribute them among your people. The leader of the town nods gratefully and quickly starts handing out the known belongings to the excited families of Rorikstead. I stand next to the Jarl and half whisper, they all look like they would be quite willing to speak in their jubilation. After we disperse, have your men ask around for rumors while drinking. Should abate some of their suspicions. He doesn't react but for a small barely perceptible nod. Balgruaf goes on to promise that everything will be done to stop such a tragedy from happening in the future and informs them all that he will be staying in the town to make sure everything is in order. The people are naturally welcoming to their Jarl and a small feast is soon prepared for all of us. I also noticed Rorik frown when his people invited us, curious. Soon we are led into the local tavern and the guards spread around, starting conversations with the locals. The Jarl sits with Rorik and they talk about administrative affairs while sharing a drink. I try to talk up some of the residents, but besides the thanks and cheers, I get nothing. A bit later I take a walk around the place, getting grateful glances and words of praise along the way. Soon I find a worried-looking man that looks familiar for some reason. I approach him and cough slightly to get his attention. He turns to me and it clicks why he seemed familiar. This is Loker, that idiot that gets himself shot by the Legion after being captured with Ulfric. He gives me a pensive look and asks, what does the great hero want with me? I shrug and take a sip of the wine in my hand. You don't seem to share the jubilance of the rest of your folk. Why is that? Why do you care? He asks. Just indulge a young mare's curiosity, will you? Whatever has been eating him seems to come to the surface as he lets out a tired breath. My wife is pregnant. I raise an eyebrow. Congratulations. But even if most people worry when this happens, why are you so shaken? He looks around suspiciously before speaking as quietly as he can. The women here, most of them die in childbirth. And before you ask, no, it isn't some kind of disease, we have a village healer. He takes one more careful look and says, look around, do you see many young women around here? I also look at the crowd and notice the lack of adult women. There are some old ones and children, but that is it. Curious, I mutter. I turn to Loker. You seem to have a theory about what is going on. Please share. He gets increasingly worried, almost as if having a panic attack. I hand him a bottle of mead he left on the nearby table and he takes a long swig before letting out a long breath, finally calming himself. I don't have anything concrete, but there is something unnatural about the deaths. One or two I would understand. We all know these lands are harsh, but almost every one of them dying is far too much to be mere coincidence. He forces out quietly. I hum. And your village healer, what does he say about their deaths? He frowns. He always has some kind of excuse. It's either they were too weak or RK called them to his side, or some other ridiculous reasons. I take a moment to look at him and sense that he really is just panicked that his wife may die, so I decided to take a chance. I sit down next to him and whisper, whatever you hear, do not react. He nods fearfully. We are here to investigate a possible Durak cult. I have found proof of their influence on the land itself. Any help you may give us will go a long way in preventing your wife from suffering a terrible fate. He barely holds himself from panicking, taking another long swig of his drink. After a bit of silence, he mutters, Rorik and the healer Joani, they are the ones that founded this town from the ruins they found after the Great War. I sometimes see them venturing into the nearby hills. One day I saw Rorik returned bloody. He starts to shake a bit after he finishes talking. When is your wife due? I ask curiously. In a couple of days. Why? I hum. If you help point out their hiding place when we are ready, I will personally be present for the childbirth. I am a certified healer of the College of Winterhold. A ray of hope enters his eyes and he quickly nods, almost as if a drowning man holding onto a blade of grass. Yes, of course, I will do anything, he says in a tone both pleading and excited. I chuckle. No need to promise me the world, just make sure to meet with me before dawn and we will ensure your family's future. I leave the man to his thoughts and rejoin the festivities. I take a seat in the corner to observe the locals in hopes of finding another clue, no reason to be satisfied with one after all. Soon I notice a richly dressed old Breton sitting by his lonesome and decide to approach him. I take a seat next to him and say a good evening to you, elder. He hits me with the old man chuckle technique and says jovially, oh, if it isn't the great bandit slayer himself, please be welcome to our humble town. Something tries to worm its way into my mind, likely an illusion spell meant to pacify me. I smirk internally and pretend to be affected, engaging in some small talk with the man. Over the course of our conversation, I learn that he is the local healer Joanna who saved Rorik during the Great War and then founded the town with him. He speaks proudly of their great harvests and the prosperity of their children, but when I looked deeper I was met with a desire to kill all those who dared disturb his peace and trample on his crops. An odd way of framing things indeed. I spend the rest of the night milling about and talking to people, but I get no further results. Somewhere close to midnight, the crowd disperses and the Jarl leaves for a suite they prepared for him. I follow along, casting muffle and using a scroll of invisibility from my depleting storage. We make our way to Rorik's longhouse and I slip into the Jarl's room after Irilith and Hrongar enter. They all take their seats and are about to start talking to each other, but are scared almost to death by me suddenly appearing without a sound. A sword flashes out of its sheath and I barely manage to summon my staff to stop it. Seeing the one holding the blade I snort so quick on the draw. House Carl, what if I wasn't fast enough? Irilith scoffs. Oh please, I could have stopped the strike at any time. Do not do that again, I have been rather twitchy since coming here. As you desire, madam, I mock bow. We all take our seats to discuss our findings and I let the Jarl go first. He shakes his head. I tried prying into Rorik's business, but that is exactly what he called it before refusing to talk about anything he wasn't strictly required to by custom. Hrongar speaks next with a frown. The local women tend to die during childbirth, but that is all I got. Irilith merely shakes her head. They wouldn't speak to me at all. Maybe you scared them all away with your sword, I snark and her eye twitches. I clap my hands theatrically and say I have had far more luck. One of the residents said that the number of childbirth deaths is not merely a tendency but it is unnaturally high. Everyone frowns at my words. I also learned that the local healer constantly gives lacking excuses for their deaths, and when I approached him to speak he tried using illusion magic to make me want to leave the place as soon as possible. Balgruaf frowns. And what of Rorik? He has been seen leaving the town with said healer from time to time, and once even returned bloody. That is all I learned about him. How can you be sure that they speak true? Hrongar asks with understandable skepticism. His wife is due in a couple of days, he is very worried about her fate and would do anything to save her, so I secured his help in leading us to wherever the two presumed cultists go every night. I assure him. They all turn quiet for a bit, mulling over my words. Balgruaf asks, so, what is our next move? Before we go on, Davos, please come in, I interrupt. Irilith frowns as my retainer slides in through the window quietly. I see her hand jerk for her sword and smirk, making her eye twitch again. You called boss? Davos asks with what I know is a smirk. I want you to follow the healer Joanna and try and glean whatever you can from him. When you get all you can, return before sunrise. He nods and leaves the same way he came in. Balgruaf frowns. And what will we be doing in the meantime? Waiting, I shrug and summon the booklet Orland gave me. The others frown, but seeing as there really isn't more to do than wait, they all relax after a bit. Chapter 75, Chapter 16, Shadow over Rorikstead, Part 3. General POV. A Dunmer shrouded in light armor and a hooded cloak skulks through the streets of the now quiet town of Rorikstead, the rings of muffling and stealth bought from his employer for a pittance, ensuring he isn't seen or heard by any who might still be awake at this hour. He approaches an unassuming house in a corner just below the wooden palisade and notices a dim light coming from inside. Slowly, he tiptoes closer to the window and starts hearing a quiet conversation going on inside. At first, he is unable to discern what is being said, but after sticking his ear to the wall the conversation becomes much clearer. "I don't like it, Rorik." An old man hisses out quietly, "They should have been gone already. Balgruaf and I have always had our disagreements, I think he is just trying to make me remember my place by staying longer." The other person responds with bitterness lacing his voice. The older man grunts, "Maybe we should just get rid of them. Perhaps people won't bother us then." "Don't be an idiot, Joanie." Rorik scoffs. "I know, but an old man can dream." The old man grumbles. "What about the mage?" Rorik asks, "Are you sure you managed to stop him from snooping?" Joanie scoffs, "Of course I did, the spell I hit him with could never be noticed by someone so young. He has probably forgotten whatever he was curious about and will leave soon." "Good." Rorik sighs. "Good." He shakes his head. "We can't have them interrupting the contract, we need them gone tomorrow at the latest or we will all be cursed." "I know, old friend," Joanna says remorsefully. "I will go to the shrine soon to make sure no one stumbles upon it. You should make sure that Balgruaf is not suspicious and leaves soon." Rorik voices his agreement and after a bit more chatting leaves the hut. Davos waits in the shadows for half an hour before he sees the village healer leave the town while gathering a couple of other people to follow him. He checks the entrance for traps and almost laughs at the complete lack of even a lock. Were they arrogant or merely never expecting to be found out? He skulks into the hut and takes a good look around. It is mostly what one would expect from a town healer's home: herbs, bones, and the like hanging on the walls with different potions scattered on a shelf. What catches his attention is a small table in the corner with what looks like drained black soul gems stacked on top of it, and a blackened book giving him an ominous feeling. He blanches at this, his superstition and fear of the Daedra once again trying to worm its way into his mind, but he manages to force himself to move on with gritted teeth. "Should have asked for more money," he grumbles. The book has no title on the covers, but as he needed at least something he takes out a knife and opens the first page with it, not daring to touch the thing himself. A moment later he wishes he hadn't opened the damned thing as he is greeted by Daedric characters emitting a cold and cruel aura. He quickly closes the book and using the same knife pushes it into a small sack alongside the soul gems. He searches the house again in case there are any clues left, but quickly leaves again after finding nothing. Revine's POV. We are all sitting in the room trying to relax as best we can, but the tension in the room is palpable. Soon I slowly close the little booklet I was reading and stand up. Everyone turns to me and I point at the window. Not long after Davos slides inside once again. One might wonder how I knew he was coming, and the answer is rather simple: I make it so that I can feel if any of my enchantments is nearby, just in case. Balgruaf perks up and asks, "So, what have you found?" Davos takes a seat and grabs a drink. After he catches his breath he quickly relays the entire conversation and explains what he heard and found. I open my hand. "Give me the book." He does so without complaint, already used to my foolish behavior. After making sure there are no traps hidden inside I take the book and open it up. Suddenly the room once again shifts into a web-covered mess and I feel two hands on my shoulders with someone leaning ahead on my left. I do not even blink at the interruption and ask, "So, anything you can enlighten me about with this one?" Unfortunately, I don't speak Daedra. How very uncultured, Mephala tuts, and after taking a short look at the book she says, "This here is a contract binding the one I wish dead to the land. As long as it exists he will continue reforming after a period of time." "This isn't the first time he was hunted down, is it?" I ask. "Oh, not at all," she laughs daintily. "I dare say it has happened 100 times over." I frown. "It won't be as simple as merely killing him, will it?" "Unfortunately not, or I wouldn't have needed your services for this." "What do I need to do?" She hums. "First you must destroy him, then you must slay the cursed lord and his companion. Finally, you must burn the contract and he will be destroyed completely, not even returning to oblivion." That sounds incredibly convoluted, I scoff. Unfortunately not everything can be solved with a big enough fireball, she purrs. I turn to her with a raised eyebrow and she chuckles. Well yes, theoretically you could solve this with one, but let's not play with semantics. I snort. Right. So what did the fool do to you if you want him dead so bad? She removes her hands from my shoulders and pretends to clutch at her heart. Oh, it was such a tragedy. We were so in love and he chose to leave me all alone. Before slumping onto the ground dramatically, I give her the most dead look I can muster and she breaks into laughter. Oh, it is rather simple really. He was one of mine that chose to serve another instead, so he must die. She explains after getting up. Now that I can understand, I nod sagely, but after a moment frown. You say that the lord of this town is cursed. After a long pause, my eyes are alight with realization. This isn't the first time Rorik founded this place, is it? Mephala claps slowly. Bravo Revine, indeed he has been founding this town over and over again for millennia. That is cruel even for Didra. I mumble. She shrugs. Such are the wiles of White Phial and his servants. So I was right then. I give her a small bow. Well, thank you very much for this information, and no, I do not wish to have fun, please send me back. She pouts and I am suddenly back in the real world. Everyone is staring at me as I must have zoned out. Davos on the other hand has moved as far from me as he can the moment I took the book. And Hrongar asks, did you learn anything? I nod. Quite a bit more than what I was expecting. Merely killing the Didra will not be enough. They urge me to explain and I do so, telling them the whole tale with the exception of Mephala's involvement. Hrongar stares at me dumbfounded. That is incredibly convoluted. A frowning Balgruaf finishes for him. Tell me about it, I mumble. They are all still looking at me and I raise an eyebrow. You want me to choose our plan forward? Balgruaf scratches his head. Well, you are the only one who is experienced with these things, so I will listen to your advice on this. I shrug. As you wish. After a bit of thought, I come up with a simple plan. We will have to split into two groups, one to search their shrine and one to apprehend Rorik and pacify the people. I will naturally be going to the shrine while you two nobles do your best to make sure everything is in order. Those that follow me need to be your best, as the usual guard will be mere cannon fodder in front of a Didra. Hrongar frowns. You want me to sit by while you battle a literal demon? I shake my head. I want you to make sure that no more of your people are hurt than necessary. After I return with the captured Chowani, we must execute him and Rorik and destroy the book. Balgruaf sighs. And how am I to explain to the people that their leader needs to die and their fields wilt? I pick up a soul gem Davos brought and show it to the Jarl. Do you know what this is? A soul gem, he deadpans at me. Not any soul gem, a black one. I say. Balgruaf frowns in thought but quickly shakes his head. I think I have heard of them but I have no idea of their significance. Well, better get ready for this then. I then proceed to explain everything I know about the black soul gems and what happens to the souls captured into them, making them extremely attractive for enchanters and ritualists. I finish my mini lecture. Everyone but Davos is looking like I just went from ruining their day to ruining their year. So, you are telling me? Balgruaf frowns. That they have been capturing young women's souls into these gems and presumably sacrificing them to the Didra for years under my nose. He barely holds himself from shouting. I nod. Indeed. Explaining this to the people might make them rather rowdy, so you will have to watch your words with them. Yes, I will make sure to not go too far. Balgruaf nods tiredly. Irilith cuts in. You say that these gems are very attractive to enchanters, almost as if you used some yourself. I would never do something so disgusting. I lied as naturally as I breathed. And through the ridiculous powers of Didrik fuckery she believes me. So, who are you sending with me? I ask. The Jarl quickly responds. Irilith and the other 3 housecarls will go with you. But my Ja, the Dunmer woman, goes to protest, but a stern look from her lord stops any further disagreement. I will be safe with the guard and my brother. You are needed to protect far more than merely myself, do you understand, Irilith? He asks. She seems conflicted but nods slowly. Davos can also watch your back here, he isn't good at dealing with Deirdre, I add. Irilith frowns, but she has accepted his presence and usefulness over time, so she doesn't complain. Davos himself seems rather jubilant at this sure thing, boss. He turns to the Jarl. I will be around in case someone tries to off you, your back is safe. Right. Balgruaf accepts his words with some confusion. I clap my hands. Well, good luck to all of you. It is time for Irilith and I to be on our way if we want to finish this quickly. I will gather the others and wait at the gate while you get your guide, the housecarl says and leaves through the window with barely any sound. I let out a low whistle. Looks like you have competition, Davos. My retainer scoffs. She is an amateur at best. We share a chuckle and I turn to the Jarl. You should apprehend Rorik and pacify the town quickly after we leave. It's best we make sure there is no space for accidents to happen. He nods. Good luck, Revine. You as well, Balgruaf, I say and quickly skulk out of the window while using a muffle spell. Seriously, imagine having to actually sneak.